Welcome back, everyone, to the Classic Fall Conquest. This is day 2 of the European qualifiers. Yesterday, we had some amazing games of Arathi Basin. We still have our top 8 sort of sort through and see who is going to be making it to that European Championship bracket in a few weekends from now. First of all, I'm joined by the lovely Zico. How are you doing today?
I couldn't be better, honestly. Another day here full of Arathi Basin. You're looking kind of good. You cleaned up. You cleaned up fast. I'm feeling good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great as well. Like I said, I'm excited for these games. I think yesterday there was some unanswered questions for us. But before we get into that, we can kind of talk about the format for today's games. If you did not join us yesterday, you can see on your screen, it is going to be Arathi Basin, and this is a best of 1 tournament. So although it is double elimination, if you do lose, you have that chance in that lower bracket. Every single series is just 1 game of Arathi Basin. So if you mess up, you make any mistakes, there goes your chance. Unfortunately, it's cutthroat, and we saw some amazing games yesterday. It's going to be first to 2,000 resources because it is Arathi Basin. Unlike Warsaw Gulch, we're not going to run into any tiebreaker situations. First team to 2,000 resources will end up winning. And another thing to note is it is 15 versus 15. Obviously, that's how Arathi Basin is run, but it made for some really, really kind of crazy games yesterday, Zico.
Oh yeah, definitely. There was a lot of just raw action, a lot of elemental shamans and hunters just kind of blasting people, and of course we had some 1 versus 1 situations, nice 2 versus 2s, and it was a little bit of a rocky start, but I really liked it once we got into the flow of it, and I really liked the kind of opening as well, where you have those kind of duels on the sidelines. So very exciting format, very exciting BG so far. And this is the first time, at least Blizzard hosts a AB tournament. So I think this is very exciting.
Yeah, especially with the 15 versus 15 format, it's quite chaotic, like you said, but it is super interesting, especially when we see those small sort of team fights and 1v1s break off. But we can take a quick little look at the bracket and see exactly how it kind of unfolded yesterday. In the upper bracket, we do have the Presburg Pumper Blasters, and they're going to be going up against Bamboozle. I believe that will be our 3rd matchup of the day, and we can see the other 2 teams that are still in the upper bracket are going to be Last and Sleep, and then I think a lot of people would consider Apes to be one of the favorites of the entire tournament. They are the team that ended up winning the Warsaw Gulch Classic tournament in Europe, and they did it really, really dominant. So they've run quite an interesting composition here in Arathi Basin, bringing in 4 hunters, not utilizing the druid or the rogue whatsoever. So it's going to be interesting to see, if they can kind of continue the dominance. I mean, we had a bit of a conversation yesterday, Zico, about kind of Horde versus Alliance and who has the edge, but so far Apes are really doing a great job.
Yeah, Apes definitely looking like one of the favorites again for this tournament. They, in the initial team fight, that 1 game, they did lose out, but they just looked so coordinated, regrouping, executing on the strategies, and they were, I think, the first team to get 5 bases yesterday. They didn't actually get the 5th base before the game ended, but they had a pretty dominant showing, and of course, they are a little bit later during the day going to be facing, like you mentioned, Last and Sleep. So hopefully Last and Sleep got some good sleep tonight because they're going to need it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could take a look at the lower bracket. This is kind of the bracket of death. At this point, if you lose, you are completely out of the tournament. So we do have Venoxis Finest. They're going to be going up against Gaslighting. And then Scooter versus Deutschbon, the German train. So yeah, lots of interesting games. All these teams have lost so far in the tournament, and they're going to be in that kind of really, really scary position of being in that lower bracket. But out of these top 8 teams, just so you know, it's going to be the top 6 that do make it to the championship bracket, I do believe. So this is actually, these are some of the most important games, because during the qualifiers, winning the qualifiers doesn't necessarily get you anything. I guess if you get top 2, you get a bye in the bracket. So that's obviously important. But I would say for this tournament, these games are probably some of the most important to actually make it to that bracket. So these next 2 have a lot on the line for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And like you mentioned, in the lower bracket, that is 1 loss and you are out. You have 1 lifeline, and you used it when you got to the lower bracket. So Deutschbon and Scooter, they're gonna be put to the test, and top 6 advancing to the championship. and we are going to have that not next week, but the week after that. So next week we're going to be looking at North America, and then the week that follows we will be doing NA finals and EU finals in that same weekend. First game of the day, though, that is being set up right now is going to be Venoxis Finest versus Gaslighting, I'm pretty sure. And I mean, Gaslighting had, I want to say, the closest match of the day yesterday against Titanen. A very back and forth game where they were ultimately able to win with like a 150-point differential. Venoxis Finest, though, they have been able to best most of the competition here. They actually got down to the lower bracket on a DQ, so used some prohibited stuff. And but that was a pretty convincing victory regardless. So I think this is one of those sharks down here in the lower bracket. I think they are one of the teams that's definitely looking at that top 6 performance.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I mean, Venoxis Finest, they've been doing a really good job. I mean, one of the main strategies you see in Arathi Basin, if you haven't played it a lot, is there's 5 bases on the map. And if you can find yourself in a situation where you can have 3 bases that are connected, so you can have the central node, the blacksmith, and then if you're a horde side, the farm paired with the mine or lumber mill, kind of that triangle formation on the map, that is a really, really solid place to defend. And if you can set that up for your team, you kind of set yourself up for success, because the way Arathi Basin works is once you have those 3 bases, as long as you're rotating well and you have like good defenders allocated, it is really difficult for the enemy team to kind of break through, and they have to kind of play mind games, hit multiple nodes at once, and really kind of throw you off guard to come back in a series. So, the initial stages of the game are just so important. If you can win that blacksmith fight, if you can pick up some of the side nodes, quite often that is who ends up winning the match.
Yeah, definitely. I think you kind of hit the nail on its head there. You got the big team fight in Blacksmith. Whoever gets that is going to be in that prime position. And with AB, it's a lot about strategy. It's a lot about you have 15 players on both teams. You got 30 players on the map, and where do you want to send those, and which classes you want to send where? I think that's a big part of the skill in AB. Maybe not so much about individual plays. I mean, sometimes in those 1v1s and 2v2s for sure, but mostly about, okay, they have, stables and farm. Let's attack both of them at the same time. And, they're going to lose one of those bases. Then decide, okay, do we want to defend here? Do we want to send a big squad and attack somewhere else? Even when you're ahead, sometimes it's good to just send out like 2 people, kind of suicide bombers, to go somewhere and try to force some defenders there. And now we are going to get into our first game here, Ben.
Yes, we are. And we can see on the horde side of the map, we have alliance players. So this is one of those matchups that is going to be Paladin versus Paladin, Alliance versus Alliance, but representing the horde side of the map will be Gaslighting. And then on the Alliance side of the map, we have Venoxis Finest. So we'll see where these teams decide to kind of allocate their resources, so to speak, their players at the beginning of the game, where they decided to position their troops, and how it kind of unfolds. And I mean, just looking at these 2 compositions, there's a lot of players to go through. So give me a moment to kind of look at these compositions and determine some of the differences, because it's not exactly obvious. It looks actually pretty even. I'd say the one thing is Venoxis Finest has Krotos on the Druid, and we did see we both kind of liked the Druid yesterday. The Moonfire spam from range was looking top notch.
Yeah, Venoxis Finest definitely looked like a pretty strong team yesterday. They had that rogue Ramon yesterday was able to make some big plays. They have the Shadow Priest, of course, on that one side, and they are going to be going up against Gaslighting, the Russian squad here. You can see all of those names swarming the blacksmith here as we see that first team fight about to erupt here. And I think in the start, it's a lot about positioning. You don't really necessarily want to fight on top of the flag. You just want to make sure that no one can cap the flag. You just want to be near it and poke people from very far away. A lot of people here are taking a lot of damage. You already see a warrior go down there, and no team here is playing horde, so both teams don't have to worry about that elemental shaman burst that's going to be coming in. And I think there's a 1v1 happening here. A rogue just got sapped somewhere.
Yeah, there's a 1v1 happening at mine, and actually at Lumbermill is a bit of a 2v2. Both teams have pulled their defenders. The Alliance side, Venoxis Finest, ended up pulling their defender at Stables very early on, and they actually picked up Goldmine as well. So really nicely done there by the Rogue at Goldmine, I do believe. And for Lumbermill, there's a bit of a 2v2 skirmish going on, and this is a really impactful 2v2 skirmish. picking up that lumber mill is going to be ever so important.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to see that lumber mill going to start generating a lot of points here. And as long as you keep blacksmith kind of uncontested, it doesn't matter if one team, if no one caps it. As long as nobody caps it and
Ooh.
you have that 2v2 situation happening, then you're good. Krotos trying
Is Schroeder's going to let him
so
cap?
desperately. Oh, he's going to get the cap here, actually. Yep, there it is. So we're going to have the Horde team are going to be able to claim
Oh
out
no!
that lumber mill. But Ramon
Oh
gets the mine.
goodness. Yeah, I mean, they picked up the mine. I feel like the Horde, they just abandoned the central position. Gaslighting, I think once they picked up the side nodes, they kind of abandoned that central positioning. The Alliance was able to pick up the mine. Now that they have Blacksmith, this is the exact position Venoxis Finest has found themselves in time and time again. And they have done an amazing job at defending. So I think for Gaslighting, representing the Horde side, it's going to be really difficult to break through this defense. And if they can do it, they will be the first team that has been able to do it against Venoxis Finest. Definitely not an easy thing to do, but we can kind of pay attention to where they're positioned on the map and look to see how they're going to split up their troops, because just winning a straight up team fight is really difficult in Arathi Basin, just to the nature of the spirit res. If you're at Goldmine, for example, and you have a big skirmish there, the team that has the flag will just keep spawning there. So it makes it really, really difficult to win team fights. And more often than not, you have to kind of get creative and kind of tricky to pick up one of these nodes in this situation.
Yeah, so now Venoxis Finest are going to have that 3 base advantage, but of course, there's still going to be a never ending fight kind of going down here in Blacksmith. And we're going to see here big damage coming out here as they try to push Gaslighting back onto the farm here, trying to turn them into pumpkin farmers. And we're going to see Ramon here on the rogue. He's going to be making his way there in the water, trying to get a little bit ahead of the enemy team. And I really like this. This is something that they like to do a lot. They just send Krotos and Ramon around to kind of just annoy defenders and try to pull people from the offense to the defense here. And you're going to see Ramon, he's just sitting here waiting. And as soon as that big squad that is right now moving towards Lumber Mill, as soon as they decide if they want to attack, Lumber Mill or Blacksmith, that's when Ramon is going to have a nice opportunity where the whole team is just distracted to go try to find whoever's defending, sap him, cap the base, or maybe blind him. We've seen him get creative with those mind control caps and things like that yesterday. So definitely a lot of potential here for him. But the thing is, you are also limited on time here. As soon as those people that are fighting at Blacksmith realizes what's going on, then they're going to be sending somebody to come and stop Ramon in his tracks. So he needs to be very careful, needs to be very quick, but the payout is very big if he can execute on that ninja cap. And we are going to see the Russian rogue here doing the same thing at Goldmine. But again, there's 2 people there and they have a rotating mage. And now it looks like they're sending a squad over to Goldmine here. So they're going to be sending a split force around here. A few people on Blacksmith, a few people on Goldmine. And I like that. I think split up your offense and attack multiple bases.
Jazero, I feel like he just made a big mistake. He jumped off the cliff at Goldmine and he ice blocked to avoid the fall damage. I feel like you can the blink, you can slow fall. Maybe he didn't have the reagents, but now he's down 2 ice blocks in this team fight. So a bit of an interesting play there. We have a split attack here coming in from the Horde side, going mine as well as Blacksmith. And we'll see if they can make anything of it. Once again, I really do like the fact that although Venoxis Finest is set up really, really nicely defensively with these 3 bases, they still have a rogue kind of poking and prodding and looking for openings. And it forces defenders to stay back on the Horde side, making their offense really, really difficult to actually push forward. And it looks like the Horde will get kind of knocked and slapped away from Goldmine. Then Blacksmith really isn't going their way either. So far, things are looking rough here for Gaslighting.
Yeah, Venoxis Finest doing an excellent job so far defending, and we are going to see Ramon here. Oh, that's not where you want to be. The entire team just rezzed on him. They're going to be hunting him. He actually catches a heal right there. He might be able to make it alive. Ramon lives to see another day on the rogue. And we are going to see the Russian rogue here attacking over at Stables, and I do believe he knows where Macunia is hiding on that hunter, but there's also Krotos kind of lurking in the wings. And we see a little bit of a Valerie coming in there and getting a free killing bow there at Goldmine as well. Kind of most people right now are just grouped up at farm. You can see here the squad of Gaslighting. They're just waiting to get all of their members in position, waiting to get their rogues where they need them, waiting to get their offense where they need them, and they're going to probably set up a big push. I would like to see them go for something like a lumber mill maybe, and have somebody attack stables at the same time. It's not that easy to defend those two, I would say. I think blacksmith though, by default, there's always going to be people there defending it. So I feel like it's not worth to go after blacksmith.
Yeah, I think one key difference between classic Arathi Basin and Battle for Azeroth Arathi Basin, or the more recent versions of it, there's a lot of differences, but one big difference in Battlegrounds in particular is being able to see your opponents coming from very far away. On the live servers in Battle for Azeroth, you can see the nameplates from a very far distance. In Classic, it's not like that, so it's much more difficult to actually keep track of where the opponent is going. And I think that's one of the things I really like about Ramon is doing in particular. He's kind of behind enemy lines, scouting out, just calling numbers. Okay, they're setting up, 6 going up to lumber mill. They're probably going to go hit stables. Okay, they got about 6 ready to go hit blacksmith, and it just allows Venoxis Finest to always have troops in the proper position to defend. And I think that kind of reconnaissance work is really, really nice for Venoxis Finest. Just wanted to call that out.
Yeah, and that's a fair thing to call out here. And we do see a bit of a fight breaking out here in stables, man. And we're gonna see Brugrim here, named the best warlock in Venoxis, actually because of his name. So unfortunately for Pitspats, he's not gonna be able to win
like
that competition. Yeah, well,
I think that we have a bit of a split here on the desk. Yeah, but
well,
it sounds like more friendly.
We do have a bit of a split on the screen here as well.
Split on the desk, split on the screen. Pitspats, Brugrim. Pitspats sounds like a really cute name for like a gnome warlock, So I don't know. I'm a fan for sure. Once again, it just seems like Gaslighting, they are kind of struggling in all of these team fights. They really can't make too much happen. Now, it looks like they're setting up a few members of their team to maybe go attack stables, positioning at lumber mill. So they do have that option available, but at blacksmith and at goldmine, they're getting smashed. I mean, if we looked at the score screen right now, I think it would be very one-sided in favor of the alliance, in favor of Venoxis Finest. The killing blows, I mean, they're not even having to use the spirit res. That's just an extra little bonus if they happen to lose a team fight. So far, they're just straight up just owning. And it's definitely a rough spot for the Horde side to be in. But that's kind of the benefit you get for having a really good start to the game. We could see the Horde pushing in, but there's 3 people on defense, and immediately Brugrim, he's going to help Pitpats right now. Pitpats in a little bit of trouble, has a warrior on him, and it looks like he will end up falling. Wasn't able to get any heals, unfortunately, but all of a sudden there's 6-7 defenders in favor of the alliance, and this horde side attack is just a little bit too slow. Pitspats was able to not only buy a lot of time by staying alive, but now he's rezzed as well. So this is just completely one-sided. We can see this fight as well. I mean, at this point, what do we really want to see Gaslighting do, Zico? It feels like the team fights are just not going their way at all.
Yeah, I think for Gaslighting, the one thing that's been kind of a problem for them is that it takes so long to regroup and to actually send their forces around. I think they need to be a little bit more unpredictable. Don't try to get the perfect engages all the time. Just send people around on the map, send people and just try to, play a little bit more situationally, play a little bit more in the moment. You want to have that general plan here. Ooh, Ramon gets found here. We got a 1v1 situation happening. He's about to get trapped here by the hunter. And this is actually not too bad. If the hunter doesn't reveal his pet, he's going to be in a good spot. But if he does reveal his pet, the pet is right there behind Ramon. Big aim shot crit. He's in the flare. He gets stunned. There's no way Ramon survives this. He's not going to even be able to vanish here. Actually, now he's outside of the flare. He might be able to survive, but there is backup here. So unfortunately for Ramon, that was not a fair fight. A couple of members res there. And that's the thing. That could have actually really turned out in the rogue's favor. All you had to do was use rocket on there on the hunter, blind the pet. Could have capped the base if no one rezzed. So I like that Ramon is going for these plays. Despite being the team in the lead, if you just have a rogue running around, a druid running around, maybe even together, just trying to ninja cap stuff, it just puts the team that desperately needs to get something going even further behind. So I think Ramon is not going to be useful in that team fight anyway. So having that rogue kind of creating a little bit of chaos in the back line is always nice. But they are going to go for the blacksmith push here, and they're doing a bit of a split here. So they're sending in a little bit of cannon fodder here to blacksmith, but I think stables is the main objective here. Stables is the least defended one, and we have a 3-man versus 3-man here. Brugrim going to be living up to his name on that warlock, but right now he is taking a lot of damage here from the warrior. Freezing trap comes out. There's the death coil. Big heals coming out from Krotos. He gets caught up in the mind control cap. Look at that Fell Hunter dispel there by Brugrim, immediately dispelling that rocket helmet there on his druid, and now he's going to be getting big fat heals. No interrupts here on the paladin here in the backline though. He's throwing out massive heals here on the warrior, and it's looking pretty good so far for the horde side. But they are fighting on top of a graveyard, so if anybody dies in blacksmith or anywhere else really on the map on the side of Venoxis Finest, there's a chance that they might just res here and try to take over. There's also the potential of more people just coming here to the defense. So this fight, the longer the Lock Hunter can just stay alive, the better it is for Venoxis Finest. And you can see it right there. The backup is coming in here. You got the Shadow Priest moving in to dispel the Hammer of Justice and to get some big damage dots, throw out some shields here. Krotos is going to be completely tapped on mana, Macunia and the Warlock. And Krotos playing an excellent 3 versus 3 there, and securing that objective, keeping it in their team's favor.
Very nicely done, and you can just see, this is what I was talking about. I mean, Venoxis Finest, their defense has just been so solid. Like any team, I don't know, we really haven't seen a team be able to break their defense so far. They just set themselves up for success, picking up those 3 nodes that are connected in the triangle formation, and then their rotations, having Ramon push in. There's just it's been a joy to watch so far, and I mean, Gaslighting, they haven't been able to figure it out. They're having a hard time in this situation, and we'll see what they're able to really come up with. I suppose. I guess the idea for them is going to be continue to just go for these split strategy fights, try to catch them off guard. But if they're not winning the team fights, I feel like it's almost impossible for them to come back in this game. Like they really need to figure it out. I don't know if they need to kind of mix up the compositions that they're running at these multiple bases, but it seems difficult. And you can see Ramon, he's actually waiting in the wings. He's going to be going in. They might have, did they pull their defender? I think they actually pulled their defender from farm. I think Ramon's just going to be able to cap this for free. This is so sad. Gaslighting, they pulled their defenders. They're trying to win the team fights, but immediately Ramon, he's done his reconnaissance work and he realizes, hey, there's nobody here. I'm just going to pick this up. And it's at that exact moment, I'm sure, people watching can relate. I've definitely been there. You're behind, you try to make a play, and then your base gets cast, and you're just like, what do we do now? The Horde basically, they're going to struggle to get that base back. And I'm actually curious to see if Venoxis Finest decides to commit to defending the farm, because if they do, maybe there's some opportunities. But I mean, every moment that's going by, Horde side is falling further and further behind, and this is looking like a nightmare for them.
I think for Venoxis Finest, I mean, you just keep your rogue there, and that's about it. You just keep defending the 3 key bases. This is just kind of a bonus for you that was being gifted, and that's exactly what they're doing. Ramon is just sapping the guy who's trying to cap it. Never opens. Just keep sapping him. Keep, just interrupting him, trying to be buying as much time as possible here for his team. And they're going to have to send even more people to deal with Ramon. He does get found there in stealth, and now he is going to struggle a little bit here trying to defend that. He gets scattered into the freezing trap, so probably actually into the polymorph, so very unlikely he's going to be able to hold on to this base here, but he's actually going to trinket vanish. Can he get the blind? Ramon does get the mind control cap. He's going for the 2v1. Big plays coming in here. Can he get the kick? He doesn't, but he has a hunter on his team. That hunter should be able to stop the mage, and he does with the mind control. Ramon is a king. Look at him. He's going to get the re-stuff. He's going to get the sap potentially here on the hunter. Ooh, he almost one-digs the mage right there. He just cold-blooded vist him. That mage is not going to be on high HP, but he is waddling around almost there. Gets the gouge. The Nova is going to be vanished, and now he's looking for the blind here. He gets it. Can he actually go for the 2v1? No! He's so close. A few more swings. He brings out the bow. Does it crit? He munches a potion, and he does take down the mage, but now there's more backup. Ramon dies. a glorious death. He dies a hero's death, and Gaslighting, they will be getting their base back, but it costed 3 people, multiple cooldowns, so much time, and they're gonna have to wait a full minute before that base is gonna give them points. I mean, at this point, they're gonna need a 4 cap to actually win.
I think Ramon is my favorite player so far. I'm going to be honest. Ramon is just that 2v1, like the way he uses all the engineering items, like it was constant scouting and poking and prodding. It's really fun to watch. So I'm excited to see. Now, it's likely at this point that Venoxis Finest will be walking away with a victory. Not impossible for the Horde to come back, but they really need to make something happen, and they need to make something happen fast. Not going to be easy, but yeah, Ramon, absolute joy. One of my favorite players so far. And we'll see how their team can continue to do. Once again, we have Gaslighting trying to go. See, it's just like, what is that push? There's the mage trying to go in and get the base by himself, but unfortunately, it doesn't work out. And what is this hunter doing? This hunter is doing, a bit of jumping and a bit of mountaineering on this goat or on this ram, trying to position behind, getting behind enemy lines right now, maybe going for the 1v1, but he's been scouted, and I don't think that's going to accomplish too much. I'm going to be honest.
Oh, we got another mind control here. We got another pet, a mounted one at that. We're going to see the paladin here coming in with the bop onto crit. A little bit of a 3v3 situation happening here. And it's looking like it's going to be going in Venoxis Finest favor. Once again, they're holding their base. Crit. Is he going to live up to his name? It actually looked like a resist right there, so that's unlucky for him. But I want to talk a little bit more about Ramon. I mean, let's be honest. This game is pretty much done. Venoxis Finest, congrats. Unless you guys feed extremely hard, this is looking like, it's going to go in their favor. But I want to talk a little bit more about Ramon. You're saying he's one of your favorite players so far. And because of how he's been using his engineering items, and look at him right now again in the fight, annoying the defenders, catches a nice little heal there, trying to make his way out, munches a pot on his way out, just trying to be as annoying as possible. And this hunter, he doesn't care at this point if he's going to lose the BG. He's going to take down Ramon. The reason why I like Ramon so much is because I also like his name. In like Egyptian, it means pomegranate, which is coincidentally one of my favorite fruits. So Ramon,
a pomegranate.
Yeah, that's it. Did I pronounce that wrong?
I think it was
Did
a
I
little
say
off,
pomegranate?
I think you did.
Whatever. Yeah, so I like
big shout
Ramon.
out to pomegranates. Yeah, for sure. I mean, full of antioxidants, and delicious. No question about it. Kind of annoying to eat, to be fair, but I guess it's, Ramon has been annoying for Gaslighting, so maybe it fits,
Yeah, he's like a stain on your clothes after you've eaten it. I'm sure the mage that had to defend against him feels that way.
Oh, that's perfect. All right. I want to see Ramon. Actually, we haven't really, we did at the beginning, but this is a really important game. Venoxis Finest winning this game, that puts them in that top 6 position. So, I mean, congratulations to them. It's looking like, barring a miracle coming up from Gaslighting, which it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen, they actually make it in the top 6. So we will be seeing them in a few weekends in the European Championship round, which is really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be big for Venoxis Finest, clawing their way through that lower bracket, taking down a lot of formidable opponents, and it's looking like this is going to be their match. And I mean, for them, that's fantastic. They're going to qualify for that championship, and for them, obviously, they want to make it all the way to the finals here so they can get that bye. We're going to have a bye for that championship stage for the teams that, for both of the teams that make it to the finals here. So a lot of pride on the line as well to be able to say that you won the qualifier. So definitely good stuff here for them. And for Gaslighting, Ramon, he gets another one. Unbelievable. He goes for the lumber mill. I'm pretty sure that was a 1v1 as well. Actually, was it? Maybe they didn't have a defender there. There is somebody there on the graveyard, though, so he might have killed somebody and taken the base. I wouldn't be surprised, considering how well he's played this game.
Well, that is going to do it. And we can take a look at the score screen. And I think the score screen will kind of tell the story of this game. Look at the killing blows. I would say Gaslighting, they struggled in this one. They fell behind very early on, unfortunately losing out on the Blacksmith. And then after that, it was just a story of getting basically rinsed at every single one of these team fights. And I mean, that just kind of goes to show you how dominant Venoxis Finest really was in this match. And I do think that they're one of these teams that is going to be a contender to make it very far in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think you kind of hit the nail on its head. I mean, you look at the killing blows. I see a lot of blue, but I don't see too much of that red. I think Gaslighting got a little bit outclassed here, to be honest. It just looks like, Venoxis Finest, they got to stick to their game plan. They just wanted to get the 3 bases. They got them. They held on to them beautifully. And then they just sent their rogue around to do rogue things. And that's it.
Yep. And that'll be the story of this game. And after this, we can take a look at the bracket once again and kind of see how it is unfolded. But once again, big congratulations to Venoxis Finest for making it to the championship bracket. And unfortunately for Gaslighting, they will be eliminated. But shout out to them as well for some great games. The next matchup we do have is going to be Scooter versus Deutschbon. And I know for you, Zico, Deutschbon, you've got some friends on that team. Is that correct?
I do, yeah. And, I'm a big fan of Scooter's music as well, so I'm very conflicted in this match. But we're going to be watching Deutschbon, which, let's be honest, they're from Venoxis. Venoxis Finest is the Alliance team. Deutschbon is the Horde team. Now, I'm of the opinion that Deutschbon is actually Venoxis Finest. So hopefully we can see those. I'm just, I'm not biased because I have friends on Deutschbon or anything like that. Just judging by their gameplay only and nothing else, I would say Deutschbahn just, they kind of ran that train over a lot of teams yesterday. FC, Bale, Salona, took down a lot of crowd favorites yesterday, broke a lot of hearts. So I'm excited to see what they can do there. And Scooter as well, I think we saw one of their games yesterday, and they did have a pretty convincing victory themselves. So I'm not sure what we're going to be seeing here, but I'm excited to see my boy Prey on Deutschbahn, of course, on that Ellie Shaman, and to see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. Yesterday, I'd say he had a really, really solid performance, and you talked about him yesterday. But he used to compete, actually. I remember hanging out with him and talking about Windwalker Monks at a tournament that he was playing in, and yeah, it was a good time. He's obviously a phenomenal player, and it's kind of cool to see him in this classic event as well, representing that elemental shaman. We saw him get some big one-shots, and I'm really excited to see like a high-caliber Horde team go up against a really high-caliber Alliance team and see how that one does kind of play out. But yeah, next game, Scooter versus Deutschbon. And Scooter, I forget Scooter. Is Scooter Alliance or Horde? Do you know?
Scooter is... let me remember here.
We'll find out shortly. Look at this. This is going to be...
They're Alliance, yeah. I remember now.
They're Alliance, huh? You remember? Wow, that's amazing. Good memory.
Yeah, so we're going to have Scooter versus Deutschbahn. Deutschbahn is Horde. Scooter is Alliance. And already I'm seeing a few things. A druid, Red Sky. He had a pretty good performance yesterday. They were sending him and Maximus on that rogue around, and they were able to cap a lot of bases. Scooter, I want to say, Ramon, he is one of the MVP rogues so far of this tournament, but I want to actually make an argument for Maximus as well. I saw Maximus yesterday defend in 1 versus 2 situations, go for ninja caps, him and Red Sky, playing out the 2v2 situations at Lumber Mill beautifully. So these guys, I'm excited to see what they can do in the start, especially. I think we're going to be seeing Maximus and Red Sky sent off to a gold mine or to Lumber Mill, and they're going to be dealing with whoever is there. And then we're probably going to see, a big team fight happening here in Blacksmith. And I would actually expect that team fight in Blacksmith to kind of go in favor of the Horde, just seeing because of the fact that they have these elemental shamans who are ready to blast. And we're seeing Maximus on that rogue, leading the charge. Red Sky right behind him, wants to get to LM as quickly as humanly possible because he plays human.
That is true. And we have Dantos playing Undead, trying to get to the base as Undead. Oh, that didn't work. That didn't work nearly as well. Yeah, but it's going to be Dantos going down to the mine. We're going to have a 1v1 here between Bberg, who is playing a Hunter. So we have a Hunter versus Rogue 1v1 for the mine. Oh. And then at the Lumber Mill, you get scatter trapped. Oh no, Dantos! Oh, this is unfortunate. Bberg is looking like he will be able to get the mine, and Maximus putting out tons of damage, maximal damage at Lumbermill, looking like he might be able to take down this priest. Unfortunately
Oh,
not. He gets naded. Now Dantos trying to reclaim this base. This is going to go for a blind play. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. He gets a cheap shot. Can he actually take him down? This Hunter versus Rogue. This is an interesting matchup. The Renataki's Cold Blood comes in. Bberg's getting lower. Dantos now into a scatter, into another trap. Oh no! No, I think that's going to be it. Bberg should be able to get this flag, and I think Dantos will go down after that.
yeah. Well, I wouldn't be too sure. It depends on what Dantos is wearing. If he has a rocket helmet, he can just rocket helm the hunter, blind the pet, get the base. Maybe he can even kill him outright if he can make it there. It doesn't look like he hit the nade, and it's looking like Dantos. He's not going to be able to win this 1v1. Excellent play here. He's wait, Dantos. I had a good one.
He's Don Toast.
Done toast.
Yeah,
no, I like that.
Don Toast, looking like done toast.
You take it. I'll come back.
Okay, yeah, done toast, and let's see what's going on in the rest of the map. We still have Lumbermill up for contention. This is Alliance actually sending a lot of reinforcements here. We'll see if the Horde are going to be able to follow, because I feel like if they don't see more Horde rotating to Lumbermill, I think the Alliance are going to be able to pick up this base, and that would be large for them. But both teams sending in reinforcements. I believe the central node was picked up by the Horde, and actually we see Farm got ninja'd as well in the meantime. So right now Alliance looking good. Horde still has 0 points, and it is 3 bases in favor of the Alliance. They've given up the central node, but they've been able to pick up the farm, the mine, the stables, and now potentially the lumber mill. Deutschbon right now, they need to try to come back in this. If they can defend, the thing is, like, even in this position where you're behind on bases, if you have that central node, it makes it really easy to rotate, and you can come back from this situation. I think it's super unreasonable that Scooter, well, it's going to be really difficult for them to defend all these nodes, and you can see the farm has been picked up. Blacksmith is available, and it looks like they're going to be able to get Lumbermill as well. And if they get those 3, then all of a sudden Deutschbon is going to be able to come back in this game.
Deutschbahn is getting ready to leave the station here. This train is about to cap the golden trio, the 3 infinity stones here that they need to be able to secure a top 6 placement here up against Scooter. And the best thing I could get on the Dante thing was he sails his yacht across the bay, drives a Marinello, you know, because Miss California, the singer's name. Anyway, we're gonna see Dwarf Pad here, getting padded a little bit by this warrior, and he's gonna get a full fear there, so he's gonna survive. And we got a ninja cap attempt here coming out at LM. Can they get it? Nice 6 demon bag there. Actually, never mind. That was a chain lightning from the opposite end. No 6 demon bags here. The only demon on the map was Warlock from last game. And see a full fear here on Sanchez, and he is gonna be able to will that one, getting back here onto that priest, and this priest not going to be able to hold on for much longer. Maximus is sapped. What's going on? He's getting cheap shot. There's a 1v1 happening. I can feel it.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer Maximus is going to be able to hold on. It looks like he will be going down in the kidney shot. And Horde side, they're looking pretty good right now. They still have to hold on to the lumber mill. It's a bit of a contention for them right now. Farm as well. We do have one member of the Horde who's kind of sneaking over to stables, trying to keep them honest, making sure that Scooter is going to be holding on to some defenders, but it was looking so good for Scooter at the early stages of this game. Obviously, they're not out of it yet, but this is going to be one difficult wall to break. We see Pry on the Elemental Shaman going for a big one-shot, and I don't see the Alliance there anymore, so it's likely that Alliance has been evaporated by Chain Lightning. And it looks like Lumbermill is going to stabilize in favor of the Horde. They should be able to hold on.
You know, when you said that, what I was just thinking like the entire Alliance team was just walking into Cthulhu's room and just getting blasted, getting zapped by a chain lightning. And we are going to see Nevermind here getting a little bit zapped. He's actually going to use his ice cube here. And we are seeing a little bit of resistance coming out from these Alliance players here, but I'm not sure to what avail here. They are rezzing down here on the graveyard on the Horde side, and they got so much manpower here. So I'm not sure if Rodal is going to be able to hold on for too much longer. Those warriors with the Wind Fury totems not going to be making his life any easier. Probably not going to be rotating away from LM. And wait, look at that. We got Venoxis here sitting in the back line, trying to be sneaky. What are you doing? You keep hiding. You crazy? He's just gonna. He's like, never mind me, guys. Sorry, guys. I missed
Gotta
the
go.
train here. Got a black. Wait, is that a 60%, Andy? There's no way
No,
that's a
no,
60%
no.
mount, right? I feel like you should just get
There's
DQ'd
no
if
way.
you have a 60% mount in this tournament. I mean, come on, guys. Oh, he's doing a great job in this 1v1. Mage v Mage here. Virix. Wait, no, that's not Mage v Mage. Is it a Mage v Mage? It looks like a Warlock. It is a Mage v Mage.
Gonzalez,
But
yeah, it is a mage versus mage, and the wand will be the final thing that takes Rick down. Unfortunately for Rick, that was a pretty one-sided 1v1. And Horde right now, they're looking stable. They got the blacksmith, they got the lumber mill, they got the farm. Alliance, what are they going to do? I mean, they're sending a bit of a hit squad right now. You can see them traveling the road to the farm, potentially looking to get to that pumpkin patch, but they're kind of getting intercepted. And I like when the Horde does this. I like when, and I think that's one of the reasons why this road is so dangerous to travel, is because it's easy for the Horde to send in members to just attack, slow you down, nova you. Then even if we see Nevermind D go down, it doesn't really matter. He's going to respawn at one of the nodes and be able to reconnect and get back to his team. And then during the meantime, he's splitting everyone up. He's slowing everyone down and buying his team a little bit of time to rotate also.
oh, dude, I thought for a second it said Ramond, like on that mage. I was like, what? Is this guy playing two characters in the tournament right now? But no, he's not. Dwarf Pad going to be charging in here to Blacksmith. So we're going to see a big push here coming out from Scooter. Dwarf Pad's already on his scooter, charging in as a priest. Not typically what you see here, but we are going to see a bit of a kind of a sketchy rogue mage synergy there. One rogue wants to kill the priest, the other one wants to CC him. Not going to be working out there, and we see Oystan getting evaporated here in this team fight. And you can see, I think Scooter, they brought a Scooter to a Ferrari race or to a train track, because it's not looking great right now for them. So outnumbered, and Deutschbon slowly but surely just staying in control.
I think one of the most enjoyable things for me in this tournament so far is just watching Elemental Shaman, the lightning in his hands, shoot out the lightning bolt, and then the next thing you know, a nameplate just disappears. Like, ooh, Red Sky actually going for a ninja. Red Sky might actually be able to do it. It's getting close. Maximus and Red Sky going in for a big ninja cap action here. Can they get it? This throws it a nade. Oh, it's too little, too late. Why didn't he throw the death coil on Red Sky?
Yeah,
that was a big misplay by Misk. Oh, that is really unfortunate. But you know, these things happen. And now it's going to be up to these Horde defenders to try to make something happen. Red Sky looking good. Maximus as well. They managed to get the cap, and it looks like Bisk actually will go down. And now that they don't have that node, they won't be spawning there. And I think this rogue druid duo is going to be able to stabilize. And I think that's one really nice thing about having a druid on your team, is you have an additional kind of stealth member that can not only heal in team fights, but also go and try to ninja bases with a rogue. And it is working out really well for this team. And this might actually put them completely back in it.
Yeah, just as I say, Deutschbahn is looking completely in control. They mess up a little bit there, lose out on the base. I feel like if Biscu just either coiled the guy who was defending or just threw a nade and didn't coil anybody, I think he could have actually stopped that. He had a little bit of time because that blind did break early, but this is going to mean that we have a series or a game on our hands here. Scooter now going to be taking the point swing here potentially if they can hold these three bases. I mean, farm and stables, they are not two bases that you want to be holding on to. It's extremely hard to hold both of those, but we'll see how good of a job they can do. Honestly, I think at this point, if you're on Scooter, you just send some people to just kind of AoE the flag, try to keep it as long as possible, and then you just send more people to Blacksmith, because that's, I think, is the big objective. It doesn't look like they're going to be getting it here, though. Bberg getting feared up here,
Pry.
getting crowd controlled, and Pry doing what he can here. Oh, he was so close there to getting it. Dwarf Pad now waddling across there. They need more CC on Dwarf Pad. I think Dwarf Pad is going to be able to stop Pry here. Bberg as well, a true MVP for his team. First off, farming Dantos in that 1v1. Now, preventing his base from being capped, trying to stay alive with how many melees on him. How is he still alive? DPI definitely turning up for that one and doing a good job keeping his hunter alive.
Oh, Maximus!
Keeping them. Oh, Maximus against Dantos. Who's going to get the 1v1?
Ooh.
Dantos gets the sap. Maximus has 2 members CC'd. and there's a third member. You got to feel a little bit for Maximus there, honestly,
Yeah.
trying so hard to get that 2v1 cap, but there's just a third member spawning, and he's just like, psych.
Do you get do you get the feeling that Maximus was like, "Oh, I got them both. I'm gonna cap. I'm gonna cap." And then there's a rogue third defender just sapping him up. That does normally happen that way, but all right, Alliance right now they're back in it. They've got these three bases, but these bases are they're not going to be easy to defend. I do think Horde side they need to try to mix it up, spice it up a little bit, maybe go after stables after they get wiped at farm. They're going to be able to get to stables a lot faster, and I think that is going to be important. Maximus, though, spawning, trying to help out and maybe take down Sanchez, maybe take down Neo Dread if he can. He's just going to be sitting in stealth, not really revealing his position just yet. There's a full sap, and I think the Alliance, I think Scooter will be able to clean this up, and in terms of points, they're actually now ahead for the first time in this game, so they're ahead on points, and now it's actually going to be Deutschbon that has to try to figure it out, but having that central position is a lot better. I would say. I mean, if you have that central position, you're going to be able to assault these three different nodes really, really quickly, rotate between them, and I think Scooter is going to have a difficult time actually defending all of these.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. Maximus almost taking down Nasho here in the process. Nasho is gonna go down there though. SEL seal. He's gonna be sending him to the water. Anyway, we're gonna see El Costa here as well. trying a little something here at farm, but I do feel like the cost is going to be too high here if he tries to linger for too long. Just probably want to just die and get to the graveyard. And there it is. They are going to be taking him down after that rest timer ticked, presumably. And now Deutschbahn looking a little bit lost, a train on the wrong tracks. What are they going to do? I think they're going to be going for gold mine, and I think, honestly, going for gold mine is probably the worst thing they can do. I think at this point you attack farm and stables at the same time, and that way you're going to get either stables or you're going to get farm, and then you keep control with that mid portion, and you're back in situation. Big blast coming out there though.
Yeah, Pry just one-shotting again. That's never going to get old. It really is never going to get old. Unfortunately, that chain lightning didn't do anything. Road die is looking super durable there. But once again, this Horde versus Alliance fight is going to commence. The one thing, so I would say the one thing I don't really like about going after mine is then just the node you have it's not nice. It doesn't feel good to have lumber mill, blacksmith, and mine. Then it becomes really difficult to defend it. I don't think we've actually seen that yet. Those three nodes connected for a team. Maximus is going to be trying to make some plays here, keeping the Horde honest and forcing them to defend just a little bit. This Rogue Druid 2 versus 2 gouge on the Warlock, but there's no way Red Sky's going to be able to actually cap. I think they need to actually just fight here and try to take someone down. And it's looking like Red Sky might just abandon Maximus, just saying, you know what, I'll heal you, let's run away. Maximus gets dropped, and Red Sky says, bye, going into travel form, and going to be retreating that one from that one with his tail between his legs, and the Horde looking like they got cleaned up here at the mine as well. So things still looking good here for the Alliance side, but a big assault at farm. I think farm is going to be the main point of contention right now. And let's see if they can actually get it down. The Alliance trying to get there as fast as they can. They have numbers advantage right now. The reinforcements are coming. Dwarf Pad has to be the one to shut it down. Can he do it? He's getting close. Beberg as well. And all these Horde are just so low. All of them are capping. And they all get multi-shot. Big damage coming in from Beberg. And it looks like the Alliance are able to rotate and get into position. And that's just one of those things where I feel like sometimes these teams, they overcommit. They're in like a 6 versus 2 situation, and instead of being in that 6 versus 2 situation, you should have someone break off and try to go peel the reinforcements. I think that's just one thing we really need to see these teams do a little bit better, because if they had been able to do that, if they sent one person out to the bridge between farm and gold mine, that one person could have slowed everyone down, and that could have easily been a cap.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. And I think the reason why they're not capping right now on farm is because they're not attacking stables at the same time. I mean, you got some people basically just sitting around in blacksmith. I think Sanchez being in the farm fight is a big mistake here for Deutschbon. I think he needs to be the one. He needs to be basically the one who makes sure that they have pressure on other bases. He needs to be in stables, trying to force multiple people to go there. And if he can do that, similar to what Maximus did, that actually got them this base in the first place, that's what's going to put Deutschbahn back into this game. If they don't do that, they just keep their rogue team fighting with them. They have two rogues, and I feel like if they combine those two rogues, they could easily ninja cap a few bases. They could just double blind, have one rogue sap off the blind and stun the other guy.
Oh no!
Maximus blinds the pet, saps the warlock. Wait, wait, what? Why did he stop that?
I don't know. That's a really good question, but I will say Maximus, he got a little unlucky there. Unfortunately for him, he got the sap on the warlock and he used the net on the pet and it backfired. But that's the joy of Classic. These things do happen, and unfortunately for Maximus, that could have been an easy cap for him, but those gadgets, dang engineers, those things backfire, and now Maximus is going to get dropped, and he's going to have to try once again to get a cap like that. But that was a really solid attempt and just a bit unlucky.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he actually had to stop. I don't know.
I think he might have been able to get it. Yeah, I don't know why he stopped either. He blinded the pet. The warlock was in a sap, and then it feels like he accidentally hit his space bar or something.
Well, we'll give him some slack. I mean, let's be honest. Maximus' big reason to why Scooter is here doing what they are doing right now, which is taking down the Deutschbon, one of the titans of the tournament so far. And, this is qualification on the line. So whoever wins here will qualify for the top 6, which means they will qualify for the championship in 2 weeks from now. So a lot on the line for these guys. Loser will just go home with nothing. So we're going to see if they can get that farm back here on the side of Deutschbahn. The points are slipping away. I mean, the longer Scooter holds on, the better it's going to be for them. If they can hold on long enough, Deutschbahn might need 4 bases to actually win this game. So for Scooter, it's business as usual. Keep everyone rotating, keep spinning those flags, and keep Maximus keeping the enemy defense on their toes. And that way, you're still having offensive pressure, and you're still playing to your win condition.
Yep. We do see the final members of the Horde get dropped at farm. And right now, the Alliance, they're just looking solid. I mean, I don't think we've seen a team actually defend these 3 nodes in particular. Normally, the Horde having kind of that central positioning, it makes it easy for them to kind of rotate around and hit multiple bases, but that is just not the case in this one. And we do see farm once again. We have, I think it's a rogue actually kind of stealthing around, looking to just keep applying pressure on the Alliance, maybe even pick up a ninja. He might be able to do it. We'll see. And right now you can also see that Lumber Mill is completely undefended. So if we see Maximus kind of rotate up to Lumber Mill once again, if he notices that, they're going to be able to actually pick up that node, which would be massive.
Yeah, that would be huge for them if they could do that. But time is of the essence here. We're going to see 9 line taking a beating here, and we're going to see again, it looks like the Alliance team is actually being overrun here on stable, so they might actually be able to get this. They're trying to slow down everybody, but so many people just respawn there on that graveyard, so many reinforcers coming in, and we are seeing some people here putting pressure on farm, and this is exactly what they need to do. Attack stables, attack farm, and see if you can crack the defense on either side. I'm not sure if they have enough time, though. The points, it's the game is slipping out of Deutschbahn's grasp here. Even if they get that mass node, it's going to take a minute for it to actually start generating those points. And I'm just not sure anymore if Deutschbahn can even win with just the 3 bases here. I do think it's going to be a close one if they can. And they're so close here to getting the base. But once again, flags being spinned. Ooh, farm, maybe. Dantos, Rockingham comes out. He's so close to getting it, but then gets there barely in time and shuts that down. Nicely done.
Yeah, and 2 really close calls there. Deutschbon almost picking up both of those nodes, but super unfortunate. Dantos might be able to get it. Gets sniped by a rank 1 Frostbolt. Renand is there from Goldmag with his Azure Song Mageblade. Looking strong. Got a nice gnomish haircut as well, and he will be saving their team. Scooter from that flag getting capped over. But you get the feeling as this game goes on that it's going to be really difficult for Deutschbon to actually come back in this one, but still might be able to actually pick up this flag. They need to spin it a little bit longer. Rage flag or Rage Monster spins the flag with his nade. Needs one more. Can they do anything around? What are you going to be able to do? DPI trying to get there as well. They might actually be able to convert this, and they do assault the farm. Nicely done there by NVMD. Got shut down a few times, but that consistency, that patience pays off for them, and they are able to pick it up. And I'm not actually sure at this point. We might actually have to see. This is going to be really, really close. One of the closest. If this ends up going down to a 3-2 and Horde stays with the 3 bases the entire time, I think this might be one of the closest games we've seen so far. But we'll have to see. Deutschbon, they might actually have to pick up another base or at least just cap it for a little bit and try to slow down some of the point generation coming in from the Alliance. And if they can do that, I think things will be looking good. But maybe if the Alliance just hold these two, they'll end up winning.
Wait, I'm kind of scared for this Hunter right now at farm. They just left him alone. Okay, no, he does have a healer with him. So I don't know what this means. I don't think they're actually going to win with 3 bases at this point. I think they actually need a 4th base on the side of Deutschbon. So they still need to make something happen. Look at Maximus, the legend. He gets the sap, but it breaks early. He gets the blind. There were still people rezzing there as well. I'm not sure if Maximus would have gotten that, but I gotta say, Maximus cross crowd control has been on point. Every single time his blind is off CD, you can see him going for these plays, trying to crowd control multiple members and just cap the base. And I mean, the other team should have more presence with their rogues. I feel like they have 2 rogues, and still you don't really see those ninjas coming out. So Maximus definitely putting his team on his back, and this is going to be a nail biter. If they can hold on to these 3 bases on the Horde side, I don't know.
Well, I think
I really don't know.
positioning. I think the positioning of these teams kind of says everything. The Alliance is turtling at 2 bases, and the Horde is abandoning everything to try to pick up a 4th. So I think if it plays out like this, if we see Scooter hold on to their 2 bases, I think they're going to win just based off of what these teams are doing. I think everyone kind of realizes the situation. And this is difficult. We do see a 1v1 going on Lumbermill. This is going to be important. If we see Maximus actually pick up Lumbermill, it's going to be an absolute disaster for the Horde. Lumbermill definitely going to be an interesting one. We'll see what he's able to do. He actually gets sapped. And looks like Sanchez might get the better end of this exchange. Let's see. Maximus, he gets the full gouge into a blind. Is he in the blind? Is he going to just get a restart?
No, it is not. I think so. He's going to go for... Oh, the other rogue vanished, though. Maximus is going to be fine 100% here. Because Vanish gives you improved stealth. Don't think Maximus survives here. Maybe.
There's no way he's going to get sapped and then stunned again and just fall over. Right?
Yeah, but it's classic. The sap can break early. The stun can get resisted.
Yeah, that's true.
Nothing is short until he is dead. Oh, okay. There we go.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. In Classic, anything can happen with crowd control breaking early, but one thing that is looking like a sure thing is Scooter's looking like they are going to win this game. Deutschbon, they really have to win this team fight at mine, but I don't know if that is going to happen, if that can happen. They're basically committing everyone to go there, and I actually feel like Scooter could send a few more defenders mine at this point. They definitely don't have a numbers advantage. The Horde are actually cutting off the reinforcements on the road, so the road fight probably going to be an interesting one as well. They're just trying to slow down any hope of reinforcement, but just the constant reses coming in from mine make it so difficult for Deutschbon to actually pick up this node that they so desperately need. And once again, we have, I believe, Maximus going for the Lumbermill, and he might just get it if he can just walk straight by. He might have gotten sapped on the road, which would be super unlucky.
Yep, he did. So Maximus... he knows that Sanchez is left Elam undefended, but Sanchez is keeping him from even making his way down there. With 2 bases, they need 90 more points here on the side of Scooter, Deutschbahn. They need, do they need 5 bases at this point? I feel like 4 might still be enough, but they need to cap it right now, this very second. Otherwise, they're probably going to just...
now.
Didn't
happen.
All right, congrats, Scooter. Well played.
Yep. Scooter, Maximus just adding insult to injury. He's going to pick up that flag, and that is as over as it gets 50 points away from earning their spot in that top 6. And unfortunately, this German train is going to be coming to a halt, and they won't be able to actually make it into that top 6. But it was super fun getting to watch them. Congratulations to them for making it this far, but bigger congratulations to Scooter for making it into that top 6, making it into that championship round, and they will be the final team to do so. So now we actually know our top 6 in Europe, and after this game, we could take a look at the bracket and see those 6 teams. But yeah, kind of the story of this game. This is actually a really close game. I don't know if there's one thing in particular that kind of defined it.
I think they just took too long to attack stables and farm at the same time. Once they did that, they got farm back. But at that point, the damage was already done. Scooter had enough of a lead to just kind of win the match based off of 2 bases. So too little, too late, I would say.
Too little, too late. And I mean, that's one of the problems, right? I mean, sometimes if you're indecisive with your offense, you don't have someone just kind of calling the strategy. I mean, maybe they do have that, but it didn't seem like they were super well coordinated with their offense, unfortunately. And as a result, Scooter was able to hold on to 3 bases that are really not easy to defend. I mean, they had the farm, the stables, the mine for such a long time, and that's what put them ahead in this match. I mean, eventually the Horde were able to pick it up, but it was just too late on the day. And you could see Maximus being a hero with his bases assaulted. And sometimes the scoreboard, I mean, I think this is a lesson for all of us at home, right? Maximus, 1 killing blow, 13 deaths. A lot of people would look at that, the untrained eye, not actually paying attention to the game, like, wow, Maximus is a giant noob. But the truth is, he did some big work for his team in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a team effort, so you don't want to say he carried, but I would say he was the player of the match. For them, that 1 cap that he got on farm, the consistency he had, where he was attacking the bases, is what put him and his team ahead. And I feel like if Dantos and Sanchez were doing similar stuff, just running around trying to find, a base to steal, like they could even do it together and just attack a base as 2 rogues. If they could do that, I think it could have been a different story.
Could have, but unfortunately the story has already been closed. This final chapter has ended, and it is Deutschbon being eliminated. Scooter will be advancing, and we do have our top 6 teams from Europe, which is very exciting. And we will be seeing, I mean, first of all, we're going to be seeing the rest of this tournament play out. And the way it played out last time was the team that won the qualifier rounds, they got first place. They ended up winning the entire thing anyways. So, I mean, this could be a bit of a spoiler of things to come, especially if you see Apes kind of continue their dominance in the upper bracket. And surprise, surprise, that will be our next game. It is going to be Apes. We're going to be jumping forward to their match. And yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. Apes, what do you think, Zico? Do you think they're going to be able to continue that dominance? Or do you think they're finally going to meet their match?
Well, Last Sleep themselves have knocked down some good teams here. So I think this is going to be, one of those teams that potentially could test Apes a little bit. But, I mean, let's be honest. We both know Apes definitely the clear favorite in this match here. But this is going to be an upper bracket game. So both of these teams, they haven't lost yet. If they do lose, they'll drop down to that lower bracket. In the lower bracket, you guys already know some of the teams down there. Going to be teams like Scooter, going to be teams like Venoxis Finest. A very scary bunch of individuals down there that I definitely wouldn't want to face in my Arathi Basins. But for Apes, I think it's interesting to see because their approach has not been what we saw, Scooter do last game, for example, where you see these rogues kind of stealthing around, looking for openings, trying to take some bases. Apes has been mainly focused around rotations and good team fighting. It's just been about splitting out in the team fights and making sure that they have a hunter, spread around the map so they can keep having a Viper Sting all around the map and making sure that they have, max range positioning and just doing a bunch of damage. So definitely a lot of good stuff coming out from Apes. And we're going to be seeing them very, very shortly.
Actually, so shortly, in fact, that it will be right now, as fast as possible. So I think a big takeaway for me, for Apes in particular, I mean, if you look at the composition Apes is bringing, they're playing a very light melee, right? They only have 3 melee on their team, and all 3 of them are warriors. So I think the one thing I noticed Apes do incredibly well is they're trying to really limit the impact of those elemental shamans and that chain lightning. by spreading out, having hunters defend with shadow meld and lots of range at all the different nodes that they do have, and having lots of viper stings available. Because for the horde side, a lot of the time the biggest answer a horde team has to viper sting is of course going to be the poison cleansing totem. And unfortunately, in a lot of these fights, there's not a shaman to go to all the different nodes. So one group of attackers isn't going to be able to have a poison cleansing totem, which means they're going to be eating those additional vipers. And I just want you to really pay attention to Apes' positioning in team fights. They're always playing range, they're always playing spread out, just so they're not getting cleaved down by the mages and elemental shamans.
Yeah, so Midge just took a step to the side there to see how many people are in LM. And we are going to be seeing a hunter and a priest defending, or rather attacking, the gold mine here. There's a rogue. He goes into stealth. He gets the blind hunter priest, forces out the stone form right there. Now he's going to look for the sap, but he gets taken out by the flare into the scatter shot freezing trap. Rage JK should just start capping here. Parla does have the fear to follow it up. He can just press it now in case the trap breaks, and that's going to be an easy base. They're going in favor of, oh, never mind. He's an undead rogue. I forgot. We have a horde team here, and he's going to get mind controlled now on his Will of the Forsaken. He's going to get dragged away. And honestly, a big mistake not kicking that mind control. Is a very slow cast, but he has backup here. All of a sudden it's a 2v2 situation. Rocket Helm's coming out here, and then the hunter sends his pet on the guy that he just rocket helm at. So I'm not sure if that was the move right there, but now this druid, he's going to be having kind of a free time here to do whatever he wants. And we do see here a big fight as well happening on LM, looking like it's going in favor of Apes right now, as we see Mythos get some fat crits right there.
The elemental shaman actually went down, and he surprise onked and then popped EM and tried to one shot someone. Unfortunately, they lived at like 1% health, but definitely appreciate that extra effort with the onk, with the elemental mastery. Didn't work out for them, and it looks like Apes will be able to clean up the lumber mill and pick that up for their team. And once that happens, the nice thing about taking lumber mill is now there's going to be an immediate rotation from Apes to go assist this fight at blacksmith. And if they can pick up blacksmith, the Apes, they actually managed to get mine as well. So mine in favor of Apes. They've got stables, they've got lumber mill, and blacksmith still looking like it is going to go their way as well. And Apes just absolutely dominating this game so far.
Yeah, if they can send somebody now to deal with those rotations from farm, they actually will probably get this. They do have a mage. He's going in. QK trying to be the hero for the team. He gets scattershot. Where's the ice cube? And he is going to get spell locked blanket there and taken down. But I do like the initiative there. Blink. I don't think he blinked him, but he tried to walk in and get a big Nova there and shut down some of those reinforcements. And we do see a rogue here. Mind control capping Slicey, and he's going to go for the steal here. I'm not sure if he has enough time here actually to get it. I think it's going to be very close if that mind control cap is going to end before the cap. I think he might actually get it. The reason why the mind control cap is so strong against hunters is because the pet actually becomes a friendly target. I think this rogue should actually potentially open on the pet here. No, there's another player here. So this rogue is doing a great job here controlling two members of Apes by himself. But now Slicey once again got a pre-trap here.
Oh!
And it's going to break once again. Another pet coming out. And he's going to need some backup. Where's the Russian squad at? You can see some people trying to move to stables. One player there, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Slicey could potentially just concussive shot him and slow down that incoming player there on the road. And Apes will defend stables here, and it looks like all that beautiful rogue play was for nothing there in the end because just no backup there from the team.
Yep, and so far, I mean, they're looking good, but a big assault here at Lumber Mill as well. There's a massive horde squad. Medj doing everything he can, just running around, trying to delay the caps. Is he going to be able to stop everyone? Does he have a big fear? A psychic scream. Monkey News is getting blinded, and I don't know if Medj is going to be able to do it. He's right-clicking everybody, getting Hammer of Justice is down. Blacksmith gets claimed in the meantime in favor of Apes, and now Apes with a 4-base-to-1 lead. Let's see if they can defend it. They have enough hunters to put a hunter at every single one of these bases to defend, and these hunters are extremely experienced. They're very experienced at defending, and I think Apes is going to... I get the feeling that Apes is going to be able to hold on to all 4 of these, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. Apes is one of those teams. Once they actually get one of those bases, it's very rare that they let it go. But this might actually happen here. They're going for the steal, and it's looking like they might actually get it. No, Midge with the hero holy shot gets it off in time. Chain lightning comes in. Midge gets zapped to the graveyard. But now the rest of the team is here. Roomba, it's time to press your call. It's time to throw out the nades, and he does. Parla is there as well. Parla needs to try to get some. He has big Wind Fury procs on Parla. What? He just got erased there by the warrior, and there's no way they're going to be able to stop this. Polythesia's trying, but what was that damage? Monkey News comes in and he gets the double nade. He gets the whirlwind. Monkey News looking like he's going to be on loot prior tonight. After that play right there, he takes the big chain lightning to the face, goes for the one final charge attempt, and now Midge trying to get a few holy sharks, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it. Mythos now looking to go in there, but he is not going to be able to get that, and now they're for sure going to be able to cap the lumber mill. Excellent stuff here by Last and Sleep, but they invested pretty much their entire team in that fight.
Yeah, that one definitely went in favor of Last and Sleep. They put a lot of team members there. Now actually going for a slow fall play down to Blacksmith. They have the massive numbers lead. We're gonna have to see where all those players from Lumbermill have been reallocated, where they're going to be rezzing, because right now there's actually a chance here for Last and Sleep. I mean, they have so many people at this base. They are just completely overwhelming, and this is exactly what you want if you're going to be able to pick it up. But a big res comes in for Apes at Blacksmith, and I think they should be able to hold on. They just had 10 people reinforce this base, and mine actually got taken in the meantime, and somehow Last and Sleep is actually coming back in this game.
Yeah, Last and Sleep able to steal away the mine here, and now there's three members of Apes trying to get it back, but this rogue is just sitting here in stealth, throwing out saps, blinds, and kidney shots on anything that comes near the flag, and I think he's going to be able to hold on to it for a little bit longer. I'm not sure. There's a lot of blue here, and it looks like he is going to dabba-dee dabba-die. Can I get enough CC here on the last rogue? He's actually very low. I think Zolp has just had enough here. He's going to take him down with the sword, and now there's one final trap there on one member. They know there's one more person here. The Druid just spamming out the Moonfires, goes for the Rocket Helm play, spamming out more Moonfires, but he's going to probably get taken down here. Zolp's all over him. Big damage coming out here, and the Horde has successfully taken the mine. Now they have a graveyard here, and there's more Apes flying in, soaring through the trees, landing on this gold mine here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. With that graveyard available, they're going to need somebody to basically just sit there and just control it, preferably one of those mages, and maybe QK can make it there in time, try to shut down people rezzing there, and then potentially get it back. Midge is trying to go for the cap, but the rogue is back, and he is ready to stack a few nades, a few exposed armors, and take down Midge here as well.
Yeah, I really can't believe it. I can't believe Last and Sleep was able to come back in this one. It looks like they will be able to hold on, especially with the defender's advantage at mine. Getting that graveyard back was key for them. And still, I mean, Last and Sleep, they've been able to put a lot of pressure onto Blacksmith. But for Apes, they've been able to kind of recover. Now they have to decide where they want to actually assault. They've got a lot of members right now at mine that are actually just going to be pulled away. Then the Horde side, they're looking good in terms of defense. We have a bit of a road fight at Lumbermill and at mine, and that's great for the defenders. If they can keep the fight on the road and off the flag, it makes it really difficult for Apes to go for any sort of cap attempt. So Apes is going to have to decide how they want to split their forces, where they want to assault. I think it's likely they end up splitting, half their forces go up to Lumbermill, half their forces go out to mine. But the one problem for Apes is they don't have a single stealther. There's no druid, there's no rogue. So going for kind of like a ninja attempt is not really in the cards for them. They're going to have to just show their hand, show their numbers, and just try to win an all-out team fight. But Last and Sleep has been able to hold their own for sure.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was the right play, actually, when Apes built the composition here. I feel like if you don't have a rogue and you're behind, it's so hard to kind of get back into the game, because you have to make a push that's gonna actually yield a big result, and that's hard to do. AB is a BG that favors the team that's defending a little bit because of those because of the fact that Classic is just a slow game in general. Like, the casts are long, it's very bursty, but it takes a long time to even just right-clicking the flag compared to on retail. It's a much longer cast even in Classic just to actually steal the base. So in Classic, it's going to be favoring the team that is it's respawning, and if they are going to be able to respawn over and over, well, it doesn't matter if your comp is better. You're going to be losing that fight eventually because you have to kill multiple people with no resets. We're going to see Apes here going for the LM play here. Let's see if they can do it. Midge is here together with Parla. So they have actually a lot of healers here, invested all of their healers here. Big push here coming from Apes. A lot of members. And Slicey in a 1v1 here against the Rogue, doing exactly what he needs to be doing. Just playing the max range game, keeping, Serpents things up. And the Rogue actually used that Resto Potion that we talked about yesterday to dispel the Hunter's mark, I think, on himself. Or maybe I'm not sure if there was an anti-venom. He used something to dispel himself and then vanish. So vanish does remove Hunter's mark, so I feel like that's probably an anti-venom for a serpent sting, but I'm not sure.
Oh, they didn't loot the body? Really? Okay. Well, it looks like Kelsey might be able to get it anyways, and I like that Apes actually has people at the graveyard, but I'm really surprised to see that they didn't actually loot that corpse. That could have easily been enough to shut Kelsey down and not allow them to actually cap, but it looks like Apes will be able to pick up the lumber mill. And now with these three bases connected, you just want to see Apes kind of defend these three. Don't, try to go for four at this point. Just hold on to these three. Just make sure you're rotating properly. Don't get greedy in the match. I think that's one of the things that allowed Last in Sleep to kind of come back in the game was the fact that Apes was just so split trying to defend four nodes. But I think holding on to these three, they're going to be able to kind of consolidate their team members and make it really difficult for Last in Sleep to actually make an offensive play here. But you see right now, Last in Sleep, they're going to be going for a lumber mill, trying to contest it just a little bit. And maybe they'll be able to, but a bunch of Apes are now here helping out in this team fight. A little bit of a ninja shenanigans going on right now as well at lumber mill, but it looks like it's going to be, at blacksmith, but it looks like blacksmith's going to be okay as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing a mage go for those type of plays. You're going for the mind control caps and the Novas and the Sheeps, and you're trying to set up a big cap. Don't do it at blacksmith, though. It is it's most likely where people are going to be rezzing, and it's usually the heaviest guarded node, just because it is that centerpiece. It's just the best graveyard to have. So definitely like the initiative. I like the execution as well, but wrong node there. They can have somebody do that when there's actually a team fight going on somewhere. That would be prime. Same thing here with this Rogue Hunter 1v1. This Rogue Hunter 1v1, the Rogue needs to find a Hunter and CC him and his pet immediately and go for the cap if that's going to work. They need to have a big fight happening somewhere, and that's exactly what the Russians are setting up here. They get a lot of people over to Blacksmith. This is a perfect engage here. Now the Rogue needs to try to find Slicey here on that Hunter. He's looking around the outskirts, trying to find him here in a max range situation. Pei, very nice presence of mind here, rotating, kind of floating around back and forth, looking for this potential attack here, and even more stealthies here actually making their way to stables. And I like that Apes, they're not overcommitting their defense here on Blacksmith, on LM. They're just sending enough players to keep a fair fight there. They had the graveyard to rely on, and that's it. Here we go. Let's see, can the Rogue set it up? Nice Skull of Impending Doom there on the rocket helmet by Slice. He gets it on the gouge as well. Does he get it on the blind though? It doesn't matter on the blind. He's going to have his pet keeping the Rogue in combat most likely, and Slicey doing a phenomenal job here. I think there's somebody else as well in that fight. It's looking like a 2v2. I think Pei is here floating back and forth, and actually Pei doing a great job there with the mind control cap on one player, stopping the other player that's capping, keeping Slicey alive as well here. Pei doing a phenomenal job there in that situation, slowing down the push, giving more members of Apes time to get here, and they're able to handle it nicely as we see a few more members on the Horde side kind of poke here at stables, but they're going to have to abandon that push.
Yeah, it looks like they will have to. Stables looking like it will be cleaned up, and these Hunters really doing a good job defending. Horde still really committing right now. They've actually pulled their defenders at farm, trying to go for lumber mill, but they're just getting wiped up, and you can see all the red dots. They're going to be running away, trying to rebuff, regroup, and figure out a new plan of attack. And it seems to me that the best thing they can do is probably have a few members coming in from Goldmine and maybe go after stables at the same time, sending in a large kind of force from farm up to lumber mill, potentially up to blacksmith. And I think that that's probably going to be the best options that they have so far. But they haven't been able to pull it off. See this rogue actually getting caught at stables as well into a full freezing trap, and unfortunately out of that freezing trap, I think it's likely this rogue is going to get dropped and unfortunately caught, and that will shut down any kind of scouting from this player and also kind of split the offense coming in from the Horde side. And right now, Apes is looking good. They're ahead over halfway in terms of resources to closing out the game completely. Rogue actually going for a hero play, almost taking down Pay. That was really, really close in that kidney shot, but unfortunately will fall. There's a lot of stealth players here for the Horde side.
Yeah, and we're going to see a bit of a push here onto Blacksmith. It look like that they're going across the water, so this is it's a risky territory to be traveling because, as you guys can see, you can't mount there. You can't really get to the node very fast. You have to. It's a bit more stealthy, but also if you do get clothesline down there, you're going to be stacked up and slowed. So you're not going to have the greatest time. As we see Apes once again pulling a few members here. They're going to have mage, warriors, you're going to have a few healers, warlock, enough players potentially to survive and call in more players if they need to, or maybe even enough players to deal with this push. I think they're actually outnumbered right now. Monkey News charging in here to stop the flag cap attempt here, but these warriors are very exposed targets. Whenever they charge in like that, their healers in the back line, they're going to have to push forward to try to heal them. And in Classic, you can just get zapped by two LA Shamans at the same time and instantly die before your healers can even react. So definitely risky moves here, but Monkey News definitely doing a good job here, kind of balancing his offense and his defense. And now we have another ninja situation here at Stables this time, man.
Yeah, this is a 3 versus 2. Both hunters got sapped. Pay actually, it breaks. Are they going to be able to shut it down? The pet comes in and stops the rogue from actually trying to pick up the flag. And this is a really good situation. They've got the numbers. It's 3 versus 2. I would even say that they could potentially just go for, instead of trying to go for just ninjing, if they had just gone for the kills, they might have actually been able to pick up the bases, but unfortunately it doesn't look like that's going to be working out for them. There is some alliance. You can see Sorali. Look at how far away Sorali is positioned right now. Just being there at max range, poking these rogues, they realize, you know what, this attempt is lost. They're going to have to pull back. And Apes, once again, is looking good. But Lumbermill, this is a really contested. Lumbermill might actually fall. We'll see if they can do it. Apes is constantly pulling away from the flag. Mage now, or Mej going in, gets dropped. You can see this priest is trying to cap, but does have hunters on him. These pets kind of act as extra players that can spin the flag. Zolpi now charging in, and that was a great attempt there by Last and Sleep. They almost were able to pick up the lumber mill, but unfortunately, Apes is just so good at pulling away when they need to, just sending in the pets to poke. And that's another added benefit of those hunters is you just have an extra kind of NPC or an extra controlled pet. I guess it is just a pet that they can use to kind of poke people that are trying to spin the flag, and it's been working out really, really well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so interesting to see because they're very, very outnumbered, but like you mentioned, they just pull back. You see that guy who just fell off on Lumbermill and died? It's very unlucky right there. But I think they're Midge and the Hunter as well. They did such a phenomenal job just pulling back, sending in the pet. Midge just trying to keep the Hunter alive, relying on the Hunter to just spin the flag from range. And, Midge and Rage JK, they've been a great duo to watch on that Paladin and Hunter, and they've been able to get a lot of work done here for Apes. And this is kind of some of their strengths. When you have so many good players on your team and you're executing so well on your positioning, it just gives you such a nice opportunity to actually hold on to your bases. Now, this is scary because Slicey has been discovered. They know exactly where he is. They just need a mind control cap, and Stables could be in jeopardy here. If they sap Pay, mind control cap Slicey, that could potentially be what they need to do here to actually steal off this base. And they do have somebody ready to click the flag. So the rogue is going to try to CC the Paladin, and the other rogue is going to try to CC the Hunter. This is going to be very interesting to see if they can pull this off. Slicey has detect hidden, so he has to be careful. He's moving very close. Pay drops the consecration on the ground, and I'm so surprised Slice hasn't seen the rogue yet behind him. And there we go. Here's the attempt. The pet
Oh,
gets cheap
cheap
shot
shots
and
the
he gets
pet.
clothesline. And can he get some CC onto Pay though? Pay breaks out there early on. Very nice attempt here by these rogues. Very clean ninja attempt there, but Pay. I don't know if he had a sacrifice on the pet or if he like I don't know how he got out of that sap, but maybe it just broke early. It's classic. Anything could have broken that sap. I'm not sure, but that was definitely a game changing moment right there. That sap breaking.
Wow, the sacrifice on the pet would actually be really, really smart if that's possible. And then when he cheap shot the pet and gouged it, he could have
Yeah.
broken the crowd control. So definitely interesting plays, but I would say so far Apes is looking really, really good in their defense. These rogues are really trying to set something up, but it's difficult. The pet's in stealth, and they have to control both the paladin as well as the hunter. And if they can do that, it's great. But still, that pet is just so nasty to deal with. You can see how far away Slicey and Pay are positioned. And once again, this rogue is going to be sitting here, just kind of thinking, all right, how are we going to pull this off? What are we going to do? Are we going to double mind control cap? I'm pretty sure this paladin still has divine shield as well. So kind of a lot of things that they have to work through if they actually want to pull off this ninja attempt.
Yeah, the thing is, this is the only base that they can really go for a ninja on. Lumbermill has two people guarding it and two people floating under, kind of on the big road there. And then Blacksmith, you have to just take it on a complete team fight. And we saw what happened in the last game. At some point, having three nodes is not going to be enough here, and we are very rapidly reaching that point here. Last in sleep, they need to try to make something happen very, very fast here. These rogues, I mean, they've had great pushes. They've had good execution too, but the rotations from Apes are just too good. I mean, even right now, they know the only way we lose this game is if these rogues can pull off a ninja cap somewhere. We know Stables is our most exposed point for a ninja cap. That's where we have the least amount of defense. So what do? Let's just send a paladin and another hunter there. That's it. That's all they need to do. And now LM becomes the better option, and they need to team fight at LM. So now they're pulling the rogues for a team fight here at LM, and Apes are going to be outnumbered because of that rotation that they forced at Stables. Let's see if they can hold on to it long enough. I don't think they need to hold on to it for too long to actually just straight up win this game with two bases. So Midge now actually breaks out of the rocket hub, drops the consecration there on top of the flag. So that's going to be ticking there. No one is going to be able to actually take the base. Midge is dropping dangerously low, using his bubble here, buying even more time. People are getting crowd control here on the road by this hunter. Would have liked to see a frost trap instead of a freezing trap there. It would have been a bit more effective. And now the rotation has happened from Apes, and it looks like they should be able to hold on to this, but there's even more backup here coming from Farm for the Horde team. We're going to have a big fight here, man.
Yeah, we definitely are. We'll see how this one plays out. I mean, Lumbermill, that does have the alliance benefit of potentially getting it. I feel like the flag almost capped, but it gets poked at the last second. This druid is just trying desperately over and over and over. With Monkey News, he's going to be charging in, and we'll be able to slow that down. But some of the Horde are actually rotating to the graveyard, trying to isolate anyone that does spawn and take them down really, really quickly. Right now, Last in Sleep, this has been their best attempt to actually try to get the flag, but just reinforcements coming in all over the place, unfortunately, for Last in Sleep. And now you could hear that noise. That does mean Apes is at 1,800 resources, 1,810, and it's going to be really difficult for Last in Sleep to come back in this one. At this point in the match, I do believe that they're going to have to try to cap multiple nodes, and they haven't been able to get one. Getting two is going to be quite a tall order, and it looks like, although very back and forth, the consistent backup coming in from Apes, from that Spirit Res, is going to be more than enough for them to deal with Last in Sleep and actually take them down.
I'm not gonna lie, I know the Lumbermill fight is a lot more important for the outcome of this game, but I'm kind of just vibing right now watching this Mage 1v1 happening on the road, but it looks like it's gonna be cancelled out here. They're gonna be crowd controlling Vuika a little bit more. He actually outranges it and he blinks in. He's gonna get the Frost Nova. He did get the jump Nova there for a little bit extra range with that leeway, and they are going to be able to defend Stables. You can see the pet is poking from the outskirts. Look at all these hunters. Again, just staying. Look at the hunter. He's basically in the water and just poking people with his pet, poking people from the side there, and he's doing a great job there, Soralia, on that hunter. And we're going to see Mythos now making his way across the water, and he's going to be looking to charge in and deal devastation. And I mean, at this point, Last in Sleep, they're just going to have to refocus. They're going to be dropping down to the lower bracket, very, very likely, unless Apes lose all their bases right now at the exact same time. Last and Sleep are going to the
No.
lower bracket.
Didn't happen. Unfortunate. It looks like Apes is going to be able to win. At this point, there's no one. I think it's actually impossible. There's no one even near stables to grab the flag, so they have to uncap their own flag, which I don't think is possible. Can't just give up the node. And that does mean that Apes will be picking up this win. But I would say, I mean, this is a bit back and forth. Last and Sleep, they managed to actually, at the beginning of this game, Apes had 4 bases, and Last and Sleep somehow managed to recapture 2 of them and kind of come back in this game just a little bit. But we can take a look at the scoreboard here. You can see, look at Roomba, 28-7. There's a lot of killing blows. I think that might be the highest that we have seen, but you can just see, I mean, a lot of these killing blows going in favor of the Alliance in this one. And Apes just, they're doing a great job not only defending those 3 bases once they had them, but just avoiding the ninja cap. There's a lot of good attempts from Last and Sleep, I would say, but I think Apes are just such veterans that they know how to deal with that. They kind of are always guessing where these rogues are going to be going, and they set themselves up in a way where they don't get caught by those traps.
Yeah, so Apes in a very commanding position here once again, undefeated on the day. And I mean, like you mentioned, look at the scoreboard, just pure devastation here. Monkey News 19-6, Zolpi 24-4, Roomba 28-7, you know, Hakuna Matata, and they're gonna just be moving along here in that upper bracket. I think did they just qualify for the upper finals here? I'm gonna take a look at the bracket a little bit shortly as it's getting updated, but I do believe that was the upper bracket finals right there, right?
I do believe that puts them to the upper bracket finals for sure. 4 goes down to 2. That's the upper finals, right? And then they make it to the grand finals if they win that. So, yeah, I'm pretty confident in saying that. I think at this point we've cast enough tournaments that we can be confident in how these brackets are going to play out. But yeah, congratulations to Apes for that one. Last and Sleep, they're going to be going down to the lower bracket. When we do take a look at the bracket, we can see where they do fall, then who their next opponent will be, and also what our next game is going to be. But yeah, Apes definitely looking good in that one. Kind of a close game, but it was just once you had that 3 base position, it just seems like any one of these teams that's really, really, you know, a team that's a true veterans and they kind of have their composition built around defense. Once they have those 3 connected bases, it's really difficult to break through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it definitely helps when you have 4 hunters and they all have to be extremely good at defending bases too. So, I mean, it definitely wasn't easy to deal with those multi-rogue pushes that was happening. But, you know, Apes dealt with it fantastically. Their hunters, you know, Slicey using his Skull of Impending Doom to break things like the Rocket Helmet, just positioning in general. And of course, the Paladins just backing them up there. So the pushes themselves were super well executed by Last and Sleep. The ninja cap attempts, but equally so the defense of Apes.
Yeah, and I do think we'll have our last upper bracket game coming up here very shortly for y'all, we'll have another upper bracket game coming up shortly for y'all, and that will determine who Apes will be playing in the upper finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a quick 5-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Classic Fall Conquest. We have a nice game coming up. It is going to be the Presburg Pumper Blasters coming up against Bamboozle. We just watched Apes kind of continue their dominance. And I think the story of this tournament so far is going to be, can anyone stop Apes? Or are they just going to be kind of the two-time champions of Warsong Gults and Arathi Basin? We'll have to figure that out a little bit later on. But next up, Zico, this game should be a good one.
Yeah, this next game, Presburg Pumper Blasters going up against Bamboozle. And I got to give this one to Bamboozle. I feel like, the Presburg Pumper Blasters against Venoxis, it didn't look too good. So I think Bamboozle might be a little bit favored here. We're going to see what they can do here, but the Presburg Pumper Blasters as well, putting themselves in a prime position to qualify for that upper bracket final. And I don't know. Who do you got here, Ben?
I would say Bamboozle. I think so far Bamboozle's put on a bit more of an impressive performance. They've beaten a little bit more of those teams that have been looking good. So I would say they're probably looking solid in this one. But Presburg Pumper Blasters, we saw them in the Warsong Gulch tournament. Some familiar names, Jadis. And we'll see what they're going to be able to get done in this one. Both these teams are going to be playing Horde. And for the Alliance side of things, it will be the Presburg Pumper Blasters. So we'll see where they decide to allocate the resources. And this is something we kind of talked about a little bit yesterday, is with this war game feature. Playing on the Alliance side as Horde is maybe something you're not super familiar with. So kind of having to make some adaptations on the fly. If you are the team that does spawn on the Alliance side of things as Horde, or you're an Alliance player and you spawn on the Horde side of things, you really do have to kind of get used to that. And we'll see where they decide to allocate their resources, where they're going to be sending their players. For this one, I think it's likely we see a bit of a mini skirmish at Mine, a bit of a mini skirmish at Lumber Mill, and then whoever wins Lumber Mill normally can send some nice reinforcements down to Blacksmith. We'll definitely have to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. The gates are open here. Our second upper bracket game here. Winner keeps on trucking to the upper bracket finals to face against Apes. And loser, well, he's going to be facing some tough competition down there in that lower bracket. And of course, we are going to be looking here at the gold mine and the lumber mill place here. We got Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee on the rogue already chasing the enemy rogue here. Actually, he has eyes on him, but he does get the stealth here. What a weird way to start off the rogue 1v1 here. He gets the sap. Why is he waiting? Go cap it. He's actually going to go for the kill here. He gets the cheap shot, but Trinket's out. Vanishes the blind there. Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee with some big plays, but Nuke here still in stealth here. I feel like Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee.
How did he get out of that cheap shot? How did that even happen?
I think he trinketed the cheap shot and then vanished, and the other rogue vanished, and they both vanished the blind.
Well, there you go. I didn't even know that rogues could trinket cheap shot. I thought they couldn't, but I guess I'm wrong about that one. Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee caught into a full blind. And are they just going to go for the sap? I feel like re-stealthing, sapping, and now going for the cap. This is definitely going to be going in favor of this Horde rogue, and he will be claiming this objective, barring kind of a miracle here. Oh no, the sap broke early. There's the miracle I was talking about. What an absolute disaster. This rogue is so sad right now. The re-stealth sap, and let's see if Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee is going to be able to pick up the mine, or if sap's going to break early once again. What is happening right now?
Yeah, so the net comes out, the barrows now, and I think both of these rogues are out of blinds or out of cooldowns. They're just going to have to slug it out here. Hoo-Ha Hee going for the cheap shot into the kidney shot play here. Does he have a prep blind? That is the question. I'm pretty sure he vanished one blind, and Nuke just sat through one other blind. He used the anti-venom there to cleanse out the crippling poison. Now Hoo-Ha Hee trying to force out the rogue opener here. He gets the re-stuff, he gets the cheap shot. He's going for the rupture right there, and now he's going to try to kite with those bleeds, with that slow here onto Nuke. And this 1v1 is still happening. Meanwhile, the third wave of players is spawning at Lumber Mill. Hoo-Ha Hee gets another cheap shot here. Can he get the gouge into the Abyss? No, he just goes for the big fatty Abyss. And Hoo-Ha Hee waddling slowly but surely to his node, victorious in the Rogue 1v1. Poggers in the chat.
He's going to be feeling real good about that one. He knows the camera's on him right now, and he's feeling real cool. Now we can turn our eyes over to Lumbermill and how that one's going down. Venom Heal's getting super low. Is he going to get taken down? Beast God coming in with some big shots. And that is actually, I think that's going to be 2 caps here for the Alliance side of things. And the Presburg Pumper Blasters, they're making a case for themselves in this one. Hoo-ha Hee and his squad really want to, kind of get revenge in this matchup. Lumbermill still up for contention. Blacksmith looking like it's going to go in favor of the Horde side as it does get taken by the Horde. And now it's 2 bases for each, but having that central node is definitely an advantage over the mine.
Yep, absolutely. We've been hammering on it all day long, and it's looking like we are going to be seeing the 3 cap finally kind of sink in here. But still, they're trying to get to that to that lumber mill right now and try to potentially get control over it. But 1 flask in here. It's going to be ice blocking there and cold snapping, cone of colding, trying to buy some time, but he is going to ultimately fall, and this base will be claimed here by the Presburg Pumper Blasters. Now, it's looking like the Presburg Pumper Blasters are going to have 2 nice bases here for themselves, and they are going to be struggling to get that blacksmith. And it just goes to show that 1 versus 1 there at Goldmine is going to be what ultimately sets the team ahead here. So very nice stuff now. And Slim OCB going in for the rocket helmet. He takes a big chain lightning to the face, going for some big heals, gets the earth shock interrupt there as well. And now that boy Murphy going for the sap right now, about to happen here. Oh no, demoralizing roar. Nice bash there by trying to potentially set up something here to get the full fear, but Hua Hihi breaks out there with the chain lightning. Dubbed now is here to potentially try to CC that boy Murphy. Nice rocket arm coming out, and I think he threw out the silence there onto Dubbed as well, and now he's going to get sheeped here potentially. Counterspell comes out, Dubbed going for the sheep, getting control over the disc priest, the person with the dispel, kills off the grounding totem, and now he can start doing damage here to get the full blind onto the druid, and Dubbed is starting to pump here. Big frost bolts coming out, and they are going to be able to actually get that base here. Dubbed doing a great job here, just holding on, trying to potentially steal the base back here. Can he get something onto the druid? He's just spamming out the moonfires, being super annoying. Chain lightning though is gonna shut him up, and now still that boy Murphy keeping Syrah alive. There's a pet here as well, so they need to crowd control the pet, they need to crowd control the hunter, they need to crowd control the priest, or just crowd control the priest and try to take somebody down. But the reinforcements are just coming down, trickling down here for the Firemouse squad.
Yeah, I mean, this flag is still in favor of the Horde, and now they actually managed to convert it. Although there's a lot of Alliance members here right now, if they can hold on to that flag, they're going to keep spawning here, and this is going to be big. They need to send more people right now. If they can hold on to mine, they get blacksmith, they get farm. It's going to be a prime position, but they need to slow down Slimo. Slimo might be able to get it. Is Polymorph going to break early? Do they have anything? The crowd control comes in. Does he poke him? Kyra might have actually got the multi-shot. He did! He got the multi-shot, an absolute disaster. If they had any more crowd control on the Hunter, they would have been able to get the base, and now I think it might be too little too late. Although the Horde members are going down, they still have control of the flag, which does mean they have control of the Spirit Healer, and they're going to continuously get reses, continuously get reinforcements, but still, I mean, this is looking uncertain. This is a really close call.
This was such a nice push here, even if it most likely not going to be yielding any results right now here. Still, though, I got to say, Bamboozle, they had a good push. They had a good attempt here. And I think for them, it's mostly about regrouping. They're still fighting, though. They're still trying to make something happen here. Actually, looking like they are going to be able to take down a few members here, potentially. But ultimately, I do think they are going to be falling. More people still trickling down here. People at the graveyard trying to shut down the enemy team from respawning here. Venom heals coming out with some damage here on the enemy healer. And I mean, they're holding on here. Bamboozle being very persistent here with this push. And it's looking like they're going to be able to hold on.
Yeah, it's looking like it so far. Look at this rogue from Firemaw moving forward, trying to get a little sneaky, trying to mess around here at the lumber mill. This Hunter is dropping a flare, kind of realizing, hey, he gets mind controlled. We talked about how devastating the mind control cap is on a Hunter, as it does give you control of the pet as well. And it looks like this rogue will be able to pick up this flag. I would say I feel like this Hunter could have positioned a little bit further away, but definitely going to be a big victory here for the Horde. Just to add insult to injury, they already have 3 bases. Now they're going for 4, and this Hunter is going to be very sad that just happened. And really well done by this Rogue. And now actually reinforcements are coming in. They're trying to recapture the flag. It's going to be really important, but the fact that they don't have resources coming in is just leaning more and more towards the favor of the Horde, getting more resources and kind of developing and furthering their lead.
I gotta say, man, the undead female on a melee, I'm not a big fan. The jump animation, I don't know. I've never been a fan of it. On casters, however, looks good. Nuke is gonna fall here. Beast God is gonna be able to take him down and potentially get that base back here. They are gonna be able to get the lumber mill back there. So very nice there. For the Presburg Pumper Blasters, but still it's Bamboozle in complete control right now, taking down a Fancy Fries here. Nox is so close to falling there, so close to getting knocked out, but he is gonna survive here and live to see another day there. And we're gonna see just pure defense here coming out from Bamboozle. They know their win condition. No need to do anything risky. They can send out, some cannon fodder to go for some place there in form of nuke, try to, disrupt people, try to get lumbermill. But ultimately, even if you do get lumbermill, it's not something that you're interested in holding on the support side. You just want to, slow them down, make sure that they're not getting any points, make sure that they're sending people to defend instead of attacking, and that's about it. Your rogue is being as effective as he can be and as annoying as he can be, and you are reeking in those points as long as you're calling inks early, calling how many people are incoming to your base, and you have good rotation. Then it's looking like Bamboozle is going to be able to hold on and potentially win the game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's looking pretty good. They have the 3 connected bases. They're still furthering their advantage over and over and over. However, I feel like at this point, the Presburg Pumper Blasters, they have been doing a pretty good job in the match so far, trying to find these openings. There's been there's been a couple close calls here at Goldmine. I mean, that looked like their best attempts so far, and you got to feel for them a little bit. They were so close, but the constant reinforcements were able to shut that down. Now you have to kind of think about what are they going to be able to get done here. It looks like they're going to have to abandon this blacksmith push as they're kind of getting wiped out by these elemental shaman. And once again, Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee is going to be, let's see where he's at right now, sitting at the farm, potentially looking for a 1v1 or ninja cap on this warlock. He goes for the mind control cap. Mind control cap looking like, did they not notice him? Did mind control cap actually just fail there? Not sure what happened. I guess it failed, and Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee unfortunately not able to take advantage of that. And as a result, this Warlock will be able to get him out of stealth and probably win this 1v1.
Yeah, Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee, I think maybe it resisted or something and missed. I'm not sure. But Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee, he is not going to be having a great day here. He is going to have to potentially go back to the graveyard here as he gets AoE down and dies
100%,
in his brother's arms. You see him and Slim OCB dying together there, smoking kills. We're going to see YWN here go down as well here at GM. This is a good push here from the Presburg Pumper Blasters. The Sappers are coming out. Big damage. Soleil trying to keep everybody alive here. He's stressing big time. Xurek throwing a few heals there in the backline, but they do ultimately take down the Priest. And this is, so many dead players on the side of the Presburg Pumper Blasters there. Unfortunately for them, Bamboozle are going to be able to hold on to their node once again.
Yep, and Zurek looking like he will fall, and they're just going to get completely wiped up. And, the constant kind of rotation here from Bamboozle, this has been the story of this tournament so far. A good team getting into this kind of triangle defense where you have the 3 connected nodes. It is really difficult to break through, but a big push here from the Presburg Pumper Blasters. There is a lot of alliance charging towards the blacksmith, but equally so Bamboozle. They are ready to defend. They're ready to send in reinforcements, and it is looking good for them so far, especially if we see a Horde member go down. Chain Lightning comes in from Fancy Fries, sending him back to the Spirit Res. And, the fight's not going too bad, but the more they clump up, the more they're getting AoE down. And it does look like the Alliance, actually it's going to be the Horde that is falling. And the thing is, when you are the team assaulting a base, when you lose a member, it is a lot more devastating because that run back is quite far. Whereas if you're the team defending, then you lose a member, you're going to be able to instantly res up and help your team again. So that's why it's just so difficult. And we really need to see more kind of stealth attempts coming in from the Presburg Pumper Blasters that they can send, WG, Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee to potentially Ninja base. That would be looking good, but I think just going for this all-out team fight, I don't know if it's going to work out in their favor.
Yeah, they're trying to keep Jadis on the graveyard here and keep Area of Smooth intercepting people, in between, but it's just not working out for them. Every time they kill them, they respawn, and they're trying to slow down the reinforcements, but now they're coming from farm as well, and there it is, big res, Area of Smooth, trying to be a smooth criminal here. Annie, are you okay? I don't think he is. It looks like he's going to get pummeled, gets kicked into the ice block there. Could have easily been going down there without using it. One more execute would have done it probably. And now we do see some AoE happening here as Bamboozle takes control over the blacksmith once again. Parsley, he is trying to stay alive here, but ultimately it looks like he is going to go back to the dirt.
Yeah, unfortunate. Ooh, potential mind control. Blind, actually, I think it's a sap into a blind. Can't see what the crowd control the hunter is in right now, but going for that cap. And unfortunately, crowd control will end up breaking. And it looks like this rogue, unfortunately, will not be able to get this ninja. That would have been massive for their team. But we did see actually the mine get converted for the Alliance. And that is a big victory. And that does mean that the Presburg Pumper Blasters might be able to actually come back in this game. I still think there is more than enough time for them to catch up on points, and that is a big victory for their team.
Oh, look at Nuke here, though. He just took down the path, and they're going to be able to steal this lumber mill pretty easily here on the Horde side. So nicely done for them. They're going to keep blacksmith. They're going to have farm. They're going to have lumber mill. They trade the gold mine. Completely fine for them to do. I actually prefer holding lumber mill because if you can keep a heavy defense in lumber mill and then just slow fall or levitate down to blacksmith, back up blacksmith, and you can also rotate easily back down to farm. So this is the ultimate three bases that you want to have as any side, really. I mean, if you're on the Alliance, you obviously don't want farm, you want stables instead. But these three are the golden trio. These are the infinity stones. And now you can see they're going to be cleaning up here on the side of Bamboozle, staying in control here. They don't panic when they lose that gold mine. They just make a trade. And a lot of it is at the back of their rogue here, Nuke. I feel like he's been setting up his team very, very well despite being undead female then.
Despite being undead female, come on. Undead female is awesome. I love the flip eviscerate, okay? Stop discriminating. All right, here we are. We do have the Horde. They managed to pick up lumber mill. They still have the blacksmith, and things are not looking too bad for them in this one. And I mean, the Presburg Pumper Blasters, that's got to be a bit devastating for them as they were able to finally get the mine. But as fast as they got the mine, they lost the lumber mill. And once again, we find the Horde in this very dominant position where they have this triangle defense, the lumber mill, the farm, the blacksmith. This is the best possible position. And you could make an argument, but you could make an argument that that trade actually favored the Horde's position even more. It's easier to defend the lumber mill and blacksmith together than the mine and blacksmith. So the Horde actually have a better setup now in terms of defense. Now it's going to be extra hard for the Presburg Pumper Blasters to actually make something happen here, but they're going for a farm attempt, but they're getting surrounded. You can see right now, if you look at the mini map, those blue dots are completely surrounded by the Horde. There's reinforcements coming in from lumber mill. There's reinforcements coming in from blacksmith, as well as a solid amount of troops here at the farm. And I just don't know if the Presburg Pumper Blasters are going to be able to win this fight.
Yeah, hoo-ha, hee-hee, going for some big plays here, but he might actually be able to do it. He's got people with him. The pet is there as well.
Oh, no!
Oh, he gets charged, and one auto attack, lost 70% of his HP here. Hoo-ha, hee-hee, trying to set up his team for success there, but blacksmith is so hard to steal. I mean, the payout is huge. It's like robbing a Fort Knox. I mean, if you can do it, great. Probably not going to be able to do it, but if you do, you are going to be getting a lot of value here. He almost able to do it, but now, the angry farmers are rioting here in the blacksmith, and they're going to be making sure that it stays in their possession then.
Definitely, that blacksmith is such a valuable node here. And we can actually see the Alliance are making kind of a case for themselves at the pumpkin patch right now at the farm. trying to gather it up. I mean, Halloween is coming, so gathering those resources is going to be extra important at this time. I'm just going to keep making that joke all weekend and next weekend and the weekend after that. So strap in. We're in for a bumpy ride. Beast God right now looking for a pick, but the reinforcements coming in for the Horde side once again. But still, the Alliance, they're all over this flag. They're getting the killing blows. They're slowly taking down the Horde, looking like they might be able to actually cap. But look, more reinforcements coming in. Warriors charging in. Druids, just look at on the Druid, just poking in and out, just moon firing, throwing out rejuice, going for drinks. Now the Horde is still looking quite favorable in this defender's position, and I don't know if the Presburg Pumper Blasters are going to be able to win this fight. They're probably going to have to regroup, gather up. I mean, right now, if the Alliance can stay alive, they're actually kind of making a push here for Lumbermill at the same time. So the small Alliance hit squad really distracting the Horde at the farm, and also at the same time, they've kind of regathered their reinforcements and are potentially making a push here at the Lumbermill.
Yeah, and you can see the last members here, Fancy Fries as well. He's going to go back to the air fryer there as he gets taken out. And now we're going to see the Horde squad kind of regrouping a little bit. They clean out the action here on Lumbermill, most of it anyway. And once again, Alliance is going to have to regroup. Actually, we do see one of the rogues here as well. Nuke, he's sneaking into Goldmine. Ooh, I wonder what he's going to get done over there. Look at him. Is he going to find himself a nice little 1v1, maybe a little hunter, maybe a little something there? Actually, did they pull the defender? I think they pulled the defender here. I think Nuke has a free base here. Dubbed sees it. Dubbed is going back. Is he going to make it in time? I'm not sure. Is he even clicking?
Oh!
Yeah, he is. There it is. Nuke, once again, gets the base, putting his team ahead. And now all of those people that just left, you guys see on the minimap, that entire blue train just did a big U-turn, and now they're coming back down here to deal with this single rogue here. And you can see Nuke, he's not alone here. He's bringing his friends with him. He's got his mosquito right next to him. Let's see if they can get any bites here, if they can potentially drain some of those HP bars here on Dubbed. Potentially, Mosquito gets sheeped up here, and Nuke just playing it out patiently, going for the saps. He gets taken out here by the Nova as I compliment his patience, and now he's forced to fight. Is he going to win the 2v2 Mage Rogue versus Mage Priest? Would put this in favor of the Mage Priest, but if the Mage Rogue can stay alive, they will get the base, and then they will have reinforcements respawning. Hopefully, Nuke goes for the net to force out the blink. Dub blinks into the face of a rogue. Ice blocks offensively there. If Nuke just can get a gouge or a nade here, he's actually going to be able to reach his target here. He gets the gouge, but it does break.
Oh!
He got a full sheep. He's almost going to be able to take him down here. The Mage Mosquito, can he do it? He does it. Nicely done. So we have a Mage versus a Priest. And the Mage has the node as well on his side, which means I think his rogue actually died after the node, or actually, was it before they got the node? I'm not sure. There's a good chance that Nuke just respawns here on Goldmine. So Soleil, realizing that they're not going to win that, he is going to run away. And Bamboozle looking like they're running away with this game. The drums of war are ringing. 1,800 points.
Yeah, 1,800 points and counting. I mean, these 1,800 points, they're going up quite rapidly, 1,840 at this point. And I feel like the Presburg Pumper Blasters, they have met their match. Bamboozle looking super solid in this one, able to not only hold on to their bases, but also send kind of a task force to go and ninja nodes. And that is exactly what you want in a matchup like this. Just keep applying pressure when you're ahead, force the enemy team to not only worry about offense but also defense, and it kind of really scrambles their minds and what they're supposed to do. And of course, this is still an upper bracket game, so the winner of this, which is going to be Bamboozle, they will be marching forward in the bracket, and they're going to be going up against Apes, and I think that's going to make for a really interesting matchup. The Presburg Pumper Blasters will be going down to the lower bracket to kind of fight for their tournament lives. That said, they've already made it into the championship bracket, so we will be seeing the Presburg Pumper Blasters a little bit. Even if they do end up losing, we are going to see them play later today, but they still have guaranteed made it to that championship bracket. I mean, just looking at the score, you can kind of see how this game played out. In terms of team fighting, it was looking really, really good for Bamboozle, and I would just say, their defense and also just sending out those scouts, that offense, just looked really good for them.
Yeah, and I think this is what happened in the Warsong tournament as well. It's looking like our upper bracket final is going to be the best server in Europe, Ganas, versus the second best server in EU in terms of how competitive they are, in terms of how good the pugs are, in terms of how good the players are. Firemaw, of course, and that's going to be an interesting one to see here. I mean, I feel like Ganas and Firemaw, that's the rivalry. I mean, there's some meme servers, like Earthshaker and stuff like that.
What? How dare you?
Noggenfogger trying to make a case for themselves, but let's be honest, the Noggenfogger gamers, they're no match for the Gehennas squads, and I'm super excited about that. So we are gonna get the Horde versus Alliance as well, if I'm not mistaken here. Bamboozle, yeah, they are a Horde team, so we're getting the Horde versus Alliance upper bracket, and Bamboozle, I would argue, is probably the team that would be most likely to take down Apes. So if they can't do it, it's looking like another Apes tournament here. That upper bracket final game is going to be poggers.
I really can't wait to get into it. I think we are going to be taking a little bit of an adventure down to the round. I think we're actually going back down to the round 7 lower. So going back to the lower bracket, we can get into some more elimination games. As you can see, it's going to be Last in Sleep going up against Venoxis Finest. I do believe that is our next game. And then, of course, Scooter will be going up against the Presburg Pumper Blasters, the team that did end up just losing. So that's how this one is going to play out. And now the lower bracket, they're going to have to continue marching and try to make it into that grand finals. And we will be determining who wins this qualifier stage throughout the day. And yeah, this next one should be interesting. Venoxis Finest. Honestly, I feel like Venoxis Finest, they've been looking really good. I mean, they found themselves in the lower bracket. Unfortunately for them, it was off the back of using a prohibited item. So they actually haven't, the game that they lost, they had a pretty solid performance in, I would say, and I don't think there's been really many teams that have been able to contest them. So I think they're looking good in this next game.
So let's get some predictions out of the way then. Venoxis Finest as the team that's most likely to take down Apes, or would you say that the team we just saw of Last in Sleep, who do you think is more likely to take them down if they fought? Oh, sorry, not Last in Sleep. The team in the upper bracket, of course. Bamboozle.
Of course, the team. Yeah, Bamboozle. Bamboozle or Venoxis Finest? I think that's a hard one to call. My prediction is that the finals is going to be... This is my prediction. My prediction is that we're going to see Venoxis Finest, and they're going to be going up against Apes in the grand final. That's my prediction. I could be wrong about that. But I believe in the meme servers, as you called them.
Yeah, I don't think Venoxis... I mean, Venoxis, it's an alright server, but let's be honest. ZG, kind of a catch-up raid. Venoxis, kind of a catch-up server, trying to catch up to Ganas.
Wow, that was a great snap. Very sassy.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling it 100%. I was going to go for a one-handed clap, but I was like, eh. But yeah, so I do think we're going to see Bamboozle going up against Apes in the finals. Even if they face before that and lose, I think it's going to be a rematch.
What about Scooter? Scooter is another one of those teams that has been looking good.
I don't think a Ninja Cap. I think a Ninja Cap squad. I mean, they might make it to Apes, but do you feel like a Ninja Cap squad is actually going to beat Apes? I feel like the Hunter Slicey, he was looking kind of on edge. He's looking kind of sharp.
Sharp like an arrow?
That's lame.
Wait, what do you mean? I mean, I'm just trying to work with you here. I guess I didn't.
Yeah. He was looking like a slice of pizza, okay? A delicious slice of pizza. I'm hungry.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so am I, but we'll get to that later. First off, we do have Last in Sleep going up against Venoxis Finest, a lower bracket elimination game, but keep in mind, everyone, if you are tuning in, all of these teams have qualified to the championship round. This weekend, we're going to kind of close out Europe, and see who is going to be making it to the championship round in 2 weekends from now. Next weekend, we will be back as well with games from North America. So I think the North American game should be interesting as well. Hopefully we see some familiar faces from the Warsong tournament. We can kind of see who pulls out ahead in that one too.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of exciting games here, and we are getting into a very exciting game here. Last and Sleep going up against only the finest that Venoxis has to offer. There was an argument to be made there for Deutschbon being the finest team of Venoxis. I don't know, somebody said that, but Venoxis finest definitely looking like Venoxis finest.
Venoxis finest, looking like Venoxis finest. I mean, that would just make sense, right? But in this particular game, we do have the Horde versus Alliance. Venoxis finest, they will be playing the Alliance side of things. And I would say, one of the reasons why I like Venoxis finest is I feel like their defense has been really, really good, solid. And also they have my favorite player, Ramon. Ramon, he's been really styling on the competition, going for, ninjing, poking around, just gathering intel for his team, and definitely going to be a key member for their success. Last and Sleep, representing the Horde side of things, bringing in the heavy-hitting chain lightnings from the elemental shamans. We'll see if they can create enough sparks to kind of fly ahead in this matchup.
Oh, our boy Ramon, definitely one of the biggest names so far in this tournament. And what if we see Ramon in a Rogue 1 versus 1, a gold mine or something? That would be crazy. I can't wait to see that. Potentially going to see here a blacksmith push happening here from Venoxis finest, and we are going to see a single rogue here moving his way down to the gold mine. How many people did the Alliance squad send? Scosis and Ramon, so Shadow Priest and a rogue here for the Alliance side. So Ramon going to have the numbers advantage here as we see the rogue go for the sap. Looking for Ramon, but Ramon has perception. The other rogue has sprint. So I'm not sure if you know this, Van. You probably do, but some people at home might not know this. If you have sprint active, you are going to be the rogue that is more likely to find the other rogue, as you guys can see there. Ramon also has the added benefit of perception, and all Ramon has to do now is just spam CC this rogue's trinket while Scosis goes for the cap. Now they know that there's a druid here as well, and we have a 2v2 on our hands here. The druid gets feared, the druid gets blinded, and it breaks there. Sadly, Ramon's just going to go for raw pressure to get the big abyss, but he gets the nature swiftness off. Big mistake there by Scosis, breaking the blind there. They could have just resapped the rogue, kept the druid blinded, and stole the base, but now the druid still taking a decent amount of beating here, and that's exactly what the Horde team is doing. They get the rocket helmet, they get the cap, but it breaks early, and Scosis, he can thank his lucky star there, because he is going to be able to... What? He doesn't have direct damage spells. He's a Shadow Priest. He has to cast a Mind Flay or something. He can't just dodge him,
I wish we had an instant replay. He used a Sapper Charge. He actually missed his Sapper Charge, unfortunately. He was just spamming it out of the crowd control, and it wasn't in range to actually shut it down. So I would say that was a bit of an unfortunate. It was right on the edge, maybe a mistake. Either way you call it, that's going to be a big favor for the Horde, but... Guess what? The Alliance sent in quite a few resources, and all those Horde players are going to get completely wiped. And it looks like Jazero will be able to pick up that flag and claim the mine. And this is the position that they really want to be in. I do believe that Blacksmith is Blacksmith converted for the Alliance right now? I actually can't tell. I think it is. Looks kind of blue, right? It might not be, though.
I'm not sure, actually. It's really hard to tell on the minimap, but I don't think so. I think it's still uncontested. So, nope, never mind. Alliance has taken the Blacksmith. It is Alliance territory. So we have the golden trio here for the Alliance side. They're going to have Lumbermill, Stables, and Blacksmith. The absolute best. It's like having a royal flush. They have the best possible cards right now, and they're going to be cleaning out the hordes here on Blacksmith, and that's going to be a very commanding position. The Horde team is going to have to regroup and figure out where they want to send their rogues. They have one moving over to Stables here, but Macunia and Krothos are waiting in the wings.
Yeah, look at Ramon, though. Ramon just gathering intel, getting ready to pounce. I believe that's Ramon. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that's Ramon at farm right now, 100%. Our boy trying to go for those ninjas. Let's see if he can do it. solid defense here. A lot of Alliance members at Blacksmith. Looks like Goldmine is well defended. Stables, I think there's a slight opening there, but you can see one of the Alliance members on the road between Stables and Lumbermill going to be rotating back, and Ramon just going for it. He's actually just going for the cap. Let's see if he can do it. He's trying to use the Noggin Fogger to appear really, really small. Moonfire comes in, and this Druid, I mean, that was kind of a close call there, but the Moonfire will be enough. Now we can see on the Horde side of things, potential Ninja Cap here on Stables.
Yeah, big shout out to that mage and shaman just respecting the 1v1 here with Ramon, just basically letting their druid rot here to the damage of Ramon. He's going to take it to the graveyard, and now it looks like Ramon has a pretty free cap here. Maybe if he can get a Vanish Sap or a restuff. I think he had a Fury Fire on him, otherwise he for sure would have restuffed after that. So Ramon, well, oh, no, so he uses the Vanish, Elemental Shaman, Ellie Mastery. Ramon takes a big chunk of damage there to the face. And
Ramon is immortal.
Fury. He's using a lot of potions here. There's a Thunder Fury, proc. Is that a Hunter with a Thunder Fury? Are you kidding me? What? I've seen it all.
What's wrong with what's wrong with that?
That's not Hunter loot, man.
Everything is Hunter. Everything is Hunter loot. Everything is Hunter loot. Okay.
I'm mad. I lost a pair of cloth boots because they had nature resistance on them. They gave them to a hunter, and they were actually good for PvP, man.
Well, I mean, what can you do? You're going to be raiding with hunters. You have to expect them to take all the loot, and that's just a fact at this point. We've got a big skirmish here at Blacksmith. Looks like the Alliance are going to be able to hold on, and this is the position that we have seen Venoxis finest in every single one of their games. They get the 3 bases, and they just hold on tight. They send Ramon, the Unbreakable. I'm going to give him the nickname, the Unbreakable, as he pushes in and scouts and tries to find these 1v1 situations. Lumbermill actually had no one there for a little bit, so completely undefended. But now with some spawning, Ramon might actually want to go and check out that and see if that is a kind of an available base for him to go poke and prod at just a little bit and kind of cause some distractions, as it seems like the farm right now is pretty well established in terms of defense.
Yeah, the farm is looking good. The crops are growing. The sun is shining. And it's all about the blacksmith here. Seems to be a few riots here, but Crit, he is going to drop that blast wave. Big AoE damage coming up. Look at all these mobs stacking up at the flag, waiting to be ZF there. And that's going to be a very, very convincing teamfight victory there for the Alliance squad here. And now Ramon looking to find another fruit basket here and see what he can do here. Very, very explosive on that rogue, but right now there is a 4-man defense. The fruit basket thing, just you just get that.
No, I didn't. I still don't. Oh, with pomegranate, yeah. I was just. I
Wait,
just
can you
kept
pronounce
thinking
it
about
again?
Ramon. Pomegranate.
Pomegranate.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been saying pomegranate, so that's
yeah.
Ooh, too much arcane.
Ooh, Ramon the Unbreakable. Oh, he gets taken out of stealth, unfortunately, and he will be abandoning ship, going for a bit of a jump there. Manages to hold on and going to be looking for that re-stealth. But now, his position has kind of been given up, and they know he's going to be somewhere between farm and stables. Big assault here by the Alliance at stables. Let's see if they can, pony on through that defense of the Alliance, or if they're going to get wiped out here. It's looking not too bad for them at this point. Big damage coming in from the Horde. Multiple members of the Alliance get dropped. Skosys getting absolutely taken down really, really quickly by this warrior as well. Really taking advantage of that Dark Edge of Insanity. A big ninja attempt here by the Horde as well, but unfortunately 2 defenders gets shut down, and I don't think this rogue is really going to be able to do much. This undead female rogue gets dropped really, really quickly. I knew you were going to say something about that.
Yeah, was about to say, undead female, you see what happens. You look at Ramon, and he's just owning. big reason to why his team is currently in the lead. And we are going to see this other rogue here at Goldman being very patient there. So that could be something to look out for. But right now we are just watching people fight to the death here at stables. A lot of pressure coming in. Horde players trying to cap, but look at Krotos tanking out everyone right now as a big beefy bear, and a big chunk of damage there on the person hitting Krotos. But Krotos still holding on, and now finally going to go down there. And now can see the Alliance squad here starting to get a little bit of control here of the stables. Finally, they're getting their horses back into the position where they need them to be. And it's looking like a few Holy Novas later and a few aim shots later, they are going to be able to get that base under control. So nicely defended by the Alliance. And now we have a big opening here by the rogue duo on Goldmine. He almost gets discovered here. Valerie, how do you not see him? You're literally running on top of him. Ramon.
I don't know. I know Ramon's doing it. Ramon's going for it. Ooh, the druid needs the Moonfire. Can he get the Moonfire? Ooh, big Moonfire. And looks like he will be using that Skull of Impending Doom to avoid any sort of blind shenanigans. The pre-abolished just playing max range. Oh, no! Ramon! What? This is the first mistake we've seen from Ramon. He goes for the the Rocket Helm while Skull of Impending Doom was still up. Definitely, I mean, that's disappointing, but, mistakes do happen. Everyone makes mistakes. Even Ramon the Unbreakable still just charging. You can see just sprinting after this Druid. Rocket Boots coming in, and the Moonfire spam in true Druid fashion is working out quite nicely here. Looks like Ramon might be able to actually go for another cap, potentially go for a re-stealth. Was he able to? I think he used the restorative potion and he removed the fairy fire. So big plays coming in from Ramon once again, and now likely going to be going for the sap. And this druid is used a lot, so I don't know if he has any tools to really deal with getting opened on here.
Yeah, and is that the druid's pet? I think so. So it is. And Ramon now is going to finally get the open a cheap shot. No kidney shot coming in, and that is going to be a nature swiftness kill there. Another rare mistake here from Ramon. I think he should have went for the kidney here. He's not going to be able to do so. That Arcanite Dragonling doing a lot of work there. Druid's going to be trinketing out of the kidney shot. So Ramon does get the kidney there. Can he get the blind now? He goes for it. He gets it. And he does have backup, though. The Druid, his hunter, is going to be there making sure that this blind is not going to be enough crowd control here. But look at Ramon.
Oh, they got the mine.
Really, they get the mine. And Ramon, the Unbreakable, lives on as well.
That was actually such a nice attempt. Such a successful attempt, a really good push there by these rogues, these Horde rogues going in. They managed to get out multiple crowd controls, and despite the fact that the Alliance, I think they had 3 or 4 members there, they weren't able to shut it down. So really, really well executed crowd control, but there's no spirit res for the Horde side right now, so they need to send in more reinforcements right now. They need more reinforcements right now, as it is extremely likely they are going to fall, and it's looking like Venoxis Finest is going to be able to reclaim this base and defend it.
Yeah, and a nice push there, and it should have yielded them a result there, to be honest. They should have had more people rotating there, but this is the problem, if you make a play like that when you already have Blacksmith, you just jump over the water and you jump down and you're at mine. But when you have to run all the way from, one side to the other, like if you're running from lumber mill or your reinforcements are coming from farm, it's so hard. Even if you do get the base, your team might just get wiped. If you get an unlucky, res as you get the cap, it's very unfortunate for the Horde squad there. Nice push, but unfortunately for them, not having Blacksmith means that the Alliance team can just quickly get back there and do what they need to do. And now we are seeing them go after Blacksmith, but this is the heaviest guarded node for Venoxis Finest, and this is the least likely one to fall there. So I think in this situation, you are the Horde squad. You try to send in some cannon fodder to Blacksmith, and then you have some ninja stuff going on at stables, or you try to go for a big push with everybody on Goldmine, and you have, a couple of ninjas at stables. Now we're going to see here it's a one rogue, but from 2 different points of views. I was like, wait, we got 2 rogues here? Is that the same rogue? The same rogue here. From every single angle, looking beautiful, and he's going to be moving forward here, looking for Macunia. He knows these hunters, they're just sitting at the far outskirts, and we gotta commend Macunia and Krotos on their positioning.
What was that?
Krotos just chilling and Macunia just chilling on max range.
The rogue actually got out of. He revealed his position to drink a noggin fogger. So really wanted to earn those style points, I guess, and he's going to be moving forward. Let's see. Gets knocked out of stealth and flared out. Super unfortunate. Macunia with great positioning, going to be playing max range. The scatter does come in. Potential trap as well. Macunia looking super solid here. Hunter's Mark is up. A potential cap. Can they get it? In the back line, no. That's going to get shut down. Krotos on that Druid. Going to be able to throw in the Moonfires. Macunia also realizing the situation. Goes in. At the same time, Ramon going for a Ninja Cap. Ramon, can he get it? He's going for it. They don't realize. This Druid, Moonfire at the last second once again. This Druid is so annoying. Getting for Ramon is so annoying, but playing it really, really well. And I think the mind control cap backfired. Is that true? Is that what happened?
Yep, that is exactly what happened right there. Ramon vanished to drop combat, went for the max range mind control cap, doesn't work out. He goes for the Goblin Rocket Helmet a little bit earlier, but it was one tick left on the skull. Ramon not been having great RNG here with the helmet. He gets cheap shot onto the Druid. He gets cheap shot himself by the Rogue. The living action potion comes out. Actually, the free action potion comes out. Ramon gets blinded on it, and this Rogue is going to look to restart and sap him. But the Druid actually puts him in combat with that Fury Fire. Big mistake there coming out from the Druid, and that's going to allow Ramon actually to get some damage out here on the enemy Rogue. But he gets caught up in the kidney shot himself. Doesn't matter, and he will be sent. The Unbreakable will break.
Yep. Unbreakable will break, and now we'll have to see where exactly Last in Sleep is going to send in an attack once again. And it seems like this game is just coming down to ninja attempts. Like right now, the Horde side, they're basically completely relying on these ninja pushes to try to pick up either stables or mine, but these nodes are so well defended right now. I mean, Venoxis Finest, they're hunters. I feel like one of the star players for these teams is these hunters defending. Druids defending as well seem to be working out really, really well. Just avoiding getting capped on by these rogues. And so far, so good for Venoxis Finest. They've been looking very, very solid in this match so far. We have a bit of a team fight here on the outskirts of the Blacksmith, and really, really good denial of ground. We have the Hunters laying down the freezing traps, just putting out tons of snares, making it difficult for the Horde to actually fully push in on this node and buying enough time for Venoxis Finest to sort of bring in some reinforcements to help out in this team fight.
Yeah, and let's see if those reinforcements can come close enough here. Venoxis Finest, they're taking this victory very, very soon here. We're getting to that critical mass point where you're going to need a little bit more than 3 bases to actually close out the match here if you are the team on the back foot. So they need to make something happen here on the side of Last in Sleep. Let's see what they can get done here. Again, they're relying on those rogues to get those ninjas. Macunia finds the rogue. Scatter comes out. Where's the freezing trap? He gets it. And there's the flare as well here. The rogue going to be in a very awful position, but he does have his Druid, I do believe, there with him on the node. And the Hunter has his Druid with him as well on the node. So both of these guys are in a 2v2 situation, and they don't even know it. Krotos, if he releases himself, that could be a big mistake. He dispels the poison on himself, but he gets reapplied with that Serpent Sting. Macunia not letting go, and he is going to be able to make something happen there. The Druid does get found here and gets rooted. I think that's a Druid. I think he's just going to let himself die here. As you can see, he just shifted. Going to be moving away. It looked like he got a change of heart there at the end. He's like, wait, can I just go to Lumbermill maybe? I can go somewhere else. But it looks like he is going to be sent back to the graveyard. Once again, Macunia on that Hunter, been doing a phenomenal job throughout the tournament defending. Ramon on the Rogue, been doing a great job attacking. And the rest of the team, been doing a great job team fighting, calling rotations, and just making sure that they're holding on to their chokehold here.
Yeah, and I mean, Venoxis Finest, I have to say, their defense has been looking really, really solid so far. I mean, I've said this once, I'll say it again, and I'll probably say it again after this, that no one has been able to really break this defense. They have really great rotations. Their Hunters are doing an excellent job holding onto the bases and just snaring everybody up. We have a big Horde side push once again, but at the same time, we have it's a 2 versus 1 situation here at the farm, and now these Alliance players are sneaking behind enemy lines, trying to cause a disturbance. And let's see. I mean, Venoxis Finest, they might be able to hold on to stables. It's looking likely at this point. But at the same time, the Horde might actually end up losing the farm, which would be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, we're gonna see here. Can they hold on? I'm not sure here. The farm is definitely looking like it's gonna be under attack. They're sending some reinforcements back there, so I do think. I mean, just look at all of this pressure that Ramon single-handedly can create. Actually, he does have okay, sure, he has Nims with him, but this is mostly Ramon's work. Let's be honest. And they are in a 3v2 situation. Nims getting death coiled and getting slaughtered there, and Ramon, he is gonna be turned into a little Majin Buu cookie there with that drain soul going back to the graveyard. And now we are gonna see the fight here at Stables looking like it's going in favor of Venoxis Finest. And now we have a 500 plus point differential here between Venoxis Finest and Last in Sleep. And it's looking like Venoxis Finest, even with two bases, are going to be able to walk away with this one. So very just methodical plays here. But an attempt on Blacksmith actually might be going in favor of the Horde here. He got some crowd control, but finally Nims is going to get dispelled there on the blind. And now the Sap Charge is coming out. Nims really laying down the law here with his teammate, Mr. Farwell. And of course that mage there. So great job by them. They're slowing down the assault here as well. Ramon finding a few of his own here on the bridge. And that should be another defended node here in favor of Venoxis Finest, who are just inches away from winning this game, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really good. And it's like you said, at this point, for Venoxis Finest, even if they can just hold on two bases, is likely they are going to win this game. And Last in Sleep, they were just not able to find the openings, not able to find the opportunities. And yeah, I mean, that'll be the story of this game once again. It's that triangle formation of nodes and not really being well coordinated in a fight to actually kind of push through that defense to try to make something happen. Right now, Ramon is going to be trying to make something happen here. Sap on the Shaman, Kidney Shot on the Priest. The Priest looking like he will end up going down here, and this kind of push is going to get disrupted from the Horde side. Big Chain Lightning lands on Ramon, but unfortunately not going to be enough damage. And once again, the Horde are going to get cleaned up at the Blacksmith, sent back to the Spirit Res, and we do have a bit of a push here from Stables as well, but there's just so many Alliance players just ready to defend, in position, great rotations, and now you can actually see that there is no one at Lumbermill. They're actually pulling their defenders. At this point of the game, they have to pull their defenders, because if they don't take some risks, they're going to lose anyways, and it's at this point where we'll see if they can sneak in and maybe just grab Lumbermill really quickly. If that happens, then the game's going to be over, but you kind of get the feeling that, I mean, this is just over already.
Yeah, this is kind of over at this point. You could say Last and Sleep, they are going to be sleeping with the fishes here. Well, they did qualify for that top six, so we are going to be seeing them in 2 weeks, but most likely going to be eliminated here by Venoxis Finest. And maybe we'll see that prediction come true with the Venoxis Finest versus Apes happening. Well, I mean, there's a few more obstacles in the path, but this is the first one, right? So definitely looking good for them here, moving along in that lower bracket. And now big fight happening here in Blacksmith. The Horde's sending in a lot of resources here. Let's see if they can get it going. Bakuri gets a nice multi-shot out to try to spin the flag before he dies. Kosas gets the Blessing of Protection, gets a few heals out, and he is spinning the flag on top of it there with those Shadow Priest fears, but he's going to be taken down, and now it's looking like the Horde team is actually overrunning the Alliance squad here. They just got the res, though, so more Alliance players are trickling in from all sides here. You see one player also potentially leaving Stables here, trying to get something going, trying to back up the team. And this is Ramon's golden opportunity here. No one defending farm. Ramon is moving across. He wants another base here before the game is done.
Yeah, you need a hockey reference here. It's like when you pull your goalie, you're behind, you pull your goalie, you're trying to make something happen, and you just see that puck just slowly going into the net. That's exactly what's happening now. Blacksmith was assaulted, but Ramon picking up this base. It is impossible for them to come back at this point, and this game will be concluding. Venoxis Finest looking really, really solid with their defense. Last in Sleep, you got to give them some credit. Unfortunately, they will be eliminated from this tournament this weekend, but they will be back, so they can go back to the drawing board, kind of figure out what went wrong in this game, and they'll have an opportunity in a few weekends to come back and play for that championship title.
Yeah, and I mean, for them, this is Fantastic. Venoxis, not for last in sleep. For Venoxis, this is fantastic. They're going to be staying alive. They're going to be feeling good about that one. That was a pretty decisive victory, I want to say. And, they just do what they do. Good defense for the enemy ninjas, good ninjas themselves, and they're able to walk away with this lower bracket match here. Last in sleep, like you mentioned, we're going to be seeing them on the finals in 2 weeks from now. Next weekend is going to be all about North America. And today, obviously, we're going to be crowning our champion in Europe, which is going to be one of the remaining teams when we do take a look at that bracket a little bit later. And so far, it really feels like the team that gets Blacksmith is very favored to win, but the team that doesn't get Blacksmith, they could. There is a world where they can kind of just abandon Blacksmith, send in a little cannon fodder there, here and there, and just go for those rogue plays, having a big group attack somewhere and having a rogue and a druid, or just two rogues, or even a single rogue, try to make something happen on their own. And a lot of teams have been going with this strategy, and it's been working out very nicely. And this is something that I've wanted to see from a lot of these teams. So I'm happy that we're going to see it.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, I mean, that has been kind of the main strategy. You pick up Blacksmith, you get connected bases, and you look really, really solid. And the only way you can really break through that is if you have a really, really good team fight composition. So I think that's, just thinking about Apes' composition, you kind of talked about you don't think it's going to be a team that can ninja, like no one's going to be ninjaing against Apes. And it kind of, you get that feeling that if a team is really, really, really calculated and they have the proper composition for defense, it's going to be really, really difficult for a team to kind of break through that defense and actually go for a ninja. So the next best thing you can do if you have that defense covered and you're not going to get ninja'd on is making sure you build your comp around a big team fight and being able to kind of overwhelm. So I think that's what Apes has done. They've been looking good. Obviously, Venoxis Finest, they're going to be moving forward in the tournament. Last in Sleep, they will be eliminated, but like I said, Last in Sleep, we will see them in a few short weekends from now to try to play again in that championship round. Our next matchup is going to be the Presburg Pumper Blasters, and they're going to be going up against Scooter. Now, Presburg Pumper Blasters, they had kind of a close call in their last game. Scooter actually had a really nice match earlier against Deutschbon. Who do you think has the edge going into this one?
Scooter. I would say
Scooter.
I would say Scooter's got this 100%. I have complete confidence in them. At the end of the day, a Scooter was faster than the German trains, so I think they're gonna stay alive and qualify for that lower bracket final to face off against Venoxis. I think that's gonna be the lower bracket final, and then whoever win. Actually, is that a lower bracket? Wait, isn't there an upper bracket final?
Lower bracket semi.
Yeah, it's lower bracket semis. Okay, so whoever wins that is going to face the loser of Apes and
Apes and
Bamboozle.
The upper bracket. Bamboozle, thank you very much. I knew it was something like that, yep. Apes and Bamboozle will be playing it out later. Our next match, of course, is going to be the Presburg Pumper Blasters. They are going to be going up against Scooter. I think a lot of us would kind of favor Scooter in this matchup. Presburg Pumper Blasters, they've been having a rough go at it. This is kind of their last chance in this game. They just lost in the upper bracket, but I mean, Presburg Pumper Blasters, they put on quite a good show for themselves. I don't know if you remember, Zico, but Jadis, the mage, the male troll rank 14 mage, and we've commented on it last time.
God.
Yeah, he was a Pompyro god. Now he's put on the ice barrier, so he's hung up his Pompyro boots, and he's on a new adventure with the ice barrier, and we'll see how that does work out for him in this game. But yeah, Scooter on the Alliance side of things, definitely looking good so far.
You say he hung up his Pompyro boots? I mean, come on, man. He hung up
Trolls
his
wear
apron.
shoes too.
He hung up his apron. He's a baker. He's baking those pies, those pyroblasts, and
I thought you were going to say something about trolls not wearing shoes.
Oh no, I could have went in that direction as well. That's a good call, but missed opportunity there. And now he's going to be serving up that ice cream with the Frost Mage. Maximus, one of the absolute rogue legends here of the server Gold Mag. Let's see what he can do here. He's going to get a sap here. Red Sky gets the rocket helmet. Maximus gets the blind. Are they going to crowd control multiple players here? Maximus gets the flash bomb on the dog as well there. And Maximus, can you get the re-stuff? Can you get the re-blind here? There's no way they're going to do this. They're actually going to get it. What a beautiful setup here. Maximus and Red Sky takes down a 2v3 here. And all they have to do now is stay alive and spam out those moonfires. And Aranon is here on his mage. They get a nice rocket helmet here onto Red Sky, and they do have a beautiful play here happening, Manruki.
Yeah, definitely a beautiful play. Look at this. They picked up the gold mine, and then they just abandoned, and they're pushing. They're actually pushing, maybe looking for a 5-cap in this game. I think the farm is going to be a really interesting fight here. Let's see if they can actually pick it up. I believe it's a rogue who stealthed over, and if they can get that as well, that's going to be a very good position for Scooter to start off in. Let's see, Bieberg, what is he going to be able to do? Just kind of throwing his weapon right now at WG. And it actually gets caught into a full trap. And it looks like this hunter will be able to pick up this node. Things are looking good. Potential reinforcements coming in from the Horde side graveyard, that starting point. And it looks like he will be able to shut it down. He actually capped it! No!
Yeah, Janice, what are you doing?
How did Janice not do it? He's a mage. He could have fire blasted. He could have bolted. He could have threw a nade. He could have blink arcane explosion. He could have done so many things, but too little, too late. And maybe he's hitting his Palm Pyro keybind.
Eberg doing such a phenomenal job here. How is he still alive right now? What? Okay, I think he is dead there. He does get a trap, and he spun that flag so hard before he died. Really excellent stuff here. This is a phenomenal opener. I mean, finally the Horde team gets, 2 bases there, but definitely threw them for a loop. Now, the Horde team is going to also have that blacksmith. So now, big fight potentially happening in LM. I want to see some stealthies being sent over to GM, and you see Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee almost getting discovered there, has to duck down in the safety of that water. He's going to be going to Gold Mine, and then you're going to see a big attack happen on Lumbermill and Gold Mine, and one of them should fall in favor of the Horde team if they can execute this right.
These 3 bases you have as the Alliance side right now, not exactly ideal, that's for sure. They're not very well connected, and I think that's why the Presburg Pumper Blasters are still in a pretty reasonable position to come back in this game. They do have Blacksmith, which means that central node, they're going to be able to either attack stables if they want, Lumbermill, they can go to Gold Mine, they can kind of pick their poison, and I think hitting multiple nodes for them, kind of dividing the Alliance force, is going to be, the key for them to actually try to make it back, and we'll see if they can do it. There's 2 defenders right now at Gold Mine, and I would say Scooter's doing a pretty good job allocating their resources. They have a lot of kind of floaters between Blacksmith, Gold Mine, stables that can maneuver wherever they really need to, but Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee is going to be pushing forward and trying to make something happen here at stables, but not an easy position when there are 2 defenders kind of waiting around for this rogue to try to make a move.
Yeah, and they are going to try to force the issue here now at Gold Mine. This is exactly what you want to be doing as the Horde team. Just get aggressive onto Gold Mine, get aggressive onto Lumbermill, but they don't really have any presence on Lumbermill. They have some people kind of cutting down the reinforcements here from stables. So if they can win this fight down here, they're pretty isolated. The only thing is that there is a graveyard down here that can kind of teleport people back into the fight. And Gleeway is going to charge in here, try to spin the flag, stopping a few members there. He gets mind controlled, and he is entirely alone here. This mind control could be huge. They're going to have some people running to the base. They need people to go towards stables. I think they're actually going to get it. They do get the mind there. What an excellent push here by Scooter, keeping themselves, by the Presburg Pumper Blasters, keeping themselves here in the game.
Wow. I mean, I don't think either one of us predicted that the Presburg Pumper Blasters were going to find themselves in this situation, but this is best case scenario. Second best case scenario. I would say you have Blacksmith, you have Mine, you have Farm. Best case scenario is you have Lumbermill, Blacksmith and Farm, but that's not going to be happening for them just yet. But this is a great spot to be in. They are behind on resources right now, but there's an opportunity for them to come back in this game as long as they can hold on. We'll see how Scooter decides to handle this situation. Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee getting a sap on DPI, but second defender is waiting in the wings. Let's see what Hoo-Ha Hee decides to do. Maybe go for a blind play. Doesn't look like he's going to go for it. Going to be just going for a bit of a reset, just running away. Meanwhile, we see Maximus and Stealth just sneaking across the map, probably looking to make some plays over at the farm. We have a blacksmith fight going on as well. Mage goes into Iceblock Gleeway, going to get taken down, and losing a member on offense is not going to be good. Oh, the warrior actually gets completely sniped there. Nicely done. Jadis blinks in as well. He gets counterspelled. Big fight going down at the blacksmith.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Horde kind of emerge as the victors from that fight. And we are going to see Hoo-Ha Hee goes for the sap here onto DPI. He gets a mind control cap. Hoo-Ha Hee. He is definitely laughing straight to the bank with this, but B-Berg is there. And all of a sudden, Hoo-Ha Hee. He is not laughing that much anymore. Looks like B-Berg is going to be getting the last laugh. Hoo-Ha Hee going to use the vanish. But, I mean, look at this. A single rogue forced 4 people to sit there on the node and try to defend when they are down. And look at Red Sky. He is coming down here. He gets the mine with a beautiful mind control cap of his own. And now Red Sky, he has his work cut out for him. 3, 4, 5 people at gold mine ready to take it back. He gets scattered. He gets trapped. And he is about to get feared too if that breaks. There's no way. Oh, no, there's a mage. He gets counterspelled. Resmond, block. What are you doing? Go. AoE. Does he not have a block macro or something? He exits it late. He gets feared. He does get the Nova in between. He gets the nade. Ranond, he's going to buy enough time for his teammates. And Red Sky puts his team back in the game with that ninja cap. Now all of the Alliance are swarming down. They need to commit members down here. They need to make sure that they don't die. They don't have a graveyard here, so they need to stop everyone from touching that flag and make sure that they're sending enough people here to keep that going, keep the chain going of interrupts.
Ooh, Paladin just bombing out heals. Beast God realizing it, going for some sort of crowd control, manages to find the full trap. Paladin's heals will get shut down. Now the Alliance are actually in a little bit of trouble here. This is a very dangerous fight. There is no spirit healer. The space is still not capped, so going down is a disaster, but they managed to cap it. The Alliance just has to hold on a little bit longer. If they can do it, Maximus charging in, just sprinting in on his rogue, looking to get cheap shots. He gets a Nova out of stealth, unfortunately. Are they going to be able to cap it? The reinforcement's going to be rotating in for the Alliance here very, very shortly. Cell, you are the last hero that can defend this node. Is he going to be able to do it? He just has to buy a little bit more time. His pet is attacking. No one's actually spinning the flag, or no one's actually capping the flag right now. They might have bought themselves enough time. Moonfire spam does come in for the Druid. Pricey moves in as well. They didn't loot his corpse. He's able to just body res. Dub still going for it. Big crowd control, but I think the Presburg Pumper Glasses are going to be able to regain this node.
Yeah, and Virix tries to make it there in time, but no cigar for him. And now it is going to be an uncontested win here for the Horde, most likely. I would imagine that these Alliance players are going to get cleaned up, and with the numbers advantage being so much in favor of the Horde, I think the Alliance should look for an opportunity elsewhere, maybe go and do a big attack onto Blacksmith, or a big attack somewhere else, maybe onto Farm. It looks like they're going for Blacksmith right now. They're sending in some people here, but there's only 2 players right now from the Alliance side trying to take over here. And now the Horde squads are rotating from Gold Mine, rotating back there as well. And some people are rezzing, few members coming down from Farm. And all of a sudden, Blacksmith is looking like a brick wall. It is just impossible for the Alliance squad here, I think, unless they can win this team fight super decisively, which hasn't been the case in general. I feel like the Horde is going to be able to hold on to this.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of seems like that right now. Big Psychic Stream coming in. Nicely done there by Noose. Okay, hold on. He's getting really low. Needs to actually land a big heal. Holy Nova comes in once again. Going to be spinning that flag and denying the Alliance any opportunity of actually gathering it back. And now the Horde, once again, they're still in a position where they're behind on resources, but if they could just hold on to these bases, they're going to be looking good. Bit of contention here at the farm as well. There's 2 Alliance players moving forward, trying to get a cap. Maximus and Red Sky once again working together as a team. WG, he's going to be the one that has to try to slow it down. Maximus goes in, gets the Rocket Helm immediately. WG, unfortunately, not able to get the Skull of Impending Doom. Maximus needs to shut down the reinforcements. There's another Horde player coming. Can he get the sap? He needs to. Can he get the sap? No, the shot gets off, but he assaulted the farm. The travel time on the arcane shot took a little bit too long, and now Red Sky was able to grab the flag and put the Alliance back in it.
Red Sky on that druid, together with his boy Maxim, has been doing a phenomenal job. And Red
Oh,
Sky
he
is
needs a
going to come
Moonfire.
out, press Moonfire, and there it is. He has plenty of time to get these Moonfires up, but they are finding themselves in a actually in a 3 versus 3 situation now. We got Bieberg here coming in, Gleeway as well, and Hoo-Ha Hee. We got a 4 versus 5, 6 versus 4 right now in favor of the Horde, and they get the sleep here. Red Sky is making sure that they're crowd controlling as long as possible, trying to hold the base as long as humanly possible. Bieberg takes a beating right there, and he gets sent back to the graveyard. Maximus is going to follow Red Sky, more like Dead Sky, or more like Dead Guy, actually. He's going to be going back to the graveyard. Gleeway now getting mind controlled here, but still no one spinning on the cap here. Privacy's trying to go for it. Can he get there
Ooh,
in
get it.
time? He needs to get a consecration. He gets it. He gets the holy shock, but they do actually take over the farm here on the side of the alliance. DPI now is here. Can he dogpile on top of that base and get a psychic scream? Can he do it? He's looking for it. Don't think he needs to just yet, but still the alliance members are being swarmed here. So much more horde players still in this fight here, and more are trickling in from Blacksmith now, more respawning from Lumbermill, and this is a all-out slugfest, and it's going to look like the alliance might actually be able to hold it. This has been such a back and forth game so far, man.
It really has. I feel like this game in particular has been the most flag captures we have seen. It is off the back of a lot of these ninja attempts, and I mean that's kind of the nature of classic WoW. The team fights are really, really difficult to come back from, especially it's just so unforgiving if you're just trading kills. The Spirit Res really puts it in favor of the defenders, but going for these ninja attempts, sending in a few stealthies to try to make some plays, definitely it's a joy to watch. I mean, Maximus right now on his Gnome Road going to be moving forward as well. We'll see if Maximus can make anything happen at the Blacksmith. I think we have yet in this tournament, correct me if I'm wrong, in this tournament we've yet to see anyone ninja the Blacksmith. If Maximus can do it, it's going to be massive. He gets the net, he gets the sap, he actually gets the blind as well as the sap, and now going for the cap, and this could be it. Let's see if anyone's going to be able to come back, and it looks like... Oh, no!
Okay, it's not
Zurich, what are you doing? Maximus gets feared. He might be able to actually defend off that fear, but maybe not. Maximus charging forward, throwing a nade against Deathclaw. No, Maximus is in a panic. He's Deathclawed into a fear. He was so happy, but the defense comes in nicely done there by Zurich. I thought that was a bit of a questionable decision, running in for that melee range fear, but it ends up working out.
Yeah, I mean, he could have just dismounted and naded him and stopped the cap. So I think regardless of the result, I think that was still a questionable play, and it would have you under review if you were in my guild. Now we're going to see here Gleeway trying to make something happen here. He's kind of stuck in between the lumber mill and the blacksmith, just kind of feeling it out a little bit here to see where they need him next. And I mean, for the Alliance side, they have 3 nodes, but it is 3 horrendous nodes. They got farm, stables, and lumber mill. Now, to defend those, it's not the greatest position to be in because you are giving up basically half the map in terms of presence. So there's a lot of room for teams to sneak around and attack where they want to. And also, there's such a long distance between farm and stables that it's more or less impossible to hold both of them. If you're defending farm and you res on stables, well, that's just unlucky. Meanwhile, the Horde, they're going to be resing in their base. That's still very close compared to running from stables. So right now, it's looking like Scooter are able to hold on, but I don't know how convincing this is. At any point, the Horde squad with Blacksmith going to have that big power play and be able to make something happen. And it's looking like potentially farm is the next point of contention here for the Horde.
For the Horde. Let's see if they can do it. Farm. Let's see. Hoo-ha, hee-hee. Just maneuvering in stealth. He pops his sprint. Let's see if there's going to be any openings. At the same time, we have a bit of a fight here going on at the stables. Buzzo might get just taken down and dropped immediately. Good defense coming in here from the Alliance side, who is still up 3 bases to 2. Been in control in terms of resources for pretty much the entire game. I mean, the Presburg Clumper Blasters, they've had the 3 nodes at some point, but still, in terms of resources, I don't think they've been ahead at any point in this game. And it looks like Hoo-ha Hee-Hee not finding the opening that it really needs with WG to actually find a flag conversion here at Stables, hitting that pumpkin patch for his team. And also this push here at Stables looking like it's going to get completely swatted away. Maybe not, though. Some reinforcements coming in from the Horde. They need to hold on. There's a lot of team members getting low. Some heals definitely be channeled in, but now just getting completely swarmed by the Alliance. I don't think the Horde can really do too much. And Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee actually going to be taking a little bit of a journey up to the lumber mill, but not going to be happy with what he finds. 2 defending there as well. Just a solid defense here by the Alliance side of things.
Yeah, the Alliance side are not really giving up much, but it depends on what classes those two are. Ooh, that is a priest, and I'm not sure. Is that a pet class? Is the most important thing to know here. If not, then Hua-He can absolutely go for a sap on the priest, a blind on the other guy, and potentially set himself up for success here. Let's see, he might have a mind control cap. There's a lot of opportunity here for Hua-He. If what is Oyas then there? I think it should be a hunter. We're gonna see here. Oyastan is a warrior. Is it a dwarf warrior though? I can't really see if it is. If not, then this is a pretty free node here for Hua-He. Can he get it though? Is the question. Is he just gonna go for the?
It's gonna right click it.
He's just gonna steal it.
Click it.
Oh, that is devastating. That is devastating for the Presburg Pumper Blasters. Oh, sorry, for Scooter.
What is Scooter doing? I'm going to be honest. That was I don't know what's going on there. Their comms right now are probably like, wait, who is watching that? What just happened? Like, where is he? Where is everyone? Or is like, oh, just taking a look over at farm, seeing how that was going. But Hoo-Ha-He actually vanishes the death coil, I do believe. Goes for the blind, and Rodai just trying to buy as much time as he can. Really nicely done. He has to buy time for reinforcements. If he dies too soon, then they might be able to just cap it really, really quickly. Hoo-Ha-He holding on by a thread. It does get dropped, but bought more than enough time for Area of Smooth and his companions to get there and to hold on to this flag. Really, really nicely done there. But also a massive blunder by Scooter. That was a huge mistake to just leave the base for no reason. I mean, I'm not exactly sure why that happened.
Yeah, I have no idea. They have a priest and a warrior defending. Just stay on the base until you can rotate in, like a rogue to defend or hunter or something. And they are basically going to give up the lumber mill for free here. And now, once again, the Horde team is going to be looking to get control over the match here. And Hoo-Ha-He, I mean, he couldn't be happier. He just went and basically collected a free check here for his team. They're going to be getting those big points here with 3 nodes. And we're going to see. I don't know. I don't think that Alliance lead is enough. I think if the Presburg Pumper Blasters can hold on, I think they're going to be able to actually win the game based off of those 3 nodes. So very good news for them. And now, what do you do if you're on Scooter? You don't have Blacksmith. You have farm and stables. You have to get an attack on Lumbermill and an attack on Goldmine at the same time. It's your only play that you can make. And then somehow you also need to hold farm while doing that, which is going to be a tough order for sure.
I mean, I would agree with that. Right now, Horde is still looking good here at the Lumbermill. And in terms of the Goldmine, the Alliance actually doing quite a good job. If they can take down Beast God, I think this would be a pretty good. It doesn't look like there's any Horde actually rotating right now. They're getting a few reinforcements, but if those reinforcements get dropped and they can get people in position to actually get crowd control out, it will be looking pretty good here for Scooter to potentially actually claim the mines. It's only 1 defender at Blacksmith as well. Bit of a pressure point here. I like that the Horde is still sending out kind of scouts over to the farm, so this is keeping them honest, making sure they're having defense. But this fight here, WG getting really, really low. If WG can get picked, that's going to be one of the main healers. Let's see if Renaud can do it. Just needs a little bit more damage. WG getting really, really low. He charges away, but gets dropped. Noose there now as well. Throws in the wand onto Privacy, and will slow down that flight cap, kind of just spinning it, defending it, throwing into full fear. And the Presburg Pumper Blasters hold on to their 3-node lead.
The Presburg Pumper Blasters really pressing the advantage here with those 3 bases, and they're doing a great job. But again, I feel like, at this point, this is like beggars can't be choosers. You just got to go with the nodes that you have. Ideally, you don't want this combination of nodes on either side. But I feel like at this point, if you are the Presburg Pumper Blasters, you are far behind in the points still. You need another 230 resources just to tie it up. And you're on track to tie it up and take a lead here. So Just try to hold on to your base, and the only way to do it when they're this split is to just have good communication, good rotations here. You're going to need to make sure that the lumber mill and gold mine do not fall. That is the most important thing. Anybody who reses at that graveyard behind stables, those guys, they just need to ignore stables and run straight to gold mine or run straight to lumber mill. Anyone who reses at blacksmith, those guys are going to have a good rotation, and it could be possible technically to hold all three bases if they can do that. But I think most of their manpower needs to be at lumber mill and then drop down to blacksmith, and then also just have people at blacksmith quick to rotate to gold mine with the backup from lumber mill for blacksmith. And now Maximus, there's no way he can do this. Maximus, there is no chance you can do this. That is 3 players plus a pet. Like, I've seen you do crazy stuff so far, but no chance.
Lumber Mill appears to be an interesting fight as well. Looks like there could be just a 1v1 going on at Lumber Mill. Blacksmith is looking A-okay right now. Jadis in a full trap, and Cell. What is Cell going to be able to do? He really wants it. He's going to try to just take this fight and potentially take this node. Going for a little bit of first aid play, just recovering a little bit of his health. Another trap on Jadis, and he just uses Blink as well, so he's not going to have much mobility unless he has a net or something. I feel like Jadis, there's not much of a chance in this fight. He tries to go for the nade. He misses the nade, going for a poly, gets scattered on it. Jadis throwing in some arcane explosions, but at least Jadis bought enough time, and Dub just runs in and uses the rocket helm. This is a horde base, though, so the rocket helm, it's not like they're trying to ninja or something like that. They already have the base. It was a bit of a interesting decision there, but I think that's going to be more than enough to have these 2 mages beat this hunter. Then the 2v1, and they do manage to defend the base. And also, right now, the horde are putting a lot of pressure on farm, which is interesting. I mean, they have their 3 nodes, but they're not happy with the 3 nodes. They want to continue to send out an offensive force, get some pressure over onto the farm, and force Scooter to actually defend a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm kind of worried still for the Presburg Pumping Blasters. Are they actually going to win this with 3 bases? I'm not even convinced anymore. It's still 140 points between these guys, and I don't know. I think it's going to come down to the wire here for sure.
Yeah, I think it's just another one of those things where it's a story of the horde. You can tell that they want another base, right? Like the fact that they're sending in this offense and not just defending, it speaks volumes to, we're not going to win this with just 3 bases. We need to at least disrupt the resource gathering of the Alliance a little bit. So if they can convert this flag, it's going to be massive. But once again, a big nade comes in, and they are able to deny. And Lumbermill gets assaulted. This is big for the Alliance side. Picking up Lumbermill right now. I think if they can hold on, if they can just hold on to farm for as long as possible, I think they're going to be looking good to close out this game. They're at 1,800 resources, and they are getting close to closing it out.
Yeah, I mean, even at this point, you can actually just trade farm. Farm gets. I was just about to say you can trade farm for lumbermill. Whatever you do, though, do not lose lumbermill. I think at this point it's very, very close. I mean, no team is getting points right now, and the Alliance team is going to get points before the Horde team since they got the cap first. So that means they're actually going to increase their point lead by like 20 points or 10 points. So for sure, a fine situation for the Alliance. But if anything else gets capped, that is a big problem. So at this point, abandon farm, send all of your members to Lumbermill and to stables. That is all you need to do to win this game.
This is going to be an extremely close game. I think it's going to be within like 10 points. At this point, the Alliance takes Lumbermill, so they're even right now, and they're going to be gathering points. The Horde, they need to get that third base as soon as possible. They might be able to come back, but still, it just seems like for the Alliance, they're going to be winning with that 2 nodes. Still a 120-point difference right now. And I don't think there's enough time. I really don't think there's enough time for them to actually come back. The Horde have to disrupt it. They need to go to Lumbermill. They need to go to stables, like you said. And for Scooter, they just need to defend those 2 nodes with whatever means necessary. Maximus actually going to be just trying to add insult to injury, trying to create more pressure like he always does. And If he gets this, then the game's at 100% over, unless, the Alliance do get their bases capped. Maximus just going to be going for Gold 9. WG sitting there defending, realizing, hey, we cannot lose this node or we are going to lose the game. So can't fully risk it just yet, especially with a player like Maximus just constantly poking and trying to ninja these bases.
Yeah, and sadly for WG, he wants to try to back up his team on that stables push, but he is basically in a check situation here, and now they're gonna send in another player just to deal with Maximus. That's basically giving up the game here. You don't even want to have anybody defending here right now, let alone two players. But I guess Dub, he doesn't care. He's gonna take that dub right there, take down Maximus, and that might be a win in of itself. But I think at this point, this was such a close game. I know we said that about a few of these games, but this, I mean, look at the point differential here. There's 90 points. It's, not even. Now it's 80 points separating these teams. And I just feel like it's been such a great game to watch here. Very back and forth. And even despite the little blunder they did, leaving Lumbermill unguarded, it looks like it is going to go in favor of the Scooter.
Yeah. And it's looking like it will play out that way. Scooter in the lower bracket right now. They will be advancing, and they keep their tournament dreams alive. Presburg Pumper Blasters, unfortunately, this is going to be one loss too many, and they will be eliminated. But we will be seeing more from the Presburg Pumper Blasters coming up in a few short weekends from now. But just looking at the scoreboard of this game, this is actually, it seems, I guess it was relatively even. There's a few heavy hitters for both these teams, very back and forth in terms of killing blows. But I think the main story of this game is the base is assaulted, the base is defended. I mean, there was just constant back and forth. No one was feeling safe throughout the game, and just lots of ninja attempts. And that ended with an Alliance win for the team of Scooter.
Well, and I mean, even if the Alliance didn't do that, get Lumbermill a little bit faster than the Horde team got farm there, the Horde team probably would have been, like, if that didn't happen at all and they just kept farming and the other team just kept Lumbermill, I think this game would have been a 1950 to 2000 resource differential there. So it doesn't get much closer than that.
I mean, it really doesn't. Well, it does. It is possible, but that's as close as we've really seen so far. So, yeah, really great game from them. And we will be seeing more from Scooter later today and see if they can continue to push through the lower bracket. They will be playing up against the finest of Eximo's finest is I believe
Venoxis finest.
Venoxis finest, yes, Venoxis finest. They will be playing up against them a little bit later on, but we're going to be moving up to the upper bracket now, and we get to once again see the tournament favorites, Apes, and we'll see if they can make it to the grand finals. What are you anticipating for that one?
I'm not sure. Bamboozle, it's tough for them. They're coming from the second best realm in Europe, Firemaw, and they're going up against players from the best realm, Gehennas. So I feel like I would put it in Apes' favor, but they are playing the better faction with the Horde. So I think it's
is it the better faction
one.
though? Is that well established? Is that a fact? Are we
so,
citing that as a fact? Elemental Shaman?
I think Ali Shaman is definitely pretty good for Arathi Basin. I feel like every time I look at somebody dying, it's an Ali Shaman blasting someone.
Fair enough. I don't know. The Hunters are really making a case for themselves as well. A good Hunter seems like on defense, it's kind of unbreakable. And the Alliance teams are favoring a lot of those Hunters. It's not like the Horde can't have Hunters, but bringing in a lot of those Shamans. It's just interesting to see the differences for sure. But from what I've heard so far, a lot of players do kind of favor that Elemental Shaman. So we'll see if Bamboozle is going to be able to do it, representing the Horde side, going up against Apes once again with their very unique composition. No Druids, no Rogues, no Selphs whatsoever, just lots of Hunters, big heavy hitters on those Warriors, and their teamfight composition has been super strong so far, and that will be our next game. And yeah, when we get into it, I mean, what are you kind of anticipating for this one? Do you think it's going to be another one of those games, Zico, where it is kind of 3 bases to 2, and we're just going to be jumping into it right away?
Yeah, I think this is going to be probably a 3-2. for whoever wins. Oh, I think if Apes wins, it's going to be a slow, methodical 3-2, just trying to hold on to their bases for as long as possible. I do think if Bamboozle wins, it's going to be at the back of Nuke here on that undead female rogue, getting maybe some ninja caps, getting the better end of Slicey or Rage, maybe one of the hunters defending, and maybe you can snowball a lead that way. I do think this could be what our grand finals is eventually going to look like today. So I'm excited to see kind of a preview of what it might look like.
This is interesting. So I'll make a prediction here. I don't think there's going to be any ninja capping going on against Apes. What do you think about that statement?
No
I
ninja
don't think
capping going on against. Wait,
I don't think they're going to be able to. My prediction is if Apes can get 3 bases, they're going to win the game 100%. I don't think Bamboozle's going to be able to push through the defense of Apes. So I think for Bamboozle, if they want to win this, it's going to be off the back of making sure that they win the team fight at Blacksmith. I think if they can't win the team fight at Blacksmith, it's going to be really difficult for them to win this game.
All right. Well, we'll see if that happens. On the one hand, we got some ninja cappers. On the other hand, we have a very durable, sturdy team fighting composition. And now we'll see what they can do here. We got Midge. He's going for that kind of ducking to the side to see how many people they're sending. They got Siralia, Buike, and Polythesia on that healer. So they got 2 healers and 2 ranged. Hunter Mage and a Priest Paladin here. Looks like they are actually just sending Midge away from that fight. And they are going to be taking this 3 versus 3 here. Looking like a mage warrior and some kind of healer there in the back versus a mage hunter. So let's see who can get crowd controls first. It's looking like Mosquito here is taking a decent amount of damage. He just gets blasted there by the hunter. Shiralia Buike doing what he can here to peel for Polythesia. Polythesia actually going down, so it's a 2v2 now. One team has a healer and the other team does not. Healer, warrior versus mage, hunter. Can they get there in time, though? This warrior is looking like a punching bag here. And that priest doing what he can, trying to keep him alive. But Voike is just parsing here on that frost mage with the frostbolt spam. And as soon as that healer leaves that pillar, well, most likely he's going to be getting crowd controlled here. If they can get a scatter shot on the healer right now, or a counterspell even, they might just win. Siralia just tab targeted to the healer and almost took him down. Imp counterspell coming in, and it looks like Vuike and the Hunter are potentially going to be walking away with this one. They do get the Scorch Fire Blast there, and now they sheep up the Warrior out of the entrapment, and that's looking like a 3 versus 3 that's going to be going in favor of the Apes. Ben? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be monologuing. I'm not sure what's going on. I do think we might have lost my co-host here. So yeah, we're chilling with that. You're gonna see here what else is going on here. Slicey now in a big situation here against Tubster. They are gonna be fighting off Nuke here, the annoying undead female rogue, trying to take somebody down using the evasion, but 2 hunters and 2 pets versus a single rogue. We all know the ending of that story. Now we got Pay here in a scatter shot. We got a big fight going on at Blacksmith here. And we can see Mosquito trying to escape Monkey News here, trying to make his way out. I think he actually used a health pod right there. He counterspells the scatter shot, but he's going to get sent to the Mosquito Heaven, I suppose. Not really sure where mosquitoes go when they die, but maybe there is a heaven for mosquitoes. I hope not. But yeah, we're going to see it's still a lot of teams trying to get control here over Blacksmith, but it's looking like it is going to go in favor of Apes, and Apes already racking up a beautiful lead here with that gold mine and that lumber mill. They also have that stable, so they got 3 bases giving them points, and of course Blacksmith as well, looking like it's going to go in favor of them. And now we got the Nuke moving up against the Hunter here. Siralia going to be defending Lumber Mill. Let's see what can he get done. Well, this is not a fair fight here. I'm going to be honest. Siralia, Nuke is bringing the party with him. Nuke is definitely bringing the party with him. Seralia, what can you get done here on the Hunter? He hasn't been discovered yet. Silpy's there. Politisia coming in as well from the side, trying to back him up. And I'm only assuming that Seralia is spinning the flag on the side there. Now we got QK blinking in, trying to get something going here. I'm not sure if split screen is the move here. We're watching the same fight from two angles. And now we're going to see a push actually happening onto Goldmine. This is exactly what the Horde team wants to do. They're going to forfeit Blacksmith. You're going to attack a lumber mill and gold mine. And if you are on the side of Apes, I think you forfeit gold mine. You're happy with blacksmith and you keep lumber mill. You're going to have the three best nodes in the house on your side. And that's going to be fantastic here for Apes if they can hold on to it. Of course, they still want to be spinning the flag and trying to hold on to, the gold mine as much as possible. But I think they have to commit to winning at least one of these fights here. Right now, it is looking like Lumbermill is the fight that they are committing to. And they're actually holding Blacksmith pretty well so far, holding on to everything, actually. Gold mine, they just capped Blacksmith. They're holding on to a Lumbermill as well. And actually, they're sending people away from Lumbermill to rotate towards Blacksmith here. So Lumbermill is going to be completely safe. And it's looking like Gold Mine, I don't know if they're going to be able to win that fight here. It's not looking too good here in Gold Mine. And they are going to be able to take down the Horde members. So again, Apes outnumbered and winning these fights. I'm not sure why there's so many Horde players just chilling at farm, but I don't know, maybe they're having a pumpkin carving or a pumpkin taste party or something there. But yeah, not sure what's going on there. Come on, Zico, you can do it. I'm trying here, guys. I'm trying to see if I can get some updates on where Venruki is. Trying to usually when he's casting, I have an opportunity here to. All right, so Enrique is making his way back into the cast here, and we're gonna see here once again the Fireball team is definitely been thrown for a loop so far. You can see even with Apes holding 4 bases, they're able to hold on to all 4 bases. It's truly remarkable, guys. Holding on to 3 bases, I mean, especially when one of them is gold mine and one of them is lumber mill, is extremely difficult just because of that distance between the bases. But Apes managing to hold on to both of them, managing to hold on to Blacksmith in the process as well. And they are just collecting resources all day here. But now finally a push happening here onto lumber mill. There is no way they're going to be able to hold on to it. Midge bubbles, runs in with the bubble to drop the consecration on the ground. He's waiting a little bit until actually he needs to spin the flag. He's doing a great job so far. Midge needs to press that button very, very shortly. If he gets polymorphed, it could be scary, but Parla is there with the double dispel, and Roomba just rezzed, and now more of the Apes are swarming over here onto Lumber Mill, and it's looking phenomenal for them, holding on to the base once again. And this is what I'm talking about. Whoever is defending for Apes does such a good job just stalling, buying time for the reinforcements to arrive, and then as soon as those reinforcements arrive, they're quick at rotating back, not overcommitting the amount of players. If the other team pulls back, they immediately pulls back as well. And that really is the strength of Apes here. Just having clean rotations, moving back and forth around the map. And they've been doing a great job with it so far. And see here, more opportunity comes knocking here. We do have 2 people very, very slowly, those 2 red dots sneaking between stables and gold mine. I think the Horde squad is looking to set up something on gold mine, and I want to see all of these players now that are under lumber mill. I want to see them take a left here and potentially go up to lumber mill. Maybe buy some time here. There's a lot of Apes members still at lumber mill, so if they can just keep them there, they're going to buy themselves a lot of time for that 2v1 in gold mine to potentially come to fruition and give them a node. I'm not sure though. I think Apes are kind of calling this situation here. They're going to have people sent over there. Rage JK caught up in the mind control cap. Nuke trying to be annoying, but QK doing a very nice job here, doing quick work of a lot of these players. He takes a big cheap shot there, gets forced into the ice block, uses the exit icebox there. Nuke Party now getting trapped up. Rage JK and QK getting control of the situation here. Can they get a blanket counterspell on I don't think they can, but Kalsi might just be able to spam dispel him and potentially take him down here with Rage JK. But Rage JK sitting in a net. QK gets blasted. What was that? He just took a big fat chunk of damage there from that Hunter off screen. And now Nuke Party going after the healer. Rage JK, though, doing a lot of damage himself here. Nuke, not sure if he's going to be able to stay alive. Looks kind of out of mana at this point. Just sitting down for a drink in the middle of the map. And it looks like Nuke is going to fall in that situation. And now it's and Jan Dudley on that Hunter staying in the fight here. But let's be honest, it's this is all of a Gehenna's show. So it's looking like Gehenna's is going to be able to defend this one. And Apes still going to be holding on to that 4 base advantage for basically the entire game. And I do hear something in my ear.
Ooh.
Is it
a microphone check? Music? Hey, you hear me again? I'm so sorry to do that too. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happened, but I am sorry. Technical difficulties, but I think we're all sorted out now. But getting back into this game, I can see that there's a clear lead right now for Apes. They managed to hold on to their 4 bases, and it's been looking good for them so far. Their defense definitely looking solid. Horde, once again, they're going to be sending a little bit of a hit squad up to Lumbermill, and we'll have to see if they can make something happen here. Or what they're going to be able to do. And looks like Zulpi is going to be caught into the scatter. And this team fight's still doing quite nice here for the Alliance. But if Zulpi gets picked, this is actually not looking too bad. The Horde side from Firemaw. Let's see if Bamboozle is going to actually be able to convert this Lumbermill flag. But at this point, there's just such a lead in favor of Apes. They're almost at 1,500 resources. They've still got 4 bases. And for Bamboozle to come back in this one, they're going to have to get 4 bases themselves. And I don't know if that's really going to be too realistic. You can see Apes, they've got multiple defenders at each and every one of these nodes. And this team fight is, you can kind of tell the way it's going by the Horde just jumping off the side. Definitely not going their way, that is for sure.
Yeah, that was definitely not me trying to get a bite of my pizza while you were going off on a monologue there. And Apes, this is very accurate actually for your prediction. So you said if Apes gets 3 bases, they're gonna hold them the entire game. They even won up to you on that prediction, and they have managed to hold on to 4 bases the entirety of this game here, Van. So Apes definitely making a case for themselves here again, showing that dominance, showing how good they are on that Arathi base, and how good their team is, how synergized they are with those rotations. And I just gotta say, Jan Dudley here, definitely looking a little bit lethal here on his Hunter. Now, since you don't speak Swedish, Van, his name means brain dead. And, I said he looks a little bit lethal, so that was the pun there.
You know what?
You missed it. Yeah.
I want to say I'm so happy that you were here and you speak Swedish, because if I tried to pronounce that, I'm not even going to try, because it would not sound
Come
good.
On.
You want to try?
Worse than pomegranate?
Yeah, worse than pomegranate for sure. I would say Hajer Nadodlig, but now that I know, silent H, it makes a lot more sense. But this is just Apes. They're looking good. Their defense looking solid. You hear the whistle. Is that a whistle? I don't know what that noise is, but you hear the sound of this game coming to its conclusion, and that conclusion is Apes once again completely dominating. And I don't know if anyone's going to be able to beat them at this point. Bamboozle, obviously not too much of a match, getting 4 capped the entire game. And do you still think, let me ask you something. After watching this game, do you still feel like Bamboozle is the best shot a team has? Out of all the teams in here, you still feel like Bamboozle is the best chance of actually taking down Apes? Do you think it's just going to be this kind of domination from them the entire time?
I think the game against Venoxis, I think Venoxis is probably the other team that could take him down, but I think the Venoxis game might look something similar to this. I do want to say the Venoxis team looks a little bit more composed, though, than Bamboozled looked here. So, maybe. We'll see. It's definitely an easy question to ask now that Bamboozle has gotten completely dumpstered here. By the way, man, I just want to say Since we were on the topic of pronunciation and teaching you Swedish, I feel like we should take this opportunity here to teach you a few more words. So, can you pronounce Jan Dödlig the way a Swedish person would now that you know?
Yen Dudley.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. So, hjärna, it means brain, and
Okay.
dödlig means, well, like lethal or mortal, or yeah, like lethal is the best way to translate that. Now, järn alone, so without the a at the end, just means iron
Okay.
or like metal.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
all I
all right.
got.
Oh,
That's
that's
all
all
I
you
can do
got.
with the
Okay.
name.
I got my notepad out. I was expecting more of a lesson than that. I'm writing it down, trying to create notes just in case there's a pop quiz later on today. But we can kind of take a look at the scoreboard and see. I mean, you saw it. Unless you weren't watching the game, it was quite a one-sided match. Apes managing to hold on to 4 bases, killing blows heavily in their favor, and I mean they just look super solid. And it's looking like this team is going to be unbeatable. And if that is the case, I mean we could be looking. I don't want to call it too soon, because of course there's still a lot of really good teams in the lower bracket. But so far, I think Apes is making a really good case for themselves. That not only are they going to be able to win the Warsaw Gulch title, but they're looking really, really solid to do so in Arathi Basin as well. So we'll see if they can kind of continue that dominance. For Apes, they've earned themselves. Obviously, they've made it into the championship bracket, but for this qualifier stage, they made it into the grand finals. And I do believe as well that gives them a bye in the championship stage. So they've earned their bye. They haven't lost yet. No one's really, it hasn't been too close for them so far. But that does mean we will be going down to the lower bracket. In just a little bit. But before we get to those games, we are going to be going to a quick commercial break. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Classic Fall Conquest. No!
No, I was muted when I left.
Oh, okay, well, we both made a mistake. I'm not alone in this one. We're both bad. Yeah, welcome back. We are slowly actually marching through this tournament, actually really, really quickly, I would say. Apes has made it into the grand final, so we are turning our attention down to a lower bracket match now. We can take a look at the bracket and see which teams still are in that lower bracket. You can see Bamboozle, they're going to be waiting. They just kind of got stomped by Apes. If you're watching Venoxis Finest, they're going to be playing against Scooter. And the winner of that will go up against Bamboozle, and the winner of that will make it into the grand finals for a potential rematch if it's Bamboozle, or a really, really long lower bracket push into the grand finals from one of these other teams. And out of these three teams, Zico, which team do you think has the best chance?
I think Venoxis Finest at this point. I mean, before we saw Bamboozle go up against Apes, I was like, yeah, Bamboozle probably best chance here. Just looking at their roster, there's a lot of players I've played against them and myself, and they're pretty good. And obviously being in the upper bracket, so they had that going for them. But after the total blowout that we just saw happen in that upper bracket, that was, I think, the most convincing game we've seen so far in the entire tournament today. So Apes really made a case for themselves in that one. So at that point, I think it's got to be Venoxis Finest. And I think for Venoxis Finest to even get to that point, they still got to go through Scooter and, Bamboozle.
Yeah, it's not an easy road for them. There's definitely no question about that. But I would say out of all these teams, I think Venoxis Finest is still... I kind of predicted that they were going to make that lower bracket run, so I need to give points to myself. I'm going to call it early.
Yeah, you lost all those points when your mic was muted, by the way. So,
man, I miss earning stickers. I'm going to be honest. I do miss the stickers.
Dude.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any stickers to give out, and if I did, I would just give them all to myself. So sorry about that. Yeah, Venoxis Finest representing the Alliance side of things. I think Scooter is actually a Horde team. Am I correct about that?
I do believe they are.
Okay, well, if that is the case, we'll find out. We'll find out soon enough.
let me have a look here. Yep, Scooter is going to be an Alliance team. I knew that. And of course, Venoxis Finest also going to be playing that Alliance. Wait a second. I just realized something. And I think you realized the same thing. Bamboozle is the last hope of the Horde. They're the only Horde team left in this competition. Bamboozle.
Yeah, so everyone was talking about, Horde being so advantaged with chain lightning but this top four, once again, it could just be a story of Europe. It was kind of the same thing in Warsong Gulch, where the Alliance are just, I don't know, in Europe, it seems like the Alliance are just better than the Horde. That's what it seems like to me, because everyone's talking about the Elemental Shaman, but once again, 3 out of the 4 teams in the top 4 are Alliance side. So what does that tell you, Zico?
It tells me that the people who play Horde on EU, they need to learn how to play the game. I think the Alliance, I think Horde is the better faction, but Alliance has the better quality of players. And that's something that happens, I feel like all the good players usually swarm on one faction to kind of play with each other. Even on retail, really, on Europe, it's all about the Alliance, for arenas, and it's the same thing on NA. It's all about the Horde. At least when I've played there, it's been, most of the top teams just playing Horde, just playing on that one faction. And I think in Classic it's the same. You want to be on that same faction with all your guildies. You want to be, on a competitive server as well. So you are going to be seeing a lot of those people on Gehenna's Alliance, and you're, on the flip side, the Horde teams, they're not going to be too many because of that. Because if you want to be a competitive player on EU, I think Alliance is the way to go.
That's interesting. So out of the 4 teams that are left, they're all from different servers as well. We have Gehenna's, Firemaw, Venoxis, as well as a Golmag. So Scooter from Golmag, really trying to represent their server, sending quite a few players up to Lumbermill right now. And if you look at the mine, we have a 2v2 versus 1 situation. Let's see what Bieberg's going to be able to do. He gets the rocket helmet on Skoses, and now having a little bit of 1v1 with Ramon. Nicely done there. Gets the title charm off. Looking for this 2v1. He actually manages to land the trap, but Ramon's just going to be continuously charging him down, trying to just max range on Bieberg, just running, kiting as far as he can. But this 2v1 is definitely going to be difficult for him to pull off. And at this point, there's actually reinforcements coming. You can see right now both teams have pulled their defenders. Stables completely open as well as farm. And now at the lumber mill, we do have it looks like Vicuña is going to be 1v1ing and Crotus, and they do get the mine. So that's obviously going to be a big victory here for the Alliance as they're up 2 to bases, and we'll have to see what plays out at the lumber mill.
Honestly, Bieberg has been one of the most impressive hunters in this tournament, but come on, man. When you're kiting the rogue there, he had his pet on the rogue, and the rogue just killed it. Why don't you just send this pet on the priest? The priest can't cap, the rogue can't kill it and chase you at the same time. I don't know, it seems pretty obvious to me, but what do I know? I'm just a dumb mage player with no pet. Nothing compared to these two hunters doing what they can here. 2 hunters blasting Ramon right now, but Skoses comes out in time. Can he get the heal? He gets 1 heal, gets another heal. No interrupts available here. Hunters in classic. They only have that scatter shot really to work with. Ramon comes back from the grave, the unbreakable, comes back with the soul stone. Skoses is going for that heal again and again and again. He's casting a greater heal when Ramon is on like 1 HP. Skoses, that death is on your hands, bro. But they do get the mine, so excellent start so far for Venoxis' finest.
Yeah, and I think the Alliance were actually able to grab Blacksmith as well, so big victory here. The Alliance, they have mine, they have stables, they will certainly get Blacksmith, and still Lumbermill up for contention, but very back and forth. But you get the feeling with how this battle is playing out, with no Spirit Reses available, that the Horde will end up claiming this one. And we've gone into this kind of 3 versus 2 situation in terms of bases, and we'll see the Horde are actually gathering up outside of Blacksmith, trying to make a push here, and let's see if they can make anything happen. Nim's going to get feared up and potentially taken down. Crotus as well, looking like he's going to go down, just trying to buy as much time as possible, but it is Nim that will be falling.
Yep, and we're going to see Nim. He's trying to hold on for dear life, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Valiant effort there, but that node is going to be claimed there for the Horde side here, most likely. So there it is. Alliance takes Blacksmith. Horde gets the lumber mill. So as the Horde now, you got farm, you got lumber mill. As Alliance, you got gold mine, you got BS, and you got stables. So for the Alliance side, you want to trade gold mine for lumber mill in a perfect world, but defending gold mine, BS, and stables as your 3 primary bases and holding them for the whole game, absolutely possible here. And you're still going to have Ramon here in the wings, going for those 1 versus 1s here. Let's see what he can get done here. He's moving across the water here, waiting for a fight to happen. And that's when he knows the reinforcements are going to be busy. They can't deal with him. And Cell actually leaving his base. Ramon sees this. He has a free base to go for here, potentially. Is he going to go for it, though? That is the question. We do see the Alliance side cleaning up house here in Blacksmith, and that means all of those players, they are going to be sent to the graveyard. Which graveyard? The one on farm where Ramon is. He's doing an excellent choice here, sticking around, just waiting in the wings here between LM, between farm, looking for opportunity. And on the flip side, Maximus doing the exact same thing. Both of these rogues doing exactly what they need to be doing.
Yeah, and I would say that Maximus and Ramon have been doing a really good job in the tournament so far, trying to find these opportunities for their team. So I think this is going to make for a really, really interesting match. So far, the Alliance, Venoxis Finest, this is the position we always see them in, and they've been able to defend. No one has been able to break their defense so far. Every single one of these games, they get this position where they have the mine, they have Blacksmith, and they have stables. They have been able to hold on and defend the entirety of the game, with Ramon just kind of waiting in the wings, charging in, trying to find some opportunities. Look at this positioning from him right now, kind of scouting down and seeing, okay, there's 2 members down at farm, probably going to leave that. B, okay, lumber mill, let's go take a look there. 2 members there, all right, let's just wait. And he just kind of waits, sees where people are rotating, if too many people abandon the base, and then they're going to be able to, or then he's going to be able to try to make a play. Right now, Maximus trying to make a play as well, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. He gets a mind control cap. Nims might actually end up falling. Red Sky might go down too, getting dangerously low. Brugrim and he's saying he doesn't even need to help. They're feeling so confident with this fight. Brugrim's just going to run away, go back to be just a floater on the team, so we can go between stables, blacksmith, and gold mine quite easily. And we actually might have a ninja attempt here at lumbermill. Let's see. I mean, lumbermill right now, it's looking like he might be able to get it. He's been standing on the flag for quite some time. I don't know if he's actually going for the cap. Ramon forced to run away. Unfortunately, this hunter cell has another thing to say about it.
No, but he does find the path here. No, Ramon, he is definitely out of there. He's had enough. He's piecing out. He's gonna go for the re, but Sal has kind of exposed himself a little bit there. Unfortunately, there's people rezzing here, so Ramon not gonna be able to find anything there. But still, putting a lot of pressure here on the team that's already behind, always a good thing here, and it's been a big recipe for Venoxis' success. So if they can keep that up, that's going to be good for them. Right now, Blacksmith getting swarmed with people here, but once again, it's going to be Venoxis' finest that has the numbers advantage here on Blacksmith fight. And you can see they're sending 2 sneaky stealthers here to attack the gold mine on the Horde side. And I think in order for that to work, they're going to need to send a few more members into the middle here. Red Sky, this guy has been on point for his team. He's got Maximus with him. If they can get a mind control cap here on one player, this is going to be a clean cap. There is some reinforcements there on the road to stable, so they really have to move very, very quickly here if this is going to work. There's 3 defenders. They're kind of sensing that something's going on at the gold mine here. Let's see what can they do. Maximus, he gets the sap, he gets the mind control cap, and now Marlin, I think he's a paladin. He's going to bubble here and interrupt Red Sky there with the Goblin Mortar. Nim's now charging in. There's a title charm, and there it is. That reinforcement that we were talking about coming in immediately here. They do force out the Divine Shield though from the Paladin, so if they go for a similar line of play, that could potentially yield them the base. But problem is they did use a mind control cap, which is I believe 20 or 30 minutes cooldowns. 30. I think it's a 30. Yeah, it's, Rocket Helm is 20, I think, and then mind control cap is 30. So definitely gonna have 5 more bubbles back up by then.
Yep. And I mean, at this point, still looking good for Venoxis' finest, slowly securing their lead, 210 points above right now. Big Horde force going to be gathering at Lumbermill. Let's see where they decide to go with that one. Potentially sending a few. It looks like they're actually making a little bit of a push here for mine as well as stables. So kind of anticipating 2 big fights here, getting fully buffed up. And they're actually jumping down. They're going for an aerial assault. They're going to be slow falling down to the blacksmith. So let's see if they can make anything happen here. This is a really well-coordinated attack. At the same time, we have 3 Horde members that are going to be going down to mine. So a bit of a split attack here. And this is a great kind of recipe for trying to get a ninja cap. You can see it's actually Maximus and Red Sky once again, just sneaking in stealth, going to be trying their hand at a little bit of a 2 versus 2 ninja cap. You can see Ramon as well as Niz having a 1v1. And this mage is going to be running away. Polymorph and W King as fast as possible to just try to reconvene with his team at the blacksmith.
Yeah, and we are going to see a blessing of protection here onto Hugaz, and he is going to have a decent time here, making sure that he can pick everybody up, and those blue health bars are going to go up. Jazero, he's taking a decent amount of damage, uses the ice block right there, catches a big heal as well, and now you can see these Horde members are going to get wiped out here in this situation, but beautiful cap coming out here on the other end. Red Sky and Maximus, they get back to that node where the bubble was forced. They use the other helmet, and they are able to sneak this base here. But can they stay alive, though? They're in a 3v2 situation. Dwarlin is throwing out big heals now. They got a mage with them, so it's a rogue mage druid here going up against a paladin. I don't know. There's a lot of people here. Paladin, druid, warrior, another warrior. So they just need to keep swarming people down here. It's all about the gold mine. If you are on scooter, this is where you need to be going immediately here. These Alliance players are very quick with the rotation, but Virixlow doing a good job. Exactly what he needs to be doing. Stay on the edges. Make sure that you're throwing out polymorphs. Make sure that you're just anti-capping, spinning the flag, throwing out those nades all over the place. And now, another ninja attempt here. Dwarf Pad trying to potentially sneak through that cap here. He's going to fear the pet of Macunia. Huga is going to show himself, and Macunia is going to show himself as well. And that means that the stables are not going to be taken. But the Horde does get the mine, and the Horde are swarming across down there to the mine. Going to be sending in even more people. They're trying to slow down the reinforcements here on the side of Alliance. Can they do it? Beberg, once again, doing a phenomenal job here, poking around here on the Hunter. Once again, just been playing such a phenomenal tournament in general. Aside from that one mistake that he had there in the start, he's just been on point here for his team, and it looks like the Horde side is going to be able to stay alive here.
Yeah, it is appearing that way, but a lot of Alliance still kind of just pushing in, really wanting to recap this base. And I mean, this is one of the first times we've seen Venoxis find us get capped on in a situation like this, but there are so many Alliance. Look at them all just grouped up on the flag. I think they need to split up a little bit more and try to just disrupt reinforcements, push into the resurrections, and try to slow them down if they can. But this is quite a force, and it looks like they might actually be able to cap it. Rage Monster just sitting there, doing the best he can, defending. He's got his sword, he's got his board on, just trying to be as durable as possible, trying to buy as much time for his team, and they get it. They get a huge res. Brugrin with a big grenade, but gets Hammer of Justice, and more reinforcements are just streamlining in. Dwarf Paid, he gets caught into a polymorph, he breaks it, he gets caught into a blind. Kronos, is he going to be able to do it? No! Hunter shoots him from behind, big multi-shot, and the Horde are able to hold on. Scooter doing a great job, bringing in the reinforcements, holding on as long as possible. And now we actually have a Horde member who's going to be sneaking Maximus, more than likely going over to the stables once again, trying to just continue their pressure.
Yeah, and we are going to see them try to continue that pressure. Maximus now kind of taking the role of our favorite Rogue Ramon here, just being on the winning side and trying to increase that lead. Or when I say winning side, I mean being the team with the 3 nodes. In terms of actual points, he is not on the winning side yet. Maximus looking for the Hunter, and he is presumably spamming his mind control cap here if he still has it, or a rocket helmet. He's trying to spam some kind of crowd control, that's for sure. See if he can detect the Hunter here. It's not looking like it just yet. He's getting kind of close there, though. For a second there, if you look at the minimap, you can see the Hunter is around this area here, but Maximus not got. Ooh, he's so close. He gets scattered there by Macunia into the freezing trap right there. And now Macunia dropping the flare on top of him, getting max range, and now big aim shot being loaded up. Is it going to crit? Looks like it didn't. Multi-shot definitely did crit, though. And Macunia now is going to have a field day here with Maximus. Maximus is going to use the HP potion. He's going to use the Thorborg medicine pouch, and he is going to get erased there by that bow from the Blackwing Lair, actually, that Macunia is rocking.
Yep, still 3 bases in favor of the Horde, and they're slowly but surely trying to catch up here on points. Right now, the Alliance is still still ahead on resources. They're at 1,000 out of 2,000 at about 14 minutes elapsed in the game, so still not out of it by any means. And you can see right now, really good attempt here at Lumbermill. DPI trying to back up Red Sky. Red Sky doing a great job spinning the flag, just throwing out Moonfire after Moonfire in bear form, just thrashing and dashing and doing everything he can to survive. And now reinforcements have arrived, and it looks like the Horde should be able to hold on to this one. Unfortunately, Hogas not going to be able to get it. DPI gets mind controlled, thrown off the cliff. And still, I would say that's one of my favorite plays. If I could just, add a little bit of a personal anecdote, I really like the mind controls and throwing people off the side of Lumbermill. Honestly, that alone makes me want to play a priest. Like that one mechanic, just throwing people off the edge with mind control, is enough for me to consider re-rolling from Mage.
Yeah, we did see a priest yesterday on one of the teams that got eliminated go for a gnomish cloaking device into the mind control. So that was definitely a pretty hype thing to see, and definitely something that can put your team ahead. You can get somebody, drop them down, they're going to lose all their HP, and they're going to have to walk all the way back while you're just mind controlling the next guy. And speaking of guys, right now we see a lot of people getting erased here actually on that lumber mill, and we are going to be seeing here a bit of a situation in the gold mine. Rage Monster and Cell looks like they are going to be coming out ahead. They're going to keep the gold mine in the Horde's possession, but that was a nice push regardless. Once again here though, the lumber mill looks like it's going to be going in favor of the alley. They're just going to immediately slow fall, start rotating. And I I don't think the Horde team can even contest this. So both teams making the right decisions here. And as long as they don't, leave too early, it should be good for them. Should be able to clean this one up. There's a big Shadow Bolt coming out, and now Bberg potentially going to be going down on that hunt. Is he in a cloaking device right now? Is he in stealth? Is he just trying to click it in their face? What is he doing? There's no
Sitting
way
down
that's
and
gonna
gabbing. Using the noggin fog. The amount of times we've seen players just use noggin fogger, try to get as small as they possibly can, and just try to cap right in front of their eyes. It's actually quite hilarious. Bberg, though, going to get caught and taken down. And now I would say this is actually a better position. I mean, it is unfortunate. Venoxis, they lost mine, but this is the best spot you can be in. You have stables, you have lumber mill, and you have blacksmith. These three bases connected are incredibly good for either one of these teams, either sides, and let's see if they can hold on. I mean, Scooter, they have been doing a really good job with their ninja attempt so far. Maximus and Red Sky, and once again, they're going to try again. Nine Lie going to be pushing forward. Let's see if they can get the cap here at Stables, really trying to pressure it right now. Red Sky moving forward, looking for potential crowd control. Krotos waiting in the wings for a Moonfire. Macunia just positioned so far. Look at how far away Macunia is. I wonder if he's going to be able to actually get there in time. His pet is parked at a good position. Will be moving forward, landing the different shots. Scatter shot coming in onto 9 line, and that is enough disruption. But still, this is a 3 versus 2, and Krotos might just fall. Maximus putting out big damage there. Yeah, but Maximus definitely doesn't want to go down here. Still Macunia doing everything he can. The Moonfire spam comes in out onto Red Sky. Still being disrupted, and reinforcements have arrived. It looks like Nims will be able to shut it down. They bought enough time for Venoxis Finest to sort of reallocate more troops, more defense to come back and defend. That was a great push there by Scooter, but unfortunately this time it's not going to work out.
Oh, that was so close. Really like what they did there. They almost got the cap, but unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to get it here. And once again, this has been a very back and forth game here with a lot of ninja caps happening all over the place, but it is Venoxis Finest still sitting pretty in that point lead. They got 3 bases now as well, and Ramon, he's just doing Ramon things here, going for a 2v1 situation, sapping up Privacy. Privacy's like, no, it's okay, we can respect the 1v1. He's like, no, come back here, come back. But Privacy is gonna give Brugrim here no privacy as he comes in, lays down the hammer of justice, lays down the law, and now you can see Brugrim here. He is suffering a very cruel fate here. He even gets clapped there by the Nazoth axe there from Gleeway, but Ramon takes one down for himself, and Valkyrie as well. They're just trying to cut off the supply line here and trying to be disruptive, trying to waste the other team's time as much as possible, which is essentially your goal. Whenever you are the team in the lead, waste their opponent's time, cut them off before they get to where they want to be. Make sure you have enough people on every single base. Make sure that, if you're losing a fight, you're just not trying to die and not trying to do anything offensive, just max range, go back in every couple of seconds and poke the flag. And that's it. And as long as Venoxis keeps playing that style, I think Venoxis is in a very commanding position. I think the only X factor so far in this game for Scooter has got to be Maximus and Red Sky. If those guys can do yet another ninja and actually hold it until the game ends, there's still hope for Scooter, but they need to try to make something happen, presumably on this push right here. There's 2 Alliance members holding the stables. There's 1 player floating between stables and Lumbermill. So there's a quick backup there. Nims last time was able to immediately get there and charge Red Sky. And he's in that same position to be able to do that same thing if they are winning that 2v2. And now they're actually bringing in more players here. So 4 players potentially being committed here. 2 stables. Let's see what they can do here in this fight.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Red Sky going to be breaking stealth. Acuna now sees him. Maximus has to make a difficult decision. Who's he going to go after? The pet's going to be attacking Red Sky as well, so Maximus has to get crowd control out on both targets. Hibernation potentially coming in from Red Sky. But it looks like Red Sky is going to have to abandon trying to cap. Nims is there, and once again, Venoxis Finest, they have too many. And even here at Lumbermill, they are looking good in this team fight. And Blacksmith still has 2 people, so Right now, the Alliance side is looking super solid, and every moment that goes by, they're slowly but surely developing more and more of a lead. And if too much time goes by, then all of a sudden, Scooter, they're going to have to actually claim 4 bases, not just 3, to come back in this game. And that is not going to be easy. Such a back and forth game right now. I'd actually like to see Ramon potentially try to go towards Mind, pressure that a little bit, but there hasn't been too much ninjaing going on in this game, which is unlike a lot of the other games we did see. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like there's that many opportunities, or maybe they just realized, you know what, this team's too good at defending. We're just going to really focus on making sure that our 3 bases are protected as much as possible. And I think it's a good line of play, but you also lose that little extra bit of offense, that extra bit of spice that really keeps Scooter on their back foot.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there has been ninja cap attempts, a lot of them, and some of them even worked out. But I think the thing is, Venoxis, they're so good at once they get those 3 bases at just holding them. So I think it's a hard team to get those ninja caps happening against. So I think that's why maybe it's slowed down a little bit here. But I think still for Scooter, Red Sky and Maximus, they are their bread and butter. At this point, though. I don't know if they can actually recover those points that are in between those 300 resources that are separating these two teams here, and we're getting down to the wire here. Ramon,
He's doing it.
No
Ramon's doing
way!
it. This is
No
exactly what I was talking
way!
about. This is what I was talking about. I mean, for Venox's finest, you normally see Ramon poking around the map, and once again, he will be doing that. And this is an absolute disaster. This is where your heart sinks if you're Scooter and you're thinking about, what you're going to have for dinner, or, the dreams you're having as you fall asleep, because this game is not going in their favor at this point. They are down 3 bases to 1, soon 4 bases to 1. They're getting wiped here at Lumbermill. They're getting wiped at Stables. They're getting wiped at Blacksmith. Maybe Blacksmith. Something can happen, but Ramon getting a sap here on Vurex. And we'll have to see if this mage can try to get this flag back. But as time goes on, I mean, the Alliance are just developing more and more of a lead. And I would say that Venoxis Finest really is making a case for themselves, that they are the finest Venoxis has to offer, as it looks like they are going to be claiming victory and advancing to the lower finals.
Yeah, looks like that is going to be happening here. And, at this point, you have to 5 cap if you're Scooter. So very, very unlikely. Maybe we're celebrating Venox's finest victory here a little bit too early, but I do think they're even going to get that 4th base and really start speeding things up here. So excellent stuff here for Venox's finest. They're going to survive, and they are going to, if they win this, which let's just talk as if they've won this game. After Venox's finals are done here, they're going to be going up against the team that ended up losing to Apes. They're Bamboozle. And what caught your eye?
Crit looks like your character. You guys have the same haircut.
Wait, is like my gnome?
Yeah, your gnome. It looks like the same character. Yeah,
Wait, can we get a zoom in on Crit? We're going to zoom in on Crit real quick. Well, maybe we'll see it in the next game. What do you mean the same haircut? My gnome is bald.
I know. He's got the same haircut. What do you mean? Bald is a haircut?
Is it?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's a way of cutting your hair. Anyways, we'll table this discussion. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, this is pretty one-sided. I mean, the top killing blows on the Horde side was Gleeway. And I mean, the game obviously isn't all about killing blows, but if it's too one-sided, it kind of just tells you a story of how the match goes. And for, the side of Venoxis, they have Brugrim with 22 killing blows. Pitpat's 18-0 in this game. So lots of killing blows, little deaths, and that just results in it being really difficult for the side of Scooter to win team fights. And that's why this game ultimately went the way it did.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think, at this point, it's going to be Venox's finest. They're going to be going up against our good friends Bamboozle. And I think that really is going to be battle of second place. I mean, it literally is, because it's the lower bracket finals, and whoever wins gets second place. But I do think no matter what there, I think Apes are probably preferring to play against Bamboozle, since they had such an easy time dismantling them in the upper finals. But either way, I think for Apes, they're sitting pretty in that upper bracket. They're probably pretty... what's the word? Like content with the situation either way. Like I think they're not really scared of either of these teams after having seen them play.
What is what after having seen them play? What like is I don't know, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
mean,
how else
Venox
are
is
you gonna
fun.
know how good they are?
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Apes probably they're just confident against anyone. They probably just feel like at this point they're just better than everyone else. And I mean, they've kind of proven it over and over. So at this point, it's really up to someone else to kind of take their throne, take that crown away from them. They are waiting in the grand finals right now. We do have one more lower bracket game, so 2 series left in this tournament, 2 Arathi Basin matches left in this tournament. We can kind of take a look at the lower bracket and see, how it has played out and what teams are there. And you can see it is going to be Venoxis finest. Sorry, they've been battling it through the lower bracket after kind of for them, probably a disappointing loss. They got taken down the lower bracket because of a banned consumable. But outside of that loss, they haven't really lost to anybody yet. And now Bamboozle is one of those teams. You said they are probably the most evenly matched to go up against Apes. Do you think Venoxis Finest has a chance in this one?
Yes, because Bamboozle, I mean, they kind of bamboozled me by getting so destroyed in the upper bracket finals. I don't want to say I've lost all confidence in Bamboozle, but seeing Venox's finest, how they've been playing out these matches, how they've been able to kind of hold the bases that they have, and just their rotations, and also Ramon just running around and stealing undefended bases and doing some 1v2 actions and stuff. I think Venox's finest, they have a good shot at getting 3 bases, and I feel like once they have 3 bases, they are the team that's more likely to hold it and be consistent enough to close out the match. So I think Venox's finest, they are looking like they are on track for the finals. And also, momentum is a real thing. Bamboozle, they just lost to Apes, and they've just been sitting there since. It's kind of, thinking about what they could have done better and getting into their head. Venox's finest, they have been in here in the lower bracket farming. They're hot, they're ready. I was going to go for the snap there.
Yeah. You did snap. It was just off camera. I heard it. Don't try to deny it. But yeah, you are right. There's 2 things that can basically happen for Bamboozle after I've been in this situation. You get kind of owned. You're not feeling too great about what just happened. There's 2 things you can do. You can kind of dwell on the mistakes of the past, or you can try to push forward, come up with a game plan, maybe figure out what went wrong in a productive way, stay calm, cool, collected, and get ready for the next game. And hopefully for Bamboozle, that's exactly what they have done. But time will tell. Here, Venox's finest, they are definitely warmed up and ready to go. They've been playing a lot of games today, and so far for them, it has been looking really, really good.
Yeah, no, Venox's finest, they're just 1 game away from doing it. But Bamboozle, they want to get their rematch against Apes. They want to show that Fire Maw gamers, they are big time gamers. Didn't I feel like some of these players on this Bamboozle squad, they were in the Warzone tournament. What was the team name? Wasn't it like Dadmaw Gamers or something? I swear that Warrior YWN was in that team for sure. I think some of the other members as well had a decent run in our Warzone Gulch. Summer Bowl.
You know what I will say that I really like about Classic WoW? I like the kind of pride of your community, of your server, right? A lot of these teams, they're naming themselves after the server that they play on. Venox's finest, obviously one of those teams. Bamboozle, I think you are right about that. They might have been the Dadmaw gamers coming in from Firemaw. So my question is, for chat actually, who's going to be taking this one? Is it going to be Venox's finest from Venoxis or Bamboozle Hordeside Firemaw? Which one of these 2 teams is going to be a bigger contender for going up against Apes and Gehennas? What do you think, Zico?
I think whatever the chat thinks, they're always right. Twitchful Gladiator.
I don't believe that.
Real thing. Well,
I don't believe that for a second.
No. Oh, maybe. If the chat thinks Venoxis, then I think like the chat. I think Venoxis, they're going to come out ahead here, and they're going to go and bring it to Apes. They're going to take it to the jungle, and what happens there, it's anybody's guess, but I think Apes, if I had to bet going in blind to it, I would say Apes. definitely looking like the team with the upper hand.
I did just get confirmation that the game is ready, so we will be jumping into this one very shortly. It sounds like Zico is more on the side of Venoxis Finest. I, of course, am going with the Venoxis Finest as well. They have the legendary Unbreakable Ramon, and we'll have to see if this rogue can find out, any sort of pressure points, any sort of ninjaing going on in this game. They will be playing on the Alliance side of things, whereas for the side of Bamboozle, they will be playing the Horde, the fierce elemental shaman. We spoke so highly of them for so long in this tournament, but it seems to be that this tournament so far has been a story of the Alliance. And we'll see if Bamboozle has what it takes to make it back into the grand finals and kind of get a redemption, a second chance at Apes, because the first time it didn't go so well, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And, for Bamboozle, an even more important storyline here, they are the last remaining hope of the Horde. Can we get a for the Horde in the chat? They're going to need it. Bamboozle, they're going to need all the help, all the support that they can get so that they can get back to the good graces of the grand finals and get that rematch up against Apes. Now we're going to see here, gates are about to open here. The Venoxis Finest versus Bamboozle, and we're going to see what these guys can do. We got Nuke, the undead female rogue legend, going up against Ramon, a true legend in the grocery store, in the farm, anywhere on the map where he goes, chaos falls. And I can't wait to get into this one, man.
I mean, neither. We are just a few seconds away from these gates opening and these players deciding where they're going to send their troops. Quite often we see the large force going to the blacksmith. This is the most crucial node on the map. And then small skirmish squads going out to Lumbermill, going out to Mine, trying to see if they can pick up some quick caps. And I'm curious to see one thing that some of these teams do. They make the risky play of pulling their defenders very early on. And I'm wondering if it's something that we're going to see these teams try to punish that. I mean, if you're pulling your defender from stables and, you send a rogue to just go and ninja it really, really quickly, something like that, you can pull ahead quite quickly in the game and start creating chaos in the back line. Definitely something that we might see, but for now, Macunia is going to be poking Mosquito away, kind of swatting him, and Mosquito will be buzzing off for now.
Yeah, Mosquito is going to be buzzing back in, though, because Macunia, he's kind of baiting him in by capping the flag, and we're going to see a rocket helm come out, but I do believe it broke right there, so Krotos, he's going to be able to do whatever he wants. Macunia now caught up in the rocket helm. Mosquito, he is going to be in that trap. Now, if they can get something here on to the Druid here, they could just take him down and potentially cap this. There is Macunia's pet, though, waiting in the wings, so I think they should just maybe try to take down Macunia here. They're going to Nova the pet. Macunia goes for the rocket helm and onto the mage. Mosquito, where's your ice block? Macunia with the 2v1. No way. He's going to get this base. There's no way. It's so close, but the trap breaks early. Macunia is so sad about that. He played it so well. He gets the scatter shot. He gets the title charm. He uses the free action potion here. I do believe can be slowed up here, and that's going to help him out in this 2v2 situation. Now he's cutting back towards Mosquito here, dragging him into that dead zone. And Mosquito, out of mana from those Vipers, going to use that evocation, uses the ice cube there as well, I do believe. And Macunia kiting circles around these guys. He's going to scatter the warrior now into the trap. He gets the scorpion sting right there to remove the serpent sting, and he's doing it. Krotos making his way back into the fight. Macunia, can you do it? He's going for the leaf. He gets it with the aspect of the Sheeta. What an absolute legendary hunter this guy is. Can he get the concussive shot here on the warrior? Keep him in combat. Keep him slow so he doesn't get charged. Otherwise, he is going to be in big trouble. He's sending Mosquito back to the ocean. Krotos, can you get the entangling roots? He's going for it. He gets the mood fire. And Mosquito, he is going to fall. There is the mood fire coming out. Krotos spamming entangling roots. And Macunia Matata. What? No, he got naded. Beautiful nade there by Linto, and now he's bought even more time for Nuke to enter the fight. Fury Fire on Nuke. What is he going to do?
Ooh, this central fight is actually turning out quite interesting as well. In the meantime, Goldmine has been captured by the Alliance, so 2 bases to 1 right now in favor of the Alliance. Bakunia doing a great job. Is he going to be able to pick up this flag? Lintu running over from Firemaw, trying to slow him down. It looks like he will be able to interrupt the flag cap, and once again, Bakunia just kind of running in circles right now, trying to bait him to running onto a trap. That's what's going on. Lintu not wanting to run into the trap, Bakunia trying to trick him into doing so, but not going to be falling for that trickery. Once again, it's going to be Bakunia and this Restoration Druid in a 2 versus 2 situation. We'll see what they can get done. Right now, it's very back and forth at Blacksmith. I wouldn't say that either team really has a huge lead. Reinforcements actually coming in as well. They do not. Oh, they're sending reinforcements to Lumbermill. That's just a bit surprising. I really feel like they need to not give up Blacksmith. This is a disaster for Firemaw. They just gave up Blacksmith, trying to get Lumbermill. And then even if they do pick up Lumbermill, it's not that big of a deal. Croto's still going on, but I mean, they're more than likely going to lose Lumbermill, but still, I just feel like overall that was a bad play.
Macunia comes back from the grave with that resurrection, with that soul stone. Krotos, can he stay alive? Macunia is doing what he can here to spin the flag. Do they have any reinforcements? It's just red versus Macunia. Look at the mini map. It's just a swarm of hordes trying to get Macunia. But
farm's open.
This base might actually get capped here and go to the Alliance, and that's going to force them to actually recap it. Nope, they do get the claim onto Lumbermill, and now farm not going to be taken here by Ramon. He's making sure that he's undetected there. Almost got caught there by a patrolling mage, but right now Ramon needs to wait for all of the hordes to group up and go and push something. That's when he's going to have the opportunity to go for this 1 versus 1 here. So right now, Ramon not going to be able to do too much, but I just want to give a massive shout out to Macunia. What a great play with that 2v1 there at Lumbermill. The way he was kiting back and forth on that warrior and the mage, vipering the mage, getting the freezing traps. Real MVP performance here in that lower bracket final.
Yeah, really no question about it. But now Venoxis Finest, they have set up themselves in this situation that they love, which is getting these 3 bases, and they have Ramon on the rogue just kind of poking and prodding, going for actually 1v1 against this Warlock right now. Looking like if he can take the Warlock down, it will be looking good. Full blind comes in. Ramon just trying to reset stun DR. Is actually just going for an eviscerate, taking away half his health instantaneously. Goodbye, Mr. Warlock. His body has been looted, and once again, Ramon in the back line, causing havoc, causing a disturbance within the horde, and will be taking the farm. And that is an absolute nightmare once again. Great job by Ramon. I mean, that's why we've given this guy a nickname. That's why we talk about him so much. He's just been such an important part of this squad. Great job by him.
Excellent stuff here by Ramon, and now he is going up against Brain Deadly on that Hunter. And one thing that I kind of missed earlier is that his name literally translates to Brain Deadly, and he plays a Hunter, so that could be a tribute. See Ramon now caught up in the sheep. Crit in the rocket helmet. Crit, you have an ice block. It could be time to press it. He blinks in. He gets the Nova. He gets scattered. Can he keep them from capping this base? Crit takes a fat chain lightning to the face here, and it is looking like the horde. He's going to be able to get this base back here. No, Nims is there. Can he get a shot? He gets death called. He gets polyed. No chance. Trinkets out, and it's not going to be enough. Van de Flasken is going to defend the farm, but still, the fact that, look at the map, look how the entire horde team had to go here and deal with this farm. And that's basically just Ramon getting a good pick there, getting a good timing to go for that base. And he buys himself so much time, Everyone has to rotate there. Everyone has to go there and try to kill Ramon and kill all the people spinning the flag, wasting almost an entire minute there. And then they have to regroup and drink up, and then they can attack. And these are the kind of plays that all of a sudden when you look at the scoreboard, you're 100 points, you're 200 points ahead just because of plays like that one. So excellent stuff here.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, if you look at the mini map on the right side of your screen, you can see he's still just maneuvering around, just being as annoying as possible. And honestly, it seems like his role on the team is kind of fun, honestly. You just have your team defending 3 nodes the entire game, and you just get to go be annoying and just try to pull your team even further ahead. And it's like you said, just the fact that they have him as a distraction, it's just so solid. Right now we have a big horde side push, Bamboozle grouping up, and they're on the road between Blacksmith and Mine. Are they going to jump down? Are they going to try to go left? Let's see what they decide to go with. Mind control over onto Nims. A good coordinated assault here, but the question is, which node are they trying to hit? I feel like at this point they could just jump down really, really quickly if they wanted to. 1v1 situation happening at Lumbermill as well. Let's see if Ramon can keep disrupting. Stables might get ninja capped as well. There's 2 defenders at Stables, but let's see, Nuke is there for his team, but unfortunately not going to be able to get too much done. And now they've decided to just burn a quick Z and jump down and try to get to the mine as fast as they possibly can.
Oh, LM, a lot of stuff happening here. We got a Ramon situation. Did he just cap LM again? They're trying to get it back here. Brain Deadly on that Hunter has Ramon in the trap. I think he is going to be able to defend it, but Ramon is definitely living up to the hype right now. He goes for the blind, he goes for the nade, and he is going to be most likely taken down here. He actually goes for the health pot there and the evasion. You can tell I play too much of a mage. He gets the kidney, but Jan Dudley is going to come out of that blind and send him back to the graveyard. They're going to loot his corpse, this annoying rogue. He's not going to get to walk back there and piss off whoever's defending. And once again here, Ramon just causing chaos.
Yep. And I think that's really his role on the team. My question is, I mean, if Venoxis Finest does end up winning this one, and it's not looking too bad for them at this point, I wonder how Ramon's going to be able to do against a team like Apes with just so many hunters. I feel like his role on the team is going to have to change. I don't know if he's going to be able to go and get these same sort of ninja attempts against the mighty hunters of Apes, but I do wonder about that when you look at these teams, or when you look at these 2 teams going head to head, which is looking like it might be a possibility. Bamboozle right now, still not out of it, of course. They got to try to figure it out. I mean, where do they go from here? Going after mine hasn't worked for them. Split attacking Stables. I feel like for them, I would send a few people up to Lumbermill, maybe like 3 or 4, and then do a huge hit over on mine, try to win that team fight, and then send a small hit squad over to Stable, something like that. Just diversion tactics, I think, is really their best option. It seems like so far, Nuke going for these kind of solo ninja plays just isn't working out for them.
Yeah, I feel like Nuke, he's trying to be a little bit more like Ramon, but there's only room for one Ramon in this game. I'm sorry, we're super biased to it. It all started because we like his name, and also because we like his plays. He's going for that stealth ninja cap. He sees it. He's going to wait a little bit. There's the Moonfire at the end of that cap cast, and now X going to keep himself out of blind range. If Ramon moves forward, you're going to see the Druid use that Abolish Poison, trying to set something up, and this looks like such a frustrating duel for both sides. Ramon going to use those resto potions to dispel himself on the Fury Fire, and the Druid has to try to. The Druid is in a. Oh, this was a big mistake here by he's probably going to get kidneyed and deleted or just blinded. What is he going to do? Ramon doesn't have the blind. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if he had it, he could have probably just gouged off of that cheap shot and then blinded him fully. Unfortunately for him, Druid is going to get away, but I think either way, Nuke would have stopped that cap.
That was really close. Bamboozle, they had such a good attack there on the Stables, but it was crit. The bald gnome who came in and managed to get some big arcane explosions out and slow down the flag cap, buying enough time for his team to reconnect. And now everyone is just getting AoE down. Look at everyone, 10% health. These healers are trying to do everything they can, but I don't know if it's going to happen now. We actually have a potential ninja attempt here as well. As Mage going for a 2 versus 1, but unfortunately it's not going to happen. Darvlin, I believe he used the Divine Shield to break out of the mind control, and this Mage, despite his best efforts, won't be able to get this base, but it was definitely a good try, and these are the kind of tries that you like to see. Especially when you're behind in this situation. Slowly but surely, now we're at about a 370-point lead in favor of the Alliance for Venoxis Finest. Keep in mind, this is the lower bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of this will be advancing to play against Apes, and so far, it's not looking too bad for Venoxis Finest.
It's definitely not looking bad. Venoxis Finest looking to potentially take another node here. Ramon, what are you going to do? He's looking for that Druid. He knows there's a Druid here waiting around in the wings. Can he find him is the question. Spoiler alert, because we obviously see where the Druid is. He's not going to find him, but Ramon just kind of poking around here. There is a delay, of course, on the stream, so no one can stream snipe anybody's position or anything like that. There's a massive delay, so not going to be happening. So Ramon's just going to have to go for the click here and try to force the druid to come out of stealth. And it's going to be about that rocket helmet. Can he land it onto Can he land the blind? Wait, where is doing? He's sleeping on the job. He's moving in, and Ramon gets the farm. What are you doing, Well, you can't, bro. Right now, he's definitely getting roasted right now by his team. Like, come on, dude.
It's probably just a chill Canadian or something like that. Just, relaxing. That's how he takes his role defending. That is super unfortunate. Ramon, once again, just going to go for the right click. And that's the worst feeling. You're not in crowd control. You're literally just not paying attention. And these things do happen. Ramon still just being as annoying as possible. Once again, I mean, you talked about this, Zico. The Ramon, even if he doesn't completely convert this flag, all the moments that go by are time that the Horde are not getting points and the Alliance are further securing their lead. Ramon likely to fall here, not getting any sort of backup whatsoever, but is going to be able to recapture that flag and kind of wipe the sweat from his brow as he got just right-clicked on there with no crowd control. Definitely would have been an unfortunate situation if that had been converted.
Yeah, but it's one thing, you're slowing down their point gain, but you're also slowing down their team from attacking. I mean, every single time Ramon gets a base, people have to go back to the base and help whoever was defending that base to reclaim it. That's less players attacking. And right now, this is looking like a beautiful push here coming down from the Horde team. You can see some people missing the slow fall jump there. Unfortunately, Kozu not looking too cozy there with that slow fall, but he is going to be able to make it into the fight here. And we are going to see the Alliance team respawning, and all of a sudden the Hordes are falling down pit spats. He's going to go back to the graveyard. Zero might be able to hold on a little bit. He's got a little bit of distance there. There's the ice cube coming out as well. And now the sappers are coming in. The AoE is flying. ZF is happening. Crit, get in there. What are you doing? Get in there. Start ZFing. What is he doing? He's a mage. There we go. Arcane Explosions coming out. Novas, Cone of Colds, big damage. But it's actually the Horde squad who takes the lead. Crit here on 1% in the ice cube, waiting for a heal or two, waiting for someone maybe to try to click the flag before he's going to exit there. Just trying to buy as much time for his team as possible. And Crit is still alive. Ooh, nice death call there on Lintu's charge. Crit blinks into everyone, and now he's going. There's the blast wave. Here comes the Cone of Cold, and here comes the damage. Big ZFing, big damage from Venom heals here as well. Takes down Ramon right there on that Ellie Shaman. And look at him. One lightning bolt, Farvald, one chain lightning. Anybody this Venom guy targets is going to get evaporated. You can see him there. Another chain lightning. Another member goes to the graveyard. And now look at Valkyrie. Lightning bolt. One connects. Can he get another? He gets pummeled. There's the Frost Shock. Gets resisted. He just auto-attacks him. Takes him down with the Wind Fury instead. And, of course, with Nox there on the side. And the Horde squad, they're going to use a Soul Stone. They're actually investing a lot here. They might be able to hold the base, but the Alliance team just rezzed. And that is going to be one wave. Too many players here for these Horde players to stay alive and to deal with. And it's looking like a wipe.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. And at this point, I mean, the Horde, they still have a little bit of presence at the stables. They have a little bit of presence at the mine, but you get the feeling Venoxis Finest, they're still looking good in terms of their defense. They've got the numbers, and they've got the proper rotations. And let's see. You can see Ramon, once again, the legendary Ramon. He's going to be poking around the farm. Let's see if he can cap on E once again, or if E is going to be, kind of paying a little bit more attention this time. Because if he caps it again, that's going to be an absolute disaster. And we'll definitely see how that one works out for them. But it seems like mine has been cleared. And in terms of stables, the Alliance is sending big reinforcements. They just got a res from the Spirit Reser, as well as some people rotating back up from mines after having a nice little fight there. Blacksmith at the same time is being assaulted by the Horde. Ramon in position to potentially go for a capture as well. And as this game plays out, it's kind of the same old. Venoxis Finest, they're doing a great job rotating. Their points are going up slowly. 1,500 out of 2,000. They are 3/4 of the way there. Ramon, once again, just going for the cap. Oh, can he get it?
Oh,
no, unfortunately not. I think it was actually a Skull of Impending Doom there by really nicely done.
Yep, nicely done with that Skull of Impending Doom. Ramon also just been rooted for the last decade here on that rogue. So this is not going to be an attempt that nets him anything. Get it? And we're going to see him actually go back to the stealth. Wait, there's a res here. This res, if he can wait for this res wave, he might be able to catch here and sheepshot him into a blind. Basically, the goal here is to, for the druid, keep abolish poison on yourself the entire time. And for Ramon, it's to get close enough to the druid where you can stun him long enough for that to fall and then get a clean blind and cap it, or to find a clean rocket helm or mind control cap or something like that. Problem with druids as well is that you can't mind control the druid unless he's outside of form. Because when a druid in classic is in form, he is considered a beast, and when he is out of form, he is considered a humanoid, and it only works on humanoids. So the MC cap also only works on people outside of combat, and the same thing goes for sap. So you might be a retail player and you're watching and you're enjoying yourself and you're wondering, well, why doesn't he just try to find a druid? He's a human rogue. Maybe he can pop his perception for that stealth detection and just sap him. But in classic, druids are unsappable beasts. So Ramon has to try to find him, cheap shot gouge into a blind, and then cap it, or get some other form of crowd control like that. And most important thing is, don't let your blind get abolished. But the thing is, just with Ramon being here in the wings, he's wasting a lot of time again. Got knowing that preferably he would just leave this node undefended and go make a big push somewhere. And Nuke now going for a big play here as well. He gets the sap. Can he get the stun here? Potentially. Dwarven had a sacrifice, I think, on the warrior, and that means Nuke is he's not going to be able to do anything here. He gets blinded by the Cthulhu axe right there as well, and slayed. And I think at this point you probably need a 5 cap to win this game if you're Bamboozle.
Ooh, look at Ramon on his mighty steed heading up to Lumbermill right now. Who is there? There's a big fight right now going on Blacksmith as well. This could be the last chance, the last opportunity. Oh no, Mosquito. He's waiting very far away. Look at how far away he is playing. He will be charging in. Let's see if he gets sapped. Uh-oh. Sap comes in, but is in hot pursuit at the same time. Is there. He's not going to let Ramon. He's trying to make up for the mistake earlier on. And Ramon, unfortunately for him, won't be able to. He's doing a great job, but being in 2 places at the same time is not going to happen. Ed realizes that, and will be backing up Mosquito to take care of Ramon, who has been buzzing around these different nodes. But at the same time, right now, Bamboozle, this is kind of their final push onto the Blacksmith, and it's not going too bad. I mean, this fight is going well. They managed to actually clean up the Alliance, but we'll see if they can actually get a cap before the Spirit Res does come in. At the same time, Mind Control cap going out. Actually, oh no, it backfired, I do believe. It's Rogue trying to get creative here at the Mine, but the Mind Control cap does backfire and will be taken out in this Hammer of Justice. Darvlin and Valerie looking like they're going to be completely fine. A kitty shot and a blind comes out. This Rogue trying to make plays, but Execute finally connects. And now the Alliance, once again, have been able to hold on to their lead. And for the Horde, they need... What?
Ramon cam straight up. The left side of your screen is just dedicated to Ramon the entire time we are in the Venoxis finest games. The left side of your screen, that's Ramon's side. That anytime Ramon is alive, we're going to be watching him on the left side here, and we're going to be seeing the rest of the game unfold, on the right side. Honestly, I would want the left side to be like 75% of the screen. I feel like as long as we're following Ramon, I feel like we're all winners.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely been a really, really big contender. That's awesome, though. I didn't even notice that, the Ramon cam. We talk about him enough in these games, but he has been super impactful. I mean, it is nice, though, for Ramon, to be honest, that he can make these plays when his team is just owning at defense, basically. Like, he never has to really contribute to defense. He can just go do whatever he wants in the game because he knows the other 14 members are going to be able to hold on to those 4 bases. Ramon, once again, going to be moving forward with his very own camera, and he's actually going to go for it. Here it is. He goes for a slash wave. He waved at us. Ramon, the legendary, the unbreakable, and he will be picking up this base, and it looks like this is just, I mean, you can see Ramon, 4 bases assaulted, Venoxis finest once again. The rest of the team, I mean, we got to talk about them. Ramon's doing a great job, but at the same time, Venoxis finest, their defense has looked so solid so far. They've been able to just do a great job with their rotations, pick up the early team fights, hold on to those 3 bases, and it's been a very I'd say it's a very consistent performance from them, honestly, and I think this team is looking really solid.
Yeah, Venoxis finest. I mean, I couldn't say it better than myself. Entire team really been putting a great effort here in just defending everything, rotating their players in time, and making good decisions as well. And of course, that enables Ramon to get his own cam and to get 4 bases assaulted in the lower bracket finals. Absolutely legendary performance. And I gotta say, the first time we saw Krotos on that druid, I wasn't, I wasn't sold. Let's be honest. I gave him a little bit of criticism. I said, you're a druid. You could be another hunter. But he's growing on me. He is growing on me. I feel like Macunia is another player. We saw him, throughout the qualifier. We saw him as well in the Warsong tournament, having a good performance as well. And here in AB, though, it's been a completely different game for him. That 2v1 he did at the start, where he was, vipering the mage and crowd controlling him on the evocation and crowd controlling the warrior. And that one time, even he trapped the warrior and he got the or the rocket helmet onto the mage. He's able to almost cap it in a 2v1 like that, but the trap broke early. He just kited and stalled long enough, really, for his team to get a massive lead in the start. So Macunia, definitely a prime hunter here for Venoxis finest.
I would say Venoxis finest. They have a lot of like really interesting players on their team that we've been able to follow. So super fun team. And this, of course, does bring us to the grand finals of the European qualifiers. These two teams have made it into the finals. Of course, the top 6 teams of this tournament did. So we'll be seeing more from all of these teams in a few short weekends from now. But we still have a score to settle. It's going to be Apes going up against Venoxis finest. 2 Alliance teams. We'll have to see who pulls out ahead, and that is going to be after a very quick break. Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss this. I saw that. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the classic Fall Conquest, and we found ourselves at the grand finals of the qualifier stages. So this is not the overall grand finals, but for the qualifiers for Europe, we are going to determine who has the most momentum and kind of the best seat in the house moving forward into the finals in just a few short weekends. And this is going to be a really good game. I'm your host, Enrique, joined by the lovely Zico. And Zico, I have to just ask you right away, what are your predictions for this one?
My mind is telling me Apes, but my body is telling me Ramon.
There's just so many names. There's so many names on Venoxis Finest that you really want to cheer for, right? Like, you see Macunia on the Hunter. You know, they're bringing in Druid. Yeah, Crit, the bald gnome mage. He's doing a great job too. Just a lot of household names that we've been able to come to love over the weekend. But Apes, I mean, let's just be honest. This team, I think a lot of the teams would have considered them the favorites going into this tournament. And so far, I mean, they're proving that they are kind of dominant in the upper finals. It was one of the most dominant games we did see. And it just seems like for Apes, they're just getting better and better as the tournament gets going, getting more and more comfortable with these games. And now that they're in the grand finals against Venoxis Finest, we'll see. Because the thing that scares me the most about this game, let's be honest, we've been seeing Ramon have a lot of fun on that rogue, going in, getting ninja caps, and really causing like a disturbance in the enemy backline. But against a team like Apes with 4 hunters, and all 4 of those hunters are just kings at defending, like, do we really expect him to get too much done on that rogue?
I don't know, man. You know, he has his own camera, so hopefully he's going to be able to deliver on that. But like you said, man, some of those Apes hunters have been doing such a good job on that defense. They're kind of, I don't know. It's like if Ramon had to cap a base where Macunia is defending. I don't know what happens when that situation happens. So I guess we're gonna find that out. But if there's 4 Macunias on the Apes team, you can definitely see how that might be a little bit problematic for
an issue,
the young rogue. Definitely. And we did see the bracket there as well, and we are actually taking a look at the lower bracket now. So we did look a little bit at the upper bracket earlier, just kind of taking a look at the route that we had to get here. It's been an open bracket tournament. I think we had like 20 teams sign up, which is like 300 players, which is crazy. And of course, you can see here in that lower bracket, it's been all about Venoxis Finest, just bulldozering through that upper portion of that lower bracket. And then if you look at the bottom side, it's been all about the Scooter, taking down a lot of that competition, ultimately being bested by Venoxis Finest. And now Venoxis Finest find themselves qualified for the championship. I mean, all of these guys, the Scooter, the Presburg Pumper Blasters, Last Sleep, Venoxis Finest, as well as Apes, of course, they're all going to be up there in that qualified. We're going to be seeing them in 2 weeks from now when we're qualified, when we're doing the championship round. But for Venoxis Finest, an extra important thing is that they are in the finals, which is going to grant them a bye when we do get to that championship stage. So they're going to be starting out in the best seats in the house, and the same thing is going to be happening for Apes, of course.
Yeah, no question about it. And we do have the game. I believe we're just going to be jumping in here relatively soon. I'm curious to see which one of these 2 Alliance teams did get the Horde side, as I think for the most part we've seen both of them. And it actually is. It's going to be Apes representing the Horde side of the map. And I'm kind of curious to see how this alters their decision-making, their defense, their offense, what they're going to do at the beginning in terms of lumber mill, in terms of gold mine. This is going to be one really exciting game. Venoxis Finest has been on fire today, tearing through the lower bracket, but at the same time, I mean, Apes, they've been absolutely dominant in that upper bracket. This is grand finals. This is a best of 1. So whoever wins this game right in front of your eyes right now, is going to take first place, moving into the championship round. And I think having that momentum is going to be big. I mean, if you're the team that won this, you're going to be feeling pretty good going up against the same teams again.
And I mean, one interesting thing here is that both of these teams are technically undefeated in this tournament. I mean, Venoxis are coming from the lower bracket, but like we mentioned, they were in a pretty convincing victory against one of the teams in the upper bracket. But Somebody used some banned consumables, so they ended up losing that on a technicality, and that's why they were in the lower bracket to begin with. So technically, I mean, Venoxis, they did lose a game according to the rules, of course, but I mean, they haven't been actually bested, in terms of resources. So we're going to see a 2v1 situation here. Ramon gets the flash bomb there onto the pet. They get the beautiful rocket helmet there onto Rage JK. They get the blind there on top as well in case it breaks early. Very nice opener here for the Shadow Priest Rogue, getting a beautiful kill here potentially as well onto this Hunter, and they're going to be able to hold on to that base before the reinforcements are coming. I do believe there is one more Horde player here moving in, and it is going to be a 2v2 here. We got Parla and Rage JK, Hunter Priest going up against Shadow Priest Rogue. Parla now getting the rocket helmet here onto the Priest, gets the fear onto the Rogue. Parla now finds himself in a kidney shot, but Ramon gets concussive shot in that kidney, gets a blind onto Parla here. Parla stone forms out of that one, and Parla is going to get silenced here. The Shadow Priest going for some heals onto Ramon. Big damage coming out. There's the blackout proc, and Ramon with a fat eviscerate takes down the Hunter, but he has a soul stone. He's going to come back into the fight here. Parla trying to dish out big heals. Can he get it? Big heals. Look at that. And now Ramon all of a sudden finding himself in a troublesome situation, but a beautiful double fear coming out. Ramon or Parla, who's going to fall first? Parla goes to the Psychic Scream. Ramon trinkets out. He gets the kidney. Skosas trying to heal him back up, but Parla, he survives with the desperate prayer, and now the multi-shots are flying in. The Alliance have taken the mine, and Ramon, he's going to use his Soul Stone, and now Parla is so low, going for the Leaf, and Rage JK. This is no longer a 2v2. It is going to go in favor of Venoxis Finest, but that was amazing to watch. I love these skirmishes in the start, and we have one on Lumbermill as well, man.
Yeah, Lumbermill has been very back and forth. Crota's been holding on by a thread on that Restoration Druid. His partner did go down, and Nim came in the nick of time to try to back him up just a little bit, but Polytheasia might be able to actually cap this. Mind Control does come in, but unfortunately it does break, and that does mean that Nims is going to be able to fight on this warrior. He gets Mind Controlled once again. Doesn't want to take the walk. He doesn't want to walk the plank, and we'll see. It looks like this Mind Control should be enough for them to get Lumbermill, and Apes finds himself in a situation where they get the Lumbermill, but at the same time, Venoxis Finest, they managed to pick up the mine, and now this team fight is actually gone in favor. Do my eyes deceive me? Did the Alliance actually pick up the middle as well? And Venoxis Finest, they have 3 nodes. They have the 3 connected nodes. What is Apes going to do?
I'm not sure, but Nims is trying to hold on here. He's trying to get that Lumbermill, but it is going to be going in favor of Apes. But, I mean, they're already in a 3... This is awful for Apes. They're going to have to regroup and push. Their comp doesn't have a single stealther. They can't go for any ninja plays. They have to group up, buff up, drink up, and go for a big team fight. And they have to pick somewhere to do it. They're regrouping here in farm right now, having a bit of a pumpkin carving party. Ben, do you remember last year when we carved pumpkins together? That was kind of fun.
That was really fun. That was really fun, yeah.
Yeah, we should do it again next year, hopefully. Venoxis here, I mean, they're sitting pretty in their bases, and Apes right now, they're carving those pumpkins at farm, getting ready for the next push. Where do you think they're going to go, Ben?
Well, I mean, it looks like they're grouping up. It sounds like, it kind of looks like they're splitting up their forces. You can see kind of a U shape right now. Half are going left, actually a little less than half are going left, more than half are going right. And it looks like they want to hit multiple bases. It looks like Stables is kind of wide open right now, 2 defenders, but rotation's coming back in. And it looks like this isn't looking too bad. I feel like Venoxis Finest, they've kind of read this situation. Maybe need to allocate a little bit more in terms of defense at mine, as Apes is just so good in these team fights. But at the same time, Venoxis Finest, they've been doing a really good job in these team fights all day long, and this is just making it be a very explosive match. I can't believe we're finding ourselves in this situation where Venoxis Finest is actually ahead in this one.
Yeah, Macunia is doing a good job here, spinning the flag, but there are so many members of Apes here. Vuike sheeps up Nims, and he is moving in mid. Can he get the base?
He's going to get it.
Protoss is in nice nade here coming down from downtown. We got the backup. The cavalry has arrived. Macunia Matata coming in here on the Hunter, dropping the nades, dropping the arrows, and he is going to keep his team here in the fight. They're going to keep the base here barely. And is Nims still in a polymorph? I swear he's been polished for like a minute there. Poor Nims, man. Just trying to play his character here. But that is the warrior experience in Classic. You don't get to touch your teammates or sorry, you don't get to touch the enemy very often, but when you do, you deal devastation on that warrior. And now we can see it here. Nims finally trying to reach a mage. That's probably not going to happen here. Nims, he's going to go ahead and go after Zolpi. No, he's going to still keep chasing the mage, gets a hamstring onto him, and now Apes are disengaging from the situation. They're realizing this push not going to be netting them anything, and now it's looking like they're trying to reconvene here and attack from every angle on Blacksmith. You can see everybody swarming towards Blacksmith. Let's see if they can take it. If Apes can get Blacksmith, that is the most important objective. I think Blacksmith, if they can get it, they're going to have the three best nodes in the house, essentially. And for, Venoxis Finest, if they can trade that GM for LM, that's something that would be good for them if they could do.
Yeah, Valkyrie doing a good job defending with Farvaldo. And so far, Venoxis Finest, they've been able to hold off the attackers so far, keep them at bay, send them back to the farm. But once again, we have Apes grouping up and going to attack the mine. And I'm curious to see if they decide to split anyone off to stables once again. It doesn't really look like it. Really, really committing to this mine. So wanting to win this team fight. And we actually see Ramon on the Ramon cam trying to pressure down. But this is what I kind of thought was going to happen. Ramon, I don't know if he's going to be able to take this one, especially against these two members of Apes. Slicey doing a great job on that Hunter, and Ramon will get dropped, but that does mean he gets sent back to the graveyard to help defend on the Alliance side of things. And the mine right now looking really, really contested, but just these constant reinforcements coming in from Venoxis Finest, looking really good for them.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we were worrying about a little bit. Venoxis Finest, they've been a team that hasn't really let go of that 3-2 cap advantage once they hold the right bases, which in my opinion, right now, I mean, it's not the ideal situation, but it's not, like you're holding farm and stables at the same time. So for Venoxis, this is a completely manageable situation. And if they can do what they've been able to do the entire tournament, which is just keep these three bases, all of a sudden, they can find themselves as the team against most odds here, I would say, to beat Apes here in the grand finals. But of course, Apes, they still have a lot of time to work with. They're extremely coordinated with their pushes. And I think if a single one of these pushes actually leads to a cap, I don't see Apes being the team that would, let a cap go, let a flag go anywhere. They're just communication is just immaculate. And now here we go. Can they get it done? Multi-shots are flying in. They're spinning the flag, but the last member has fallen. Can he go to the graveyard now and stop the reinforcement? There we go. Monkey News charging in. Hugas jumps down from the roof, gets the nade. Crit rotating back from stables. You're going to see here, Midge going for the flag cap. Can he get it? Bakuri gets a one shot at Skosas in the back line on that priest. He throws in a big nade from downtown, but Kalsi does actually get the base there for Apes. So Apes with a nice push, and this is a big difference between Apes and a lot of the other teams we watch. As soon as there was one player left, everybody started swarming the graveyard, forcing the people that res, coming in one by one, and just getting destroyed by that meat grinder that is Monkey News.
Yeah, I mean, these warriors on Apes, quite mighty indeed. There's no question about that. And now on the Horde side, Apes, they have not only the farm, lumber mill, they also have mine, and their points are going to start collecting really, really quickly, and they could come back in this game. The Venoxis Finest are going to have to figure out an offense. It looks like they have most of their team right now between farm and lumber mill. Not really sure where they want to go. Actually, just cutting off the reinforcements. Lumber mill going to be a very interesting fight right now. What's going on there? Because, I mean, if Lumbermill is going in favor, it doesn't look like it is. We can see Venoxis Finest actually just jumping off the cliff. So that kind of tells you how this one is going. Farvald right now going to be taking damage, getting a little bit of reinforcements right now. But now, finally, Apes, they claim their third base. And they have a little bit of catch-up to do, about 210 points behind. But slowly and surely, those should start to accumulate. But holding on to these three bases, as we know, is not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, and for Apes, I think this is exactly the kind of situation they want to be in. Now they got full control, they got their bases, and this is where Venoxis are going to be tested a little bit. We know that their defense is good, but they need to be able to execute their pushes as well as Apes just did. Can they do that? So far, they've just been relying on, basically two players on their team to really get their offense going. And it's been working out very nicely for them, but I am not sure here. Ramon gets the mind control cap onto Slicey, and immediately QK Midge, they're rotating. Krotos, go, NS root him, go. Ramon on the Ramon camp. Krotos is there with the root. and Ramon are in a beautiful situation. Slicey scatter shots Mythos before that mind control ends. Parla trying to immediately go for the cap. Ramon gets the nade. Ramon cam is active, ladies and gentlemen. Krotos is there, and the rest of Venoxis' finest are swarming the pumpkin fields, Enrique.
Yeah, they definitely are, but this is a dangerous situation to be in. Ramon, if he falls, big heals coming in from Krotos, and that will keep him alive. But just keep in mind, with no spirit res, this is a very dangerous fight. Either one of these sides going down, it is devastating to lose a team member. Pitspat's getting extremely low. Med's just chasing him down. Can he actually get him? Pitspat's barely holding on by a thread. It does not want to go down. He lands the nade. Still just cutting away. Farfall throwing in some heals. Might be able to actually keep him alive. Can he do it? He gets a big Holy Light, and that will top him off. And now, this is such an interesting game. Venoxis finest. Ramon, I didn't think he was going to be able to do it, but he does. He gets it. He gets the pumpkin patch back for the favor of the Alliance, and that means that Halloween isn't canceled for them this year. And it does mean that they will be able to maintain their lead. Because, I mean, if you look, they still have almost a 200-point lead here, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good so far. This is definitely what you want to see out of a finals. Very back and forth. One team going for those stealth caps, the other team going for more of a team fight execution strategy here. And both of these teams very evenly matched here. But I mean, you can tell Apes, they're already doing exactly what they should be doing. They're going for that stable skill. They're going to send a couple of members over there, and then all of those guys that just rezzed behind the farm are going to go for the farm. And Ramon, well, Monkey News knows this guy, he has to be killed here. This is a very important member to take down. He's actually taking down Crit as well on the mage. Crit blinks into the wall there, and all of a sudden, I think Crit and Ramon might get 2v1 here by Monkey News, but there's more Apes swarming the roads here. Crit, one more auto attack should potentially take him down. Monkey News making his way there, but Crit actually escaping the bald gnome. Nope, there it is. Midge just throws a holy shock in his face. And once again here, we can see Zolp now making his way to that stables. Farm looking completely safe though for now. And I wonder, what is Ramon going to do when he reses here? I have a feeling he's going to go to Lumber Mill or Gold Mine, and that could be even more devastation here for Apes being so slippery on that road.
Ooh, okay, right now we have the Apes going towards stables, trying to really cause some pressure on the Alliance side of the map. And we'll see if they can do it. Right now, also one attacker on the side of Apes. Going to be looking to go to farm, but he gets dropped, unfortunately for him. And now the biggest contention on the map is, of course, going to be stables. This fight is going to add up to a lot. We'll have to see what goes on if Apes is going to be able to continue this push. It looks like they are getting wiped up quite easily here, and Venoxis Finest have been able to hold on, and we'll see. The one problem for Venoxis Finest is if they dedicate too much of their force over to the stable side, and they don't rotate back to the farm side, it's going to be really difficult for them to have the numbers to actually defend. So making sure you're kind of pre-positioning on this map and this situation is really important.
I think with the fact that you have 3 bases in a straight line here for Venoxis Finest, you need to stack more members on Blacksmith. You have too many on stables, and you can see that there's a swarm of monkeys trying to get there to that farm, trying to eat those pumpkins. I'm not sure if that is actually something that monkeys do eat, but I do feel like in this context it's going to work out. Krotos gets charged, he gets clothesline. Mythos is there. Krotos needs to try to stay alive. Valkyrie, he's there. He's trying to disrupt the situation a little bit here. Crit is there, blinks in, big fat Nova. Here comes the ZF and Apes. They've been such a good team at splitting up, but now Crit is there in their face with a blessing of protection, spamming Arcane explosions, dealing devastation. There's the cold snap, there's the Renova, there's the cone of cold, takes down 2 players and more counting here. Big place here coming out of the mage here. The bald gnome looking as beautiful as ever, but now he is going to be forced into the ice cube, and they're going to need to try to buy some time here. Skosas taking a lot of damage. This team fight, despite that beautiful engage by the mage, is looking like it's going to go in favor of Apes. There are so many more Horde members here on this side of the map, but they have the graveyard here on farm, and they are rezzing the next wave of Alliance just spawned. They need to try to take down some of these healers. Parla is going to go down here. If they can get him down, he will miss the res, but if Parla can stay alive, it will be big for the rest of the fight. Parla falls. He's going to be sent to the graveyard, and those guys that just rezzed behind farm, they're immediately just ignoring the farm and moving to the next objective, presumably going to be stables.
Yeah, let's see how stables can hold on. It's just going to be a constant assault here. as both the lumber mill and the mine are taken by apes right now. They're going to be able to reinforce and basically assault these bases. The one nice thing for Venoxis Finest that they have going for them is they have that central node. They have the blacksmith, so at least they can rotate from that point, and their defense is looking good. And I mean, Zico, look at this. 1,270 points. Venoxis Finest, they are pulling out ahead in this one. And if they can hold on to this base for just a little bit longer, I mean, Apes is going to be in a really difficult situation where they actually have to take 4 bases to come back in this game. And that is a tall order. Venoxis Finest, I don't think many teams, I don't think many players would have expected to see them in this situation, but they have been putting on a show all day. And if they could take down Apes, that would be quite a statement.
Yeah, I mean, Apes has been the favorite to win this tournament, going undefeated in the upper bracket, dominating several teams with 4 caps, with 5 caps, and now they find themselves in a situation where they have a team fighting comp, but there's no team fights. Everyone is spread around the map, and they need to try to force something to happen. They have no stealthers. They have no element of surprise. All of their moves are telegraphed, and you can tell Nims, he is very sick of being a sheep. I feel like every time I look at this guy, he is up. Don't tell me QK is going to sheep him again. Oh my God, he's getting sheeped, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
Nope.
Okay,
He got spell locked, actually.
Okay. Beautiful stuff here. Brugrim not going to allow Nims to be out of the game for much longer. I had to back him up a little bit at least. But now there's a big push here happening on Stables, man.
Yeah, big push at Stables. Big attempt here by Apes. And actually, like what QK was doing is kind of just trying to cut off the reinforcements from farm. So the people rotating from farms to stables, he's kind of just sitting on the road, snaring them up, putting them in polymorphs, trying to annoy them as much as possible. Kelsey right now looking like he wants to try to go for the pumpkin patch, wants to go for farm, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to just yet. And still, Venoxis Finest are holding on. Their defense is looking good. They've got numbers in the right position at the right time. But I would say farm is looking a little bit scary. Nims might get dropped, getting low. If they could take down Kelsey, it would be big. Can they actually get him down? He gets crit big time by Valkyrie, and it looks like Ramon and Valkyrie will be able to take him down. And for them, hopefully, be able to hold on to this base. But it's looking a little bit dicey. Ramon takes a huge hit and gets dropped. Valkyrie is going to have to make sure he's spinning this flag, buying enough time for reinforcements. A few reinforcements on the Alliance side are going to be making it towards the farm. Farvold finally getting there. And now it's looking good, but at the same time, there's a big fight happening at Stables. Multiple pressure points, multiple assaults coming in from Apes is really the only way they can come back in this game. One thing I'm scared about right now is actually at Blacksmith. There's going to be a 1v1 situation. Actually, 2 versus 1 situation. Once again, Venoxis Finest, they get their defenders, the right place, the right time, and they are just securing more and more of a lead.
There's so much action everywhere on the map. We need a 3rd camera. Actually, we need a 4th camera just so we can have a Ramon cam as well. I want to see what's happening on Blacksmith. I want to see what's happening here on Farm. And I want to see what's happening on Stables. And I want to see every single step, every single breath Ramon takes. I want to see it all. And right now, he is looking like the man of the match here. He's gotten his team the Farm. And they have been doing a phenomenal job here, keeping it for this long. It's been so hard, especially against a team of the caliber of Apes, to defend for this long. 2 bases that are so far away from each other, but they have been able to do it. And I think Ramon is actually down there at the gold mine trying to make something happen. Lumber Mill was completely undefended. So Ramon went for the 50-50 there, checking if Goldmine or LM, which one of them is undefended. He got the wrong one, unfortunately for him, but still looking for ways to even increase that lead. And I'm worrying for Apes here. I think they're going to need 4-1 at this point to even have a chance to come back in this game. A 500-point differential soon here between Venoxis Finest and Apes. And you can see this fight is still ongoing here in Farm. Was that player hiding in one of the pumpkins? Yeah, you can see Jazir over there. He's literally sitting in one of those pumpkins drinking. All these players so clever trying to take look at him trying to take cover in these pumpkins, in the bushes, drinking in plain sight. And sometimes, the smartest place to hide is to do it in plain sight. Now he's going to be recharged, feeling fresh, mounted up on that mage and ready to go here, man.
This is just so back and forth. Valkyrie is another one. Following Valkyrie in this match, there's just so many players to love on Venoxis Finest. Him on this warrior, this female human has just been just causing havoc, honestly, in the enemy lines. I'm curious to see what his score is going to be at the end of this game. Not that it matters that much, but I feel like he's really been a heavy hitter for the squad. Will get dropped in Apes. They're looking good. They are absolutely swarming the farm right now. They might be able to actually pick this up, but a big reinforcement does happen. Looks like Ramon's going to be charging in from downtown, throws the nade, manages to land it, disrupting the flag cap, and now just charging in with evasion, with cold blood, with sappers, just trying to put out as much damage as he can. If you look right now, there's no presence whatsoever from the Horde side at Stables. Right now, Apes, they're committing everything. They're committing everything to farm, and if they don't get it, I think this game is just going to be over. I mean, there's 200 resources left for Venoxis Finest. They've just hit 1,800 right now. Apes are just so far behind in terms of points. They need to get this base. Darvelin just auto-attacking. Look at this Paladin. He's trying to slow him down. He needs to stop Parla. No! He messed up. He didn't right-click the right person. And Apes, they managed to actually pick it up. And now I feel like for Venoxis Finest, they need to realize the position they're in. They just need to say, okay, the Stables, Blacksmith, that's all that matters. Just defend these two as long as you possibly can. I will say that was a bit of a blunder to let them cap in that position, but these things do happen. Venoxis Finest still in a really, really reasonable position, but I think they really need to just focus on defense on these two nodes.
Yeah, I think for Venoxis Finest, for them, they know all they have to do, hold these two bases. Don't let Apes forecap you. Right now, that's the only thing that matters. Just make sure that you don't. The worst thing you can do is actually split your team up in a 50-50. What you want to do is you want to have majority of your team on Blacksmith. You want to have like maybe a 5-man defense just standing there. And then you want to have a couple of people kind of rotating between the roads of Stables and Blacksmith. So you have a couple of members on Stables for immediate danger, a couple of members on Blacksmith for immediate danger. And then you have people who can float, and you have to count how many are Apes sending. If they're sending 10 to Blacksmith, you have to match that. You have to make sure that you have your people defending there and enough resources, enough reinforcements from the guys at Stable to match that fight. All you have to do is match the fight. You don't need to outnumber them. That is how you kind of shoot yourself in the foot. You match the enemy teams or the attackers in terms of how many players they're sending. You're going to have that graveyard as well to rely on. You should be able to win that fight easily. Nims and Tubster in a 1v1. It's looking like Tubster's going to walk away with that one. And it's looking like Venoxis Finest are going to be walking away with this game. They're looking like EU's finest.
Oh, I like what you did there. Venoxis Finest definitely looking really solid. I will say, I mean, they had some excellent plays in this match. They are just 70, 60 resources away from closing it out, and we would not have expected this. Apes definitely, I feel like they got to be annoyed with this one. More than likely going to be going back to the drawing board and try to figure out where this game did go wrong. And it looks like they're not even going to really try at this point. Maybe just not enough time. 30 resources away, and Venoxis Finest looking like they will be sort of the number one team going into the European finals, that championship round, in just a few short weekends from now. And I, for one, I don't know about you, Zico, but I, for one, am really looking forward to a potential rematch between these two teams.
Absolutely. And I mean, Venoxis Finest, man, can you believe it? They do it at the back of Ramon. He gets the ninja cap, and they just run away with the game. They hold farm and Stables the entirety of the match. I gotta say, so much things were just decided from the start. As soon as they got Blacksmith, that was like the most important thing. And of course, the 2v2s on the sidelines, the one that ultimately, with the Soul Stones and the Hunter Priest versus the Rogue Shadow Priest, that was freaking epic. And I think it was a big reason to why Venoxis Finest came out ahead here. What a redemption story. They lose to a technicality in the upper bracket, knocks them down to the lower bracket. They claw their way there. Venoxis Finest, they have to beat all sorts of opponents down there, literally everybody. And then they make their way back up to the good graces of the grand finals, takes down Apes. And of course, congratulations to both of these teams, earning themselves a bye in the championships round in 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, I mean, for this tournament, it really was, making that top 6. Then the next thing you could do is make the top 2 for that bye, like you mentioned. And then winning it is mostly just bragging rights. this does mean that these two teams will be moving forward to that championship round in Europe, where we can determine the winner. That's going to be the money round, and we can really determine who is the champion of Arathi Basin. These teams will have, a few weeks to figure out what went wrong, if anything went wrong for them, what went right, and they can really just fine-tune their strategies. And I'm really looking forward to some more Arathi Basin. I will say this was my favorite game of this entire tournament this weekend. Surprise, surprise, in the grand finals, but I just think it was really, really back and forth. And I mean, it's just a showcase of some really, really talented classic WoW players.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think the finals definitely delivered on the hype. I think the lower bracket finals as well was extremely exciting. I think just in general, it's been a very exciting tournament. It's been a very exciting format. I think, at the start, we had a little bit of, there was some production issues, some sound issues, how it goes. This is the first time we do a Arathi Basin tournament. There's going to be some growing pains with, all sorts of things. But I really like that, as the show went on, we got a lot of great games, a lot of evenly matched teams started fighting each other. And it's been a lot of fun seeing, the different strategies, teams going for team fight comps, stealth and ninja comps, and just seeing how these, comps match up against each other. It's been great.
It's been an absolute pleasure casting these games with you, Zico. For everyone tuning in, just a few quick notes. First of all, big congratulations to Venoxis Finest, like you did say, Zico, as well as Apes for getting second place. You can tell I, for one, am looking forward to the rematch between these two teams. I know Apes is not going to be happy with second place with this one, so that rematch and kind of a redemption for Apes will be really, really interesting. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys did like this tournament, next weekend we have North America. And if you are a North American Classic player and you want to sign up for that tournament, the signups are still open until 10 a.m. Pacific on Thursday. So you have until 10 a.m. Pacific on Thursday to sign up if you're from North America and you would like to play in the tournament. As well, those games are going to be starting at the same time, Saturday, Sunday, next weekend, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST. So you can join us again for some Arathi Basin Classic action. The Classic Fall Conquest so far has been an absolute delight. Really looking forward to the North American qualifiers. And for everyone watching the show, thank you very much. And we're looking forward to see you next weekend.